Chapter 412. As soon as he thought of it, Li Yi went to the printing workshop and explained the principle. Dongzhu, what about the blank space? The person in charge of printing was thinking about the problem of the clasp. Add a font without any characters. Think more when you encounter problems. Li Yi felt that this person was stupid. After saying this, he laughed. The man scratched his head and said, I've printed so much in one day that I've become stupid. Now what about laying a piece of paper and printing it? Put a stack of paper on it and use rubber gloves to turn the paper. Print a piece and turn it away. Li Yi saw the printing method and found the problem, so he quickly thought of a way to increase the efficiency. He turned around and went out. The people in the workshop were thinking about it. As soon as he left the workshop area, Li Yi was slightly stunned. Old Man Mu was standing in front of him. Like the other old men on Zhuangzi, he was wearing new summer clothes. He was wearing a vest, trousers, slippers, a cattail leaf fan, and a sweat towel wrapped around his wrist. Uncle Mu, are you comfortable wearing this? Li Yi always felt that Old Man Mu was from a rich family and had to be presentable. Yes, it's comfortable. When I play chess with them, they wear it. If I don't wear it, it looks different. It's a pity that they're not good at Go. Li Dan waved the cattail leaf fan and explained why he changed his clothes. It was to fit in. Oh yes, they've never played Go before. Without money it's hard to live. Li didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Old Man Mu still expected everyone to play Go. How long would it take to play a game of Go? Would they stop farming? Would they stop weaving sacks? Even now the old men and women were not idle all day. They could weave baskets and sacks. When they were tired, the old men would find someone to play Go with, and the old women would sit together to drink tea and chat. Yes, life is not easy, but there has to be a route. Li Dan wanted to change but couldn't. Start from eating and increase the yield per mu. Li said simply. Can it be increased just because you say so? Li Dan was a little unhappy. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, the agricultural officials of the previous dynasties were very hard-working. They knew how to tell the people that the seeds of the same crop could not be planted for too many years and had to be replaced with seeds from other places. Then the agricultural officials would ask which part of the land had the highest yield, and if it was much higher than the land next to it, they would buy it all for seed. The yield of the fields was gradually increasing, but it was still not enough. In the end, when it came to Li Yi's mouth, all he said was to increase the production. Give me one more and I'll see. This involves a new technology, hybridization, or grafting. Li Yi changed the way he put it. People nowadays knew how to graft, especially fruit trees. How do you graft wheat? Break the wheat stalks and replace them with rice stalks? Li Dan actually knew how to graft. Uncle Mu, don't be anxious. It's like this. Wheat and rice can have both male and female offspring. This way they can have offspring. If a man was missing, there was nothing the woman could do. At this time he would look for a different type of rice or wheat. Put the pollen of the other type on the rice and wheat here, and the two types of pollen mixed together. In the end, the child born may have the advantages of both sides, or it may have the disadvantages of both sides. Leave the seeds of the good ones, and when you plant them again they may be good at drought resistance, or they may have high yields. Li Yi explained the hybridization technology easily, but let him do it. You can do that? Li Dan did not understand. Yes, when you look for them during the period when they bloom, observe. When you shake them there is little or no pollen. At the same time they look different from others. First, look at their appearance, then use a magnifying glass. I have a magnifying glass in Zhuangzi, and I wanted to discuss it with you. But I can't do it this year, I'm busy with the locust plague. Next year I'll look for wheat and rice from all over the Tang dynasty. When you look for them, you have to understand their shortcomings and advantages, and then divide them into different areas. When they bloom, carefully look for plants with dead males, and then use other pollen to pollinate them. Li Yi told him his plan again, and then he realized that it was useless to tell this to an old man. Li Dan did not feel that he was useless, and he said excitedly, yes, let's look for them. If they don't have enough manpower, ask them to send more. Okay, Uncle Mu, it's hot, don't get excited. I know your family has land and I hope the yield is high. Li Yi was afraid that the old man would faint. Yes, my family has land, a lot of land. I want to plant it, I want to plant it. Li Dan kept nodding. This was the first time he heard of this method. It was too strange, but at the same time it made sense. Plant it. As long as you find it and succeed, it won't be a problem to double the yield in a few years. Li Yi thought of the hybrid seeds he planted with the help of fertilizers and pesticides, and felt that the yield in the Tang dynasty was indeed too low. Even if he did not use pesticides and fertilizers, the yield was 5 to 6 times better. Double? Li Dan wanted to smoke. Yes, in a few years the first generation has to be cultivated, and the fertilizers have to be kept up. Li Yi increased the difficulty. Don't smoke, I'll be busy again. Yes, I can't rush, I can wait, I want to live for many more years. Li Dan, who did not know that he was supposed to die next year in history, had to work hard to live. Although he was no longer the emperor, he was still the retired emperor. The people could say that the retired emperor and the emperor were blessed by heaven, and they had to find ways to benefit the people. If the grain doubled, they would fight Tubo, fight Tujue, whoever was not convinced they would fight. The first thing Li Dan thought of was war, and he could only fight with grain. The logistics would continue to send grain and fight every day until the other side had no food to eat. Yes, uncle, you're in good health, Li Yi said as he helped Li Dan to a shady place. When they reached the shady place, he glanced at Qing Song standing next to him. Qing Song immediately ran to get water, sour plum soup. Li Dan drank 2 mouthfuls and showed a carefree expression. It's delicious, good news? After Li Yi comforted Li Dan and went back to copy the book, Li Dan began to spread the news in Zhuangzi. After hearing it, the farmers did not care about the details at all. They only knew that Dongzhu said that the yield per mu could be doubled. Last year, the rice and wheat in Zhuangzi were much higher than that of other farmers. Was there any need to doubt Dongzhu's words? In the evening, Li Longji and Li Qingqi, who had just gotten off work, came over and heard about it. Brother Yi, quickly write it down and draw it, I'll write it up. Li Longji urged as if he did not want Li Yi to eat. Third brother, don't worry. Let's drink. Today's dishes are good, there's braised pig trotters. Li Qingqi held a wine cup. Empress Wang did not look like a queen at all. She held a pig trotter with both hands and gnawed at it while nodding. I've finished writing and drawing. Li Yi sighed. When he found that Old Man Mu was spreading the news everywhere, he knew that he had to write it down. Before dawn on the 9th day of May, Li Longji left in a hurry. He entered the city through the back gate, changed his clothes and waited for the important courtiers to arrive for the meeting. Then he walked to his seat with light steps. He glanced around and smiled. The courtiers were speechless. Yao Chong and the others looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. What's wrong with His Majesty today? Did he pick up money? Who did he help Li Yi trick this time? What's the matter? Tell me about it. When you're done, I have a good news. Li Longji calmed down. Chapter 413. There weren't any major events today, so the topic revolved around the locust plague. The Ministry of Revenue said that there was no need to reduce the rent. There would be no problem there. Before winter, there would be a large number of chickens and ducks. Grain production was reduced and meat and eggs could be eaten. If there was still a locust plague next year, the Ministry of Appointments would be in charge of any place that wasn't dealt with properly. The Minister of Works, Wei Zhigu, mentioned that there were still too few well-digging teams. He requested that the Ministry of Works send people to find craftsmen to build the equipment first. The Craftsmen's Alliance sent people to direct the work in case the drought next year was too severe and affected the wheat production. The funds were naturally allocated to Li Longji's private savings. He had already agreed that he would pay for the well digging. Li Longji readily agreed. Give me the money. I have money. Spend it. If it's not enough, I'll audit how you spend it. After the officials finished talking, Li Longji hesitated for a moment and dismissed the court. He changed locations and looked for Yao Chong and the other 3 as well as Qin Shui, a minister of the Xinong Temple. Qin Shui was previously the county magistrate of Wanyan County. Later, he became the junior magistrate of the capital government. This time he was transferred to the Xinong Temple and was an upper 3rd-rank official. The functions of the Tang dynasty officials overlapped too much. It felt like any department could handle a matter. The result was that if there were benefits, all the departments that could handle it would do it. If there were problems, these departments would shirk responsibility. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of the warehouses, the Taichung Temple was in charge and so was the Xinong Temple. Li Longji asked someone to serve tea. He placed his hand on the edge of the teacup and asked with a smile, "Do you know what the yield per mu of the Tang dynasty is?" Yao Chong closed his eyes. "Your Majesty, it's different from place to place. You didn't say what to plant." "Well, you're right. It seems like you know about agriculture. Since that's the case, I order you to double the yield per mu of wheat or rice in Chang, and within 5 years. Li Longji made things difficult for Yao Chong. "You talk too much." "Fine, you know. You do it." Yao Chong took a deep breath and realized that he was wrong. He rolled his eyes and said, "I invite that place to be Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi." Oh, clang. Zhang Shua, who had just picked up the teacup and was blowing on it, spurted out a mouthful of tea. He hurriedly put the teacup down. "Ehe. Lu Huaishan chuckled. Wei Zhigu looked over with disdain, his gaze sweeping over Yao Chang's face. Qin Shui, ha! Li Longji laughed and said, good plan Yao Qin. But you don't have to choose there. Last year the Li family Zhuangzi's rice was 40% higher than the rice in other places in Chang'an, and the wheat was 30% higher. Your Majesty is right. Yao Chong brushed this matter aside. Last night I suddenly had an idea. If this year the Western Agriculture Temple does as planned and produces results, within 5 years the yield of rice or wheat per mu will double. Li Longji stopped joking and took out a book. Gao Lisher took it and placed it in Yao Chang's hands. Yao Chong looked at the first page and knew that it was Li Yi's calligraphy and drawing. Li Yi's style was like this. Li Yi's drawing was a sketch with perspective and shadows. It was like drawing a box with the edges gradually shrinking inwards, giving people a three-dimensional feeling. Yao Chong looked at it carefully, looking at the principles and steps of the hybridization. After he finished reading, he handed it to Zhang Shura. Yao Chong said, Your Majesty, how many times do we have to try this? There's a lot of land and a lot of people. We can always test it out. Farming won't delay, we just have to look at the flowering period. Li Longji picked up the teacup. When he chatted with Li Yi yesterday, Li Yi had said that this was a matter of luck. If you touched it, there was a chance of success. If you didn't, it would always be the same. Li Yi could take out a large number of magnifying glasses, and then it would depend on how much manpower there was to search. After Zhang Shua finished reading, he placed it in Lu Huaishan's hands. He said, This subject requests that we find seeds from all over the country and have the entire capital government plant them. We have to send more than 10,000 people to search. Lu Huaishan looked at it and gave it to Wei Zhigu. Li Longji looked at Lu Huaishan. Lu Huaishan said, If wheat and rice are placed together and the wind blows, they can pollinate each other. It is possible that large grains of rice and wheat will appear. We can use a sieve to sift through, and then plant the last batch of large ones to see if they can grow. Li can spend money to find people to shake briquettes, knead mud, pick tea leaves and cut wormwood. Your Majesty has so much money, it's time to benefit the people. Lu Huaishan thought of another seed that was affected by natural pollination. What if there was a good one? Using a sieve to sift through, the holes in the sieve gradually increased until only the large ones were left. As for whether the large ones were good, whether they could withstand drought, or whether they could repel insects, that was another matter altogether. It's like the imperial examinations, choosing the best from the worst. It's also like men and women with the same father but different mothers, the children will also be different. Wei Zhigu placed the book in front of Qin Shui. When Qin Shui heard the four people's words, he realized that he had to bear the final burden. Double in 5 years? What if he couldn't? He began to flip through the book and was immediately attracted by the ideas in it. They could even consider it like this? Who was so powerful? After he finished reading, he looked up. Your Majesty, this is Li Yi, Yao Chong said. Ah, no wonder. Qin Shui understood. How could he not know Li Yi in Chang'an? Now, many people who were also called Li Yi had changed their names. Otherwise the pressure would be too great. In all of Chang'an, when Li Yi was mentioned, it referred to the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Dongzhu by the Ba River. Now that he knew who it was, Qin Shui had a question. Why not try it in the Li family Zhuangzi? Lu Huaishan replied, The Li family Zhuangzi has too many secrets. They have too little land, so they raise crabs and toads. They also raised a lot of loaches this year. Although loaches can't be compared to eels, they are easy to raise. Ordinary people can raise them. Li Longji said something. When Li Yi cleaned up the river last year, they dug up loaches and raised them. Your Majesty, please order Zhuozong to transfer enough money and grain. Qin Shui understood that he couldn't go to the Li family Zhuangzi, so he made a request. No need for Zhuozong. I will give it to you. If there is high-yield grain, what's 1,000,000 taels of money? Li Longji waved his hand and said generously. 1,000,000 taels was something he didn't even dare to think about in the past, but now he directly said it. When Qin Shui heard this, he only thought that His Majesty was generous. Yao Chong said to him from the side, If His Majesty can really take out 1,000,000 taels, you don't need to spend much money. Just do your job well. Qin Shui's eyes widened as he looked at Li Longji in disbelief. Li Longji smiled reservedly. Money is just a worldly possession. You don't need to worry about it. Zhang Shua and the other three lowered their heads at the same time. They didn't want to say anything. His Majesty, before meeting Li Yi, would you dare to say the same thing? Damn it, there are salt wells and gold mines. You've already started mining the gold mines. Heaven on earth doesn't count, the night market doesn't count, and the health fees are all for your private army. Don't talk about 1,000,000 taels, even if you shouted out 10,000,000 taels, you wouldn't be able to take it out. You can also ask Li Yi where there are gold, silver and copper mines. Qin Shi not only didn't relax, but he also became more worried. His Majesty spent so much money, and it was even his own money, but he still couldn't find the dead male. Or maybe he found it, but the breeding wasn't done well and the grain production didn't increase. His own head, look, someone came up with a solution. The person who came up with the solution was Li Yi, who brought out countless useful tools. With money, His Majesty was willing to spend 1,000,000 taels. In the end, the thing didn't come out. Whose fault was it? I will go arrange it now. Qin Shi bowed, picked up the book and ran off. He had to hurry. Chapter 4:14. In the Honglu Temple, the Tubo people were waiting anxiously for the officials to contact Li Yi. The leader was called Buju. He imagined that the current situation was a battle between the Tubo and the Tang dynasty. He didn't know that the Tang dynasty didn't have time to deal with him. Li Yi alone was enough to deal with him. The ministers of the Tang dynasty were waiting for hybrid food, dealing with the plague of locusts and making other parts of the hot air balloon. Li Yi also didn't have time to deal with him. Li Yi wanted to spread his medical skills to the world. He also wanted to solve the problem of the Tang dynasty's financial income. What he had to face were the big ethnic groups and aristocratic families. If Li Yi couldn't deal with such a small matter, what else could he do? While waiting, Buju found that the sun was moving slowly. He came out and stood outside the imperial city facing the Vermilion Bird Avenue. He saw someone driving a carriage along the street. There were bundles of wormwood on the carriage. The driver took out a long bamboo tube from the carriage, pulled out the plug and poured water into it. After drinking, he rubbed his arm with a look of enjoyment. There was also an adult holding a child. The child had a bamboo hat made of reed on his head and was smiling happily. He didn't know what the adult was saying to the child. Seeing such a harmonious scene, Buju didn't feel happy at all. He compared the people in Chang and with the people in the capital of Tubo. Tubo's political center was Lessa, which was the Lessa of Li Yi's time. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, Li Yi's Shi, and was better developed than Lessa. The Chang, and that Buju saw had people begging for food in the spring and summer of last year. This year there were no beggars on the streets. They were all sent to the Grief Field Square. The Grief Field Square called the imperial physicians to treat the patients and gave them work. Li Yi, the Li family Zhuangzi. A Zhuangzi is leading the whole Chang and Li Yi should be dead. Bo Mao had already analyzed that all the changes were due to the young man, Li Yi, who had come to seek refuge with his relatives. In the end, all his relatives had died. Wuxia also knew that if Li Yi took out something that would benefit the people every once in a while, the gap between Tubo and the Tang dynasty would gradually widen. Although the blueprints of various farming tools had been sent back, Tubo would be able to manufacture them. However, how many people were there in Tubo? How many fields could be cultivated? How many people were there in the Tang dynasty? How many fields? As long as the people of the Tang dynasty had an extra 10% of their crops, the extra grain would be used for military purposes. In that case, the number of troops Tubo would face would increase many times over. It was said that Li Yi was very good at reading the weather. He had spent the whole last year preparing for the drought and the plague of locusts in the east of the Taihang Mountains. Under such circumstances, all kinds of good things could be taken out. Now that the plague of locusts was gone, his hands were free. Look, the hot air balloon is coming out, right? Give him a few years, no, a few months, and God knows what he could take out. Kill him, kill him. Under the sun, Wuxia was probably muddle-headed from the heat. His mouth kept muttering. At this time, the Turks were secretly contacting people from other tribes. One of them suspected that Tubo had the method of making hot air balloons. The other was that they were going to send their own people to see if they could sneak in. Fortunately, we stored a lot of ice last year. Otherwise, how could we afford to supply the farmers with ice? This winter we have to expand the ice cellar. Li Yi drank the cold noodle soup with ice stubble and sighed with emotion about the difficulties of summer. 4 palace maids and 4 eunuchs were also eating cold noodles at the table next to them. The bowl of cold noodles was bigger than a bowl. There was spiced beef, a lot of shredded cucumber, a boiled egg, bamboo shoot slices, sesame, coriander, and chili sauce. Li Yi's lifespan was longer, so he exchanged some chili. He felt uncomfortable if he didn't eat chili for a long time. Empress Wang was eating the same thing. Li Yi assured her that it was fine. She could eat and there was no problem with breastfeeding. However, these were the staple food and stir-fried dishes. It was fine if others didn't want to eat, but Empress Wang had to eat. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, steamed eggplant with minced meat, fried eggs with scallions, and 4 happiness meatballs made with fish. Empress Wang didn't have to eat stewed chicken every meal like ordinary rich people, or pig knuckles without salt to help milk. She hadn't finished her confinement period yet. Ordinary people started to raise chickens when their daughters-in-law were pregnant. They would save eggs a month before the baby was born. Then they would eat during her confinement period. It would be best if she could eat more than 10 eggs a day and gain weight. If it was in the palace, Empress Wang would also drink chicken soup and add some herbs. It didn't have to be stewed chicken with ginseng. The doctors of the Shangshi Bureau weren't stupid. If they gave her ginseng every day, they would be punished. Empress Wang watched other people give birth in the palace. She envied them for eating so much every day, even if they felt like vomiting when they ate. What she envied was not the food but the children. So what if they vomited? Only now did she realize that the food in the palace was a mess. Zhuangzi was still the best. She loved to eat every meal. Thinking about it, she laughed out loud. When Li Yi mentioned storing ice, he saw sister-in-law laughing. What did she mean? Sister-in-law, the cold noodles have to be chewed up. Noodles made with alkali are not easy to digest. This cold noodles don't have much nutrition other than being refreshing. Li Yi was afraid that when sister-in-law laughed, he would swallow it without chewing much. Ah, it's okay. Empress Wang quickly came back to her senses. At the Ba River Bridge outside, the people who rushed back at noon to exchange wormwood for a plate of incense were eating noodles with soy sauce. The paperboys who sold newspapers also ate together. After they sold the newspapers, they came back to give money and had a free lunch. This meal was noodles with a sauce made from eggs and duck eggs that wasn't very salty. The adults and children ate happily. As they ate, they talked about Li Dongzhu's benevolence. They were not fools. At a glance, they knew that there was not much sauce or salt in the sauce. The purpose was for everyone to eat like dishes. The noodles were also cold water. There was no limit. How much could the half-grown children and working adults eat in one meal? Of course they felt that they ate a lot, but there were people who could eat even more. The winged knights added up to 1,500 people. Other than familiarizing themselves with the hot air balloon, they spent the rest of their time training. In the evening, the new 1,000 people had to learn how to read and write. They also had a political class on how to be loyal to His Majesty. Time flew by and it was May 16th. Today was a joyous day. Empress Wang and Li Longji's son was 1 month old. He had successfully lived to be 1 month old. Many children in the Tang dynasty could not live to be 1 month old at this time. Then it was 1 year old. If he could still live to be 1 year old, the elders in the family would be relieved. Babies were the easiest to get sick. The doctors did not dare to use too much medicine. The child's digestive system could not stand it. Therefore, Li Yi asked the child to wear a ball if he wanted to go into the water. A child began to break through the gates of hell from the moment he was born. He broke through one gate after another and finally drowned. How big of a blow would it be to a family? The little guy still could not speak. He could only make sounds. When he heard others speak, he would be anxious and want to cry. The little guy only worked hard to learn when someone beside him kept talking. When a child speaks depends on 2 aspects. One is the degree of brain development, and the other is the degree of vocal cord development. There are 2 kinds of vocal cord development, passive and active. If the baby does not cry until his voice is damaged, then vocal cord development is active. If you want the baby to speak in advance, nutrition needs to follow. Usually, there must be someone to talk to the baby. It's best if it's simple words. The baby follows the sound and promotes vocal cord development. When the baby is tired, don't talk anymore. You should kiss and hug him. Li Yi continued to talk about the child's voice. Chapter 4:15. Li Longji and Empress Wang were listening attentively. In their knowledge, the earlier a child spoke, the smarter he would be. In fact, there was nothing wrong with that, but that little bit of foresight was useless. An 8-month-old child who could speak was different from a 2-year-old child's development in the future. At noon, they celebrated in Zhuangzi. Noble consort Lu and Li Dan insisted on attending, saying that their old age could increase the child's fortune. Li Longji and Empress Wang readily agreed and even let the 2 of them take turns to hold the child. Li Dan's tears came out when he held the child. He explained that when he saw the little guy, he remembered a lot of things. In fact, this was the legitimate son, the future crown prince. His abdication and Li Qingqi's abdication were in accordance with the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, how could the empress have such a cute child? Who would dare to say that the throne was flawed? This was not a child, but a banner of victory. Third brother, you also know that we are relatives of the imperial family. Now that we have a child, we have to put him in the register. When His Majesty heard about this, he insisted on having the people from the imperial court come over to take a look. It's all thanks to you that we are valued by His Majesty. In fact, I can take the child out, but once we leave Zhuangzi, I'm afraid something will happen to the child. Li Longji looked at his father holding the child and smiling, then turned to Li Yi and said, "Then let's go to Zhuangzi. When they are done I'll check again." Li Yi followed. Come midsummer. The place specially used to entertain people is full of flowers and green grass. I'll get someone to tell them to come over in the afternoon and have some fun at night. Brother Yi, you don't have to deal with them. Li Longji added. I really can't meet them. Otherwise they will all think that I'm very familiar with them. If they ask me for anything in the future, I'll agree and they will continue to ask. If I don't agree, they will think that I'm not a good person and want to deal with me. As Li Yi spoke, he explained the matter of interpersonal relationships. Yes, we can't meet them. Those people are too greedy. Li Longji nodded twice. Then he went to make arrangements. Didn't the Imperial Clan Temple want to see it? Get over here. Do you expect me to send my child to you? Dream on. What if you risk your lives and suddenly poison him? It's so far away. If I can't send him here in time, won't my son be gone? You have to be searched when you come here. No weapons are allowed. You can only watch from the baby carriage when you're watching. I'll stand guard. If any of you kick the baby carriage, the baby will be fine. You want to kick the child directly? Let's see if my reaction is fast enough. Li Longji had thought of everything. Everyone looked like bad guys to him. There was nothing he could do. Someone was already investing in his second son. Previously he had invested in his first son. His first son's face was scratched by a monkey while he was hunting, and the investment was gone. The people who had invested a lot of effort and capital did not go up, and the losses were huge. They had to be on guard against such a situation. At around 3:30 p.m., a large group of people came over. Before they came, they were strictly instructed not to say anything they shouldn't say. They were not allowed to look for Li Yi and Zhuangzi's people. The winged knights were in charge of delivering things to them. Li Longji's reason was that he was afraid that someone inside would do something bad. At the same time, 4 palace maids and 4 eunuchs came out to accompany Empress Wang. They were eating barbecue today. They didn't need to go back at night. Zhuangzi had an empty bungalow so they could stay there. Yao Chong and a few others mixed in with the crowd. They also wanted to see the child. A child who was just 1 month old was involved in the stability of the harem and the actions of countless foreign officials. When the child sneezed, a group of people's hearts would twitch. The little guy had just woken up and was crying. They fed him milk, changed his diaper and gave him some juice to drink. At this moment his face was calm. Everyone watched and didn't dare to make a sound. The winged knights were beside them. Who didn't understand the problem between the empress and the child? The 2 palace maids and 2 eunuchs stared at everyone, and their right hands were in their left sleeves. When everyone looked at the little guy felt people's shadows swaying around. He was probably happy. He made sounds from his mouth. Empress Wang stood beside him with a proud face. She couldn't wait to make a few sounds like an old hen that had just laid eggs. Look, this is my son. Is he good looking? He's not sick at all. How can he make sounds? Li Dan and noble consort Lu came together and watched. They didn't hide the fact that the 2 emperors appeared together in front of others. Li Longji was always very respectful to the 2 of them. It was not as natural as when there were no outsiders. One was his biological father, who had even given up his position. The other was his mother, who raised him. Your Majesty, this child is good looking. Yao Chong said beside Li Longji. He didn't want the child to be hurt. The Tang dynasty couldn't afford to suffer anymore. There were enemies outside. The people who came to watch didn't have any intention of making a move. If the investment failed, they could invest again. If they made a move and succeeded, it would have nothing to do with them. Their family would definitely die. If they failed, they would still die. Sanlang, does the child have a name? An elder of the Li family asked Li Longji. In the imperial court, they had to address him as Your Majesty. Today's situation was special, so they called him Sanlang. I wanted to name him Li Yi, but Brother Yi didn't agree. Now he only has a nickname, Sen. Li Longji directly called Li Yi as Brother Yi, in front of a group of people. This showed that he was protecting him. If he avoided this, he would become an enemy. He should recognize what he should, no matter what they thought. Good Senner is good. The elder didn't seem to hear anything else and directly expressed his opinion on the nickname. The others followed suit. Good. They knew who Brother Yi was. That young man was praised by the imperial astronomer. Words like, Lu Xing comes out, main star shines, guard the imperial palace, were all said. If the Lu Xing was not in the imperial palace, it was an ominous star. There must be a main star beside it to assist the main star. At this time the Lu Xing was an auxiliary star. Thinking about it carefully, there was nothing wrong with it. If His Majesty didn't come to be with Li Yi's talent, he could go somewhere else. Would the Tang dynasty be afraid of a hot air balloon? Lu Xing comes out from the east and guards the imperial palace. Wasn't Ba Shui just east of the imperial palace? That's right. The people of the imperial astronomer worked hard. It wasn't easy. But others believed it. When they compared the facts, it all matched. Li Yi came to Ba Shui and followed His Majesty. Was it a coincidence? Then he took all kinds of good things out and didn't ask for anything in return. This was because the Lu Xing was like this. San Lang, when will Santa return to the imperial palace? Another elder asked. I'm relieved to leave him with Brother Yi. When he grows older, Brother Yi can teach him all kinds of knowledge. Li Longji said, I, indicating that he couldn't change what he said. Not only did the others not frown, but they also breathed a sigh of relief. Li Dan looked at them from the side and wanted to laugh. He knew what these people wanted to do. If the child didn't go back, there would naturally be no danger. Then they could invest boldly. Li Yi was a divine doctor. When the child was sick, he directly cured it. He could treat such a serious lung disease. When the intestine was full of death, he could still treat it. What a good young man. Yes, leave the baby on Zhuangzi. We won't have to worry in the future. Chapter 4:16. The child did not cry or make a fuss. He was not stupid. When the figure swayed, the child's eyes would move and he could make sounds. This meant that he was very healthy. With the godly doctor beside him, it was indeed different. When he was born, he was only 2.5 kilograms. Looking at his growth now, he was white and chubby in a month. Empress Wang bowed to everyone and personally pushed the child away. The 2 palace maids and 2 eunuchs did not move. They wanted to stay and listen to orders. If there was anything they needed, they could go get it. There was no need to call the landlord over. A team of Yulin flying cavalry accompanied Empress Wang to leave. Even now they were still worried. The winged knights did not stop until they left this place. There was no need for them. There were surveillance cameras. They knew where the surveillance cameras were and could see them. There was nothing they could do even if they saw them. There were no blind spots in the surveillance cameras. If they rushed over and blocked the camera, the surveillance cameras would not be able to see them. But why did the screen turn black? The people in Zhuangzi's surveillance room would not be lazy. Moreover, if there was a sudden change in the surveillance cameras, there would be an alarm. After Empress Wang left with the child, the others were completely relaxed. Only then did they look at the place. This place was built by Li Yi to imitate the gardens in Suzhou. There was a scenery with every step. At the same time, there was a place for people to stand. Under the trickling water, they could see the sand and stones below and the small fish. Good place. I should learn to build one at my place and then spend every day here to comprehend. Someone felt that this place was good. Li Longji did not want to bother. Was this place good? Of course it was good. But his brother Yi did not come over at all. Brother Yi always went to the fields to grow mushrooms and fungus. He planted other plants in the greenhouses, workshops, classrooms, and kitchens. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, Brother Yi could design, but he would not linger. When everyone ate, they realized that the Li family Zhuangzi had so many types of seasonings. There were even more than heavenly earth. There was a sign in front of the seasonings with the name written on it. There was beef mince, mutton sauce, sesame oil, sesame oil, sesame oil, sesame oil, pepper oil, mustard, garlic juice, ginger juice, soy sauce, aged vinegar, onion oil, chives, fermented bean curd, big rice water. Outsiders felt that Chang An's heavenly earth food was the best in the world. Chang An's heavenly earth was only part of the delicacies. Today he finally confirmed that there was no mistake. Do you need so much seasoning for a barbecue? Li Longji and Li Qingqi skillfully roasted meat and vegetables for Li Dan and noble consort Lu. Li Qingyi, Li Longfan, Li Longye, and Li Sholi were beside him. The people from the 5th prince's residence were all present. The 4 of them were now helping to manage the Workers' Alliance and the Yi Alliance. They really wanted to come over and eat with Li Yi in the cafeteria, but it was not allowed. They had never interacted with Li Yi before, so they didn't know what to say. What if they said something wrong? Uncle, quick, give me a lamb chop. Empress Wang pushed the child to Li Yi. Zhuangzi also had a barbecue tonight to celebrate Li Yi's 3rd sister-in-law's baby's 1-month-old birthday. The barbecue was just a formality. It was not that Zhuangzi lacked meat to eat. The kids in Zhuangzi liked this kind of atmosphere. They didn't care about what they ate, they just liked it when there were more people around. Guizi was not far from Empress Wang before, so he came over now. He didn't bring a bow and arrows. He had never used a crossbow. even though his crossbow was very accurate and could be loaded quickly. However, compared to a bow, a crossbow's loading speed was much slower. He used a strong bow, and the range was not shorter than a normal crossbow. At this moment he had a row of small pockets around his waist. There were tassels on the outside of the pockets. "Dongzhu, I'll eat with you," he said generously. "Eat." Li didn't care. He picked up 2 skewers of cooked lamb and placed them on the barbecue. Eunuch Huang Bai stepped on the fan, afraid that the smoke would suffocate the baby. Palace maid Bai He moved a chair to sit beside the baby carriage. She put her hand on the baby's head and shook it from time to time. Li saw this and motioned for Guizi to help turn over the barbecue. He ran to the music courtyard and took the loudspeaker that could record music. He went to the piano and played a song in the high notes. Then he played a normal song and returned to the barbecue area with the loudspeaker. He turned on the switch and the high notes came out like a music box, tinkling and clanging. If people at that time heard it, they would definitely sing along. "I've never forgotten you in the sunset, stepping on the green grass, the sunset in my heart, always a little sad, you're not in my dreams." The little guy's eyes, which had been moving slowly with Bai's hand, stopped moving. His little mouth was slightly open as he listened quietly. When the song ended, it was followed by Li Yi's Bandri's childhood. As soon as the song came out, the baby's mouth opened wider and his tongue stuck out. The main melody of Bandri's childhood was actually played by a string instrument. Li couldn't play the violin and the piano at the same time. He could only go directly to the piano and step on the delay, which was the right pedal. Hearing the sound and looking at the little guy's appearance, Empress Wang and Guizi were silent. Guizi gave Li Yi a thumbs up. He had heard the sound of the piano in Zhuangzi. Everyone from Nankou was learning and making a song at the same time. Li Yi must have used this loudspeaker to record the 2 songs he played when he went out just now. If it were any other scholar, they would definitely find someone to show off their talent in poetry and their ability to use musical instruments every day. When it came to Li Yi, he just used it when he needed it. In daily life, he never fiddled with musical instruments, nor did he talk about poetry with others. When he was free, he would copy medical books or research something and send it to the workshop. If anyone was not feeling well, they could find Dongzhu to take a look and he would check. Guizi finally understood why the 3,000 winged knights were so obedient to Li Yi and felt at ease following Li Yi. The 3 of them ate quietly. The music played back and forth and the baby still liked it. Li Yi roasted a skewer and handed it to the palace maids and eunuchs next to him. No one was left out. He didn't do it deliberately, he was used to it. This way he wouldn't offend anyone and wouldn't attract jealousy. The reason why the Li family Zhuangzi was so warm was because of Li Yi's personality. He treated his own people casually, but to his enemies, everyone ate and the music kept repeating. After a while, Bai He gestured that the baby was asleep. Li Yi went over to lower the volume of the loudspeaker, but he didn't stop. He motioned for Bai He to push the cart to the side. When the cart was 5 steps away, Li Yi spoke. "Children are the most sensitive to sound. The human body is a generator and will resonate with other sounds. For example, if you listen to drums for a long time, your heart will beat in the same rhythm as the drums, so music can sometimes be a weapon. From the sound of the music to the lyrics of the music. If you play it well, you can achieve your goal on the battlefield." Li Yi explained the relationship between sound and the human body. "Attack the heart and be surrounded by songs," Empress Wang said directly. She came from a family of generals. Guizi nodded in agreement. That's right. Songs and lyrics were indeed useful on the battlefield at certain times. So I have a song that might be useful when dealing with the Turkic steppe tribes. It will make them miss their hometown and break their fighting spirit. Li Yi continued. Chapter 417. The people from the Zongjing temple ate and drank to their heart's content. For them, the foundation of the Tang dynasty was set. They should let go of other investment areas. Li Longji's brothers did not drink much. They were afraid of problems. Now Li Longji's son was everyone's hope. There was no need to make a fuss anymore. There were also fewer people who came to hint at the crown prince and dethroning the empress. Li Dan did not control himself. He drank himself, sip by sip. Noble consort Lu accompanied him. She was ready to bring her husband back to the courtyard when he drank too much. One child, just one child. Li Dan put down the wine cup and looked up at the sky. The moon in the sky was very round. It was the 16th moon. It was not yet midnight. It was still rising slowly in the east. The 15th moon was in the middle of the night. The 16th moon was a little later. The stars in the sky were very dark. The surrounding lanterns were warm. Li Dan's mood was like the gradually rising moon, bright and cold. Imperial concubine Dolu understood and said, "That's right. If we put that child on the scale, how long would the pole be? How heavy should the weight be? How is Wu Jiu? Li Dan's eyes narrowed. He did not look like he drank a lot. Li is there. San Lang comes back every night. Recently he has only been there twice. Imperial concubine Dolu's infiltration of the harem is also very deep. Wu Ziqian dethroned Wang Liwu and ruined the Li family's business. Yurong also did not have a child. Could Wu Jiu be another Wu Ziqian? Fortunately she met Li Yi. Li Yi's medical knowledge is amazing. He gave her such a child. Otherwise, when Li Dan talked about Wu Ziqian he was not respectful at all. He saw that Li Ji, who was Tang Gaozong, had an empress with the surname Wang. She did not have a child. Then she was schemed against by Wu Ziqian. She was dethroned and died. The current empress Wang Yurong also did not have a child. Then Wu Jiu, a relative of Wu Ziqian, tried to please her son Li Longji. Without an empress it had always been a taboo. If things went wrong Wu Jiu might end up like Wu Ziqian. That was close. Li Yi, that child was too amazing. After taking the medicine Yurong had a child and it was a boy. Li Dan sighed ruefully. She understood. What he did not know was that history was repeating itself. Wang Yurong Empress Wang was crippled. However, Wu Jiu did not become the empress. She was only a concubine. At the same time she was unlucky. Her child died early and she also died early. And her child was named Li Yi. Therefore no matter what Li Yi said he wouldn't let Li Longji name the child Li Yi. The story of the Black Tortoise Gate was repeating itself. The matter of Empress Wang being crippled and the martial arts being favored was repeating itself. It seemed that the Li royal family had entered a cycle of curses. Li didn't know what happened afterwards. What she did know was that Li Yi helped Empress Wang with her riveting. Don't worry. Xiao Yi doesn't like San Lang bringing other women over. Yurong has a child again. No matter how good that Wu person is at scheming, she can't possibly scheme against Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi isn't the kind of person who won't change hands after suffering a loss. As long as that Wu person dares to touch Xiao Yi will definitely launch a series of attacks. Noble consort Lu thought it through. Li Yi's counterattack was very sharp. She already knew about Li Yi's backup plan against the foreigners who wanted to trick Li Yi into buying a large number of newspapers. She felt that the most interesting thing was that Li Yi did not take out his true backup plan. The Tubo people ran into one first and were tricked. Then his backup plan could be tricked again. It was the same for those who spread rumors in Lantian County. They had all been dug. In the end, San Lang was too anxious and sent Yao Chong out. Those people hadn't really fallen into the trap yet. Haha. Li Dan laughed. He also felt that Li Yi was interesting. The main thing was that he had the ability to harm people. At the same time, Li Min's abilities were also one after another. Li Longji's brothers listened from the side and didn't make a sound. Their father was right, there was nothing wrong with it. Especially Li Longji. He felt helpless. He didn't do anything. Why was he being restricted? It seemed that Wu Jiu should just be left there. No, he had to get someone to watch over her. She even said that she wanted to come and take a look. Absolutely not. If she secretly did something to make Brother Yi unhappy, what should he do? Li Longji thought about it and decided to give the Winged Knights an absolute order. Other than himself, Empress Wang and Li Yi, no one else could dispatch them. Oh, Gao Li sure could, but he needed his own warrant. As for the Chenyo guards, they were unreliable. Li Longji was not so infatuated with Wu Jiu. He knew that Wu Jiu had many tricks up her sleeve and wanted to subdue her. Unfortunately, Empress Wang had never had a child. She was under too much pressure in all aspects. He made another son the crown prince. After that, he wanted to use Wu Jiu's schemes to get rid of the others. Empress Wang was the first unlucky one. He didn't kill Empress Wang like Li Ji. Empress Wang was the one who suffered and died. From then on he actually changed. He didn't think about Empress Wang. Otherwise, he should have given her an explanation. He didn't dare. Whenever he thought of Empress Wang he was afraid. After that, Wu Jiu became Wu Huifei. Indeed, she helped to get rid of many people. Unfortunately, she also died. The Empress was forced to death by himself. Or rather, by others. He took revenge for himself. He used Wu Huifei's methods to avenge Empress Wang. Wu Huifei was also dead. Then he could indulge. There was a beautiful woman surnamed Yang. Li Longji himself didn't know. If Li didn't come over. His life began to walk down a path when Empress Wang was made the Empress Dowager and had no children. Even when he was in such a sorry state in his later years, he didn't dare to talk about Empress Wang. Fortunately, Li Longji wasn't like that now. He only liked Wu Jiu. She was beautiful and sensible. She was just like that. She didn't have the heroic appearance of Empress Wang after she had a child. Li Longji found that Empress Wang was even more beautiful after she had a child. She was like a child, delicate and naive all day long. But he knew that in a situation, this delicate and naive woman could get on a horse and fight with a lance. Moreover, her bow and arrow were very accurate. If this girl practiced more, she might be able to compete with Guizi in horseback archery. Because when people in the harem kicked shuttlecock, they stood on the ground and kicked. She gave people the feeling that she was flying in the sky and kicking. Her posture was very relaxed. Li Longji smiled as he thought about it. Wild geese in the sky line up in pairs. The river is long, the autumn grass is yellow, the zither on the grassland is sad. While they were eating and plotting, a song sung by many men in low voices drifted over to them. Immediately after, the sound of a horse head zither sounded with a hint of desolation. The sky is vast, where do the geese go? In the heart is the hometown in the north. The low voice continued. Everyone stopped. As they listened, they felt a sense of sorrow. On the other side, the child had already fallen asleep. Even though many men were singing together and there were many women accompanying them, the baby didn't wake up. This was because Li Yi didn't have a high voice when he taught, nor did he show off his skills. The non-commissioned officer sang at 60 beats per minute. His voice was low. The tempo of this song was actually the same as that of a lullaby. It was 58 to 62 beats per minute. Children's hearts beat fast, but it didn't mean that they had to accept the same beat. When adults slept, their heartbeats were about 60 beats per minute. When children were in their mother's belly, they received this kind of heartbeat. When the low voice sounded, the baby, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, relaxed his expression. Chapter 4:18. Everyone in the garden stopped what they were doing when the first song, "Drink up the wine, fill it up again, tonight we won't return until we're drunk." Li Longji frowned. Li Qingqi took a deep breath. This song will wear down the soldiers' fighting spirit. It's a song that will defeat the enemy. How can Brother Yi teach the winged knights this song? Wild geese in the sky line up. The second song was repeated. Compared to the first time, the non-commissioned officers sang more passionately and emotionally. Li Longji waved at Fan Fan, who was standing not far away, and pointed at Fan Fan. Fan Fan left. After a while he came back and went to Li Longji. He bowed and said, when Dongzhu was talking to the Empress and Elder Gua, he somehow talked about being besieged on all sides. Fan Fan said one sentence and everyone around him understood. Li Longji chuckled, so this song is sung for the Turks. Good song, good lyrics. Li Qingqi listened to the sound again. I've never heard of this zither before. It seems to be more vigorous than the shi zither. Fan Fan answered, Dongzhu ordered someone to make it. He said that the resonance box is bigger and it was transformed from the shi zither. There is a horse head carved on the zither. The horse head is curved and suitable for hanging. Dongzhu called it the horse head zither. Go and ask if there are more? Li Qingqi was interested. Get another hujia, Li Longji said. Fan Fan left again and soon came back with a horse head zither and a hujia. Li Qingqi took the horse head zither and looked at it first. He touched it and played a few times on the strings. He waited for the bow to be knocked and gently pulled to find the sound. Then he nodded to Li Longji. Li Longji put the hujia to his mouth. The two of them played almost at the same time and just happened to follow the rhythm of the song. When the hujia and the dongzhao's low sound came out, the song of the wild geese sounded even more sorrowful. The other kings were singing in low voices, giving people the impression that they were about to cry. After they finished singing, Li Dan laughed, "Ha, good song. Since we are mainly defending against the Turks, why don't we get the soldiers to sing over there? Many people in Tubo will also like it," noble consort Lu said. Little brother Yi is indeed talented. There should be more of such good songs in the pear garden. Li Longji wanted to expand the scale. He specially sent some people to study what kind of song was suitable to wear down the fighting spirit of the Tubo and Turks. Send it to Chang'an first, Li Qingqi suggested. That night, a large group of people moved into the bungalow. Fortunately, the bedding was new. After they finished using it, they could take it with them the next day. On the 17th of May, a large group of people left. Li Dan and the other two also left. Their child was 1 month old, so they wanted to return to the palace. The teams delivering newspapers to the 20 counties set out before dawn. As soon as the city gate of Chang'an opened, the teams delivering newspapers to Chang'an went in. The children waited in different places until the newspaper trucks arrived. They loaded the newspapers, took 2 steamed buns, ate them quickly, drank some water, and began to sell the newspapers. A large pile of newspapers was directly pulled to the place rented by the foreigners. The leader of Tubo, Wuxia, was still waiting. The agreed half a month was still waiting. 10 days had passed since the 7th of May, and there were only 5 days left. He felt that every day was passing very slowly. He was worried that someone in Li family Zhuangzi's reference room would notice that something was missing. At that time, Li Yi would not sell alcohol to him no matter what. Hurry up. Don't be so expensive. Otherwise we can't afford it, Wuxia muttered as he went outside and retched a few times. The newspapers had been moved to the rented courtyard, but the smell of ink still floated in the Honglu temple. What he did not know was that the foreigners had organized their men under the urging of a big Turk tribe. These people were going to sneak in and steal good things. They put the skill of stealing hot air balloons first. The skill of stealing gunpowder second. The skill of stealing other skills third. If there was a chance they could capture Li Yi. Their strongholds outside the city were all operating. Now they were waiting for the moon to disappear. That night in Pyongkong Square. Swan Goose the sky. Nanka Sinyan and the others came back, and they even brought back a piano. They had finished learning the Symphony of Butterflies and now they were practicing. Li Yi had suffered a lot when he was learning to play the piano. If it was everyone, the speed of improvement would be faster. It was estimated that after practicing for another half a month, they would be able to play butterflies with other instruments. In the middle of the night, a person from a small tribe who went to Pyongkong Square to drink came back dizzy. He hummed the Swan Goose as he walked, and as he sang, tears flowed down his face. After entering the Honglu temple, it did not take long for more people to start singing. Wuxia, who was lying down and could not sleep, finally fell asleep, but he was awakened by the singing. He listened carefully. At first he felt that it was nice. He could not remember the words, but he could hum along with the song. After he had snorted twice, he sat up abruptly and broke out in a cold sweat. No, this kind of song can't be sung. Swan Goose, returned to the north with my thoughts. If the Turkic and Tubo border soldiers heard this, how can they fight against the Tang dynasty's army? After saying that, Wuxia put on his clothes and ran out. He went to a courtyard where the sound came from. When he went in, many people were not afraid of mosquito bites. They were playing the huqin, playing the hujia and singing. Wuxia grabbed the arm of a Turkic. Leiwan, where did you learn this song? It's from Feng Dali, who came to Pyongkong Square. Everyone in Pyongkong Square is singing. Li family Zhuangzi's Li Yi wrote this song. The song is very nice. Li Yi is quite capable. Leiwan smiled and praised Li Yi. Wuxia's scalp went numb. He nodded blankly. Yes, he's quite capable. Li Yi, Li Yi, Li Yi. He shouted Li Yi louder and louder each time. After shouting 3 times, he slapped his thigh. Li Yi, why did you write such a song? After Wuxia said that, the surroundings gradually quieted down. He shouted, if this song is spread among the troops guarding the border, think about it. If everyone sings it at night, the Tang army will attack at night. Can we still fight? Can we? It's just a song. Someone muttered. It's fine in normal times. But when the war is in a stalemate, the more time passes, the more this song will wear down our fighting spirit. Siege of Gaoxia. There's nothing we can do even if we know. Don't the Tang dynasty have songs of thought? The Tang army can also fight. We have them too. Why should we be afraid of a song? Yes, we have a lot of songs with similar meanings. Everyone started talking. Wuxia shook his head and turned to go back. He realized that these envoys were simple-minded. Was this a problem with a song? This was clearly Li Yi thinking about how to solve the war from all aspects. He made the hot air balloon and specially composed a song. It could be said that Li Yi was deliberately trying to provide comprehensive support for the war between the Tang dynasty, Tubo, and the Turks. Now it was gunpowder, hot air balloon, and songs. What else would come next? He thought and went back to his room to lie down. He couldn't sleep again. Recently, he had been suffering from insomnia. The courtyard where he sang just now was very quiet. Everyone said that it didn't matter, but they were still very afraid. They could guess that soon their language version of Hongyan would appear and spread to all the tribes at the same time. So, it's just a song, but it feels like a war. Someone said in a bad mood. It's been like this since the hot air balloon took off. The person next to him knew the reason. With the appearance of new weapons, everyone was afraid before they found a solution. Chapter 419. Henan Province, Jianghu City, Xinjiang County. It was a beautiful place with flowers, grass, ponds, and pavilions. Li Riji, who had been ill some time ago, was in good health. He was drinking green tea. Baigu was sitting opposite him. The tea was brought by Baigu. The Li family Zhuangzi asked someone to bring it to Henan Province by water. You should leave now. Are you waiting for Her Majesty to send someone to invite you back? Bai Gu drank tea and looked at the surrounding scenery. I've already retired. How can I face others? My heart belongs to the countryside. Li Riji put down the tea. If Her Majesty didn't send someone in time, you would have died of illness. When you heard that Her Majesty wanted to invite you back, you recovered. How can you say that your heart belongs to the countryside? Bai Gu expressed his disdain. Li Riji was sick before. Then, someone from the palace said that the imperial court had an important task to invite Li Riji back. The next day, Li Riji didn't need anyone to feed him. Today he didn't look sick at all. Thank you for your blessing, Your Majesty. Li Riji cupped his hands in the direction of Chang. He looked at the teacup and shook his head. Do you know who persuaded Her Majesty to invite you back? Bai Gu started a new topic. Who? Li Riji was interested. Your family raised a lot of chickens and ducks this year. I heard that you encouraged your family to raise more to prevent the locust plague. Bai Gu talked about something else. Li Riji thought of someone. He knew Li. He came from Chang and to deliver chickens, ducks and pigs to Hunan province. He went to the mountains west of Luoyang and used eggs to exchange for locusts. He also recruited workers to build the mountain. After that, he exchanged for chickens and ducks to let the people see how fast the pigs grew. The people learned from him. The locusts around Luoyang were treasures. When the news spread to Jianghu, the people did as they were told. Even he, who didn't own any property, raised a lot of chickens and ducks. He also built a fire bed to hatch the chickens and ducks. In his mind, Li Yi had single-handedly suppressed the locust plague in a large area. This old man is going back this year. Li Yi's Zhuangzi said that it's not bad. When the time comes, Li Yi will give me dental implants first. Don't you want to take a look? Bai Gu didn't deny it. He talked about his return, Li Yi and Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi left behind 100 people on the mountain. The commoners interacted with them and learned many things about the Li family Zhuangzi. What the commoners of Luoyang received was the real situation. It became the Li family Zhuangzi. Floating clouds curled up, multicolored light filled the sky, and a faint immortal language could be heard. Li Riji picked up the teacup again and drank mouthful after mouthful. All right, I'll go and see what's so special about that young man. He put down his teacup and said, set off as soon as possible. Her Majesty is waiting. Bai Gu urged and left. He deliberately came over from Hunan to persuade him to go back quickly. He still had political affairs to deal with. He was delayed for 2 days. If he went back, it would be another 2 days. Li Riji found his wife and prepared to go to Chang and by water. After he was removed from the position of governor, he was disheartened and resigned. His children were waiting for him to become an official, but it was all over. Without his salary, he could only go back to his hometown. When he returned to his hometown, he repaired his garden and allowed other young students to come over and ask for advice. If there were good ones, he would recommend them to the government. He did have a backbone. He had once refused the order to beat someone to death with a cane. However, he didn't care about his family. He never discussed anything with his wife. He was a male chauvinist and didn't think about his children. It was the same now. When he said he was leaving, he told his wife and his wife arranged it. His children were happy. They were going to Chang and again and they had an official. Jiangnan East Road, Hangzhou. Lu Youqiu was dealing with government affairs in the provincial government office. He looked gloomy and sullen. He wanted to be an official and a prime minister. It wasn't easy for him to become a prime minister, but a few days later he was gone. He was also demoted to be the provincial governor of Hangzhou. He should be the prime minister again. After dealing with one matter, he picked up another book. Provincial governor, someone from Chang and is here. A small official ran in. Ah, someone from Chang'an? Lu Youqiu sat up straight, looking panicked. He had heard that he was going to be transferred to Qinzhou. Qinzhou was not as good as Hangzhou. If he really went there, when could he return to the capital? His life was probably over. It's a yellow door, the small official added. Yellow door. Lu Youqiu was surprised. It should be someone from Ziwei province with a document from the Ministry of Personnel. Quick, invite him in, Lu Youqiu, who couldn't figure it out, ordered. Not long after, a eunuch came in. Congratulations, Scout Lu. I'm here to congratulate you. The moment the yellow door saw Lu Youqiu, he cupped his hands and congratulated him. Scout? What's that? Lu Youqiu was confused. He knew about inspectors and patrols, but what was the rank of a scout? It's an officer of the 1st Patrol Regiment of the Tang dynasty. There's an additional department which is full of scouts. They can investigate the problems of the officials alone. Not only the officials in the capital, but also the local officials can investigate. They can investigate wherever they want. They can send people or bring people there personally. When they find the officials with problems, they can report to His Majesty. The official rank is a third-rank official with a real title. They have a lot of power. The winged knights can borrow them. The yellow door introduced with a happy face. Lu Yochio was even more confused. A new department was established in the Tang dynasty. There were supervising officers stationed in the local area and patrolling officers occasionally sent out. Why did he establish another department? Why did he need so many departments? He needed people to do things. Who's in the 1st Patrol Regiment? Lu Yochio asked. There are only 2 now, Scout Lu and Scout Li Riji. His Majesty is looking for them. There will be more in the future. The yellow door's voice was much lower when he talked about this. What about the censorate? Lu Yochio still had questions. He knew who Li Riji was. He resigned after his power was taken away. Both sides were familiar with each other. The censorate finds things and reports them in the imperial court. You're different. You find things and report them to His Majesty secretly, the yellow door explained. Sometimes the censorate also reports to His Majesty alone, Lu Yochio argued. The censorate doesn't have people. You have people. A group of subordinates helps you collect evidence. Scout Lu, get ready. The new provincial governor of Hangzhou is coming. The yellow door gave a different answer. It was difficult for the people of the censorate to collect evidence by themselves. They were handed to them by others. Lu Yochio went to find his family in a daze and prepared to leave for Chang'an. He didn't need to care about the handover of government affairs. Li didn't get the news that the 2 of them were going to Chang'an. He watched people seal the alcohol in Zhuangzi. He didn't have a plastic bucket and it couldn't be a glass bottle. Like ordinary wine jars, he poured the alcohol in. As for whether the alcohol would permeate and evaporate, it was not up to him. After the alcohol was poured in, the mouth of the jar was covered with a layer of oil paper, then the lid, wax seal and mud seal. Of course, the alcohol he sold to Tubo was 85%. It was not pure enough. The reason why it was not 80% was that it could be used as medical alcohol if the alcohol was low enough. If Tubo people found out, what would they do if it was used in battlefield medicine? In the future, the soldiers of the Tang dynasty would use alcohol with 75% alcohol. It had a good sterilization effect on external injuries. If Tubo people found out and learned it, wouldn't he be helping the enemy? If Tubo people found out and added water, then so be it. If the water was not clean, it would get infected faster. Chapter 420. Let's eat cherry cakes. Let's eat cherry cakes. The children in Zhuangzi shouted as they went to get cherry cakes. Li didn't plant any cherries in Zhuangzi. There were many in the imperial plantation in the north. Wang Xing asked someone to pick them and send them to the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi asked someone to push the fruit out, and the remaining fruit juice was put into a box. After a while it would become jelly. The box was soaked in well water. It tasted sweet and sour. Wang Xing followed and watched the children eat. He sighed. Cherries ripen early in the north. It's a pity that they are hard to preserve. They can be made into preserved and dried fruits. Li didn't want to eat cherries. Cherries were small and couldn't be made into dried cherries. When he was young he ate them with the pits. Later on there were big cherries. In order to make them look more noble, cherry sellers insisted on calling them cherries. Just like the big red apples in California, apples weren't called apples but snake fruits. China's cherries were small and hard to eat. Move the cherry trees to the greenhouse. We might be able to eat cherries in the winter. Wang Xing thought of out-of-season vegetables. Yes, we need more light. We can use light bulbs, candles, or oil lamps. We need to ventilate the greenhouse. Li Yi decided to use light bulbs this year. He didn't want to sell them to others. Glass was very expensive. He sold a few previously but they were burnt. Those people didn't bring them back to replace them. They only left a glass bulb. This year we will plant cherries in the big greenhouse. The imperial plantation will also plant cherries. How many months will it take to transplant them? Wang Xing decided to do something big. Spring is the best. Li said and suddenly laughed. The imperial plantation has a lot of cherry trees. Can't you just put the greenhouse on top of them? Li Yi found that it was better to control the greenhouse than to transplant the cherries. Wang Xing clapped his hands. That's right. Build a greenhouse around the cherry trees. Then fertilize them and take care of them. You give me the light bulbs. If they break we can replace them. I will prepare the materials and manpower to generate electricity. When there are cherries in the winter I will give you some. The imperial plantation will give priority to the palace. There's no shortage of cherry trees in the palace. You can also build a greenhouse. Give me the ones in the imperial plantation, and I'll provide the light bulbs in the palace. Li Yi changed his approach. Alright, I'll do it. Wang Xing thought it was feasible. This year there will be 20 counties. In each county I will erect 5 mu of greenhouses for the people to see. Last year only 3 places had greenhouses. The people did not see them with their own eyes, so they did not dare to invest money in manpower. Give them an example. Only when they realize that they can make money will they be willing to follow suit. Li Yi talked about his arrangements. There were students in all 20 counties, so it would be easier to take care of them. Some rich families have already made preparations. The merchants are very daring. This year when the lychees come down you can eat dried lychees. When Wang Xing said that someone wanted to learn from him, he changed the topic and started to crave for lychees. They had lychees now, but unfortunately they couldn't deliver them. Looking back at Chang, and the embroidery piles are piled up, and the thousands of gates on the mountaintop open one after another. Riding in the red dust, the concubine smiles, no one knows it's lychee. Li Yi recited. Brother Yi, what are you talking about? Wang Xing knew how to write lychees and deliver them to the Chang'an palace. Who is the concubine? Nothing. I suddenly remembered how to preserve the cherries and lychees. I want to make them into canned food. Li Yi found a way to preserve them. Canned food? Wang Xing repeated. Put the meat and flour, add salt and distilled yeast in a jar and seal it. Then put it under the sun for 14 days. When it comes out it will be canned meat paste. It's written in the Qiming Qi technique. Li Yi said. The Qiming Qi technique also had a method to make AO meat. Put the meat in a pot, add seasoning and water and cover it. Put it on the fire to cook. When the meat is cooked, the water will run out. It can be preserved for a while. Wang Xing could only nod. He couldn't memorize the Qiming Qi technique. I want to make porcelain. The mouth of the bottle should be small so that it can be used to plug the cork. When it's done, put the cherries in, add sugar and water, and steam them in a pot. When it's almost done, immediately plug the cork. Then seal it with wax or oil paper and mud. It can be preserved for a long time. But the jar and cork have to be steamed first to sterilize it. Li Yi decided to make canned food. He didn't use glass bottles but porcelain. He would sell it to Heavenly Earth in his Zhuangzi. Lychees and longan are also fine. Can this method be passed down? Collect the lychees locally. When the longan ripens, do the same. Wang Xing was still thinking about the lychees. Even if he couldn't eat the fresh ones, he could eat a canned one. But if it's stored for a short period of time, eat it when it's sent from there. Use a bamboo container. Li Yi gave another idea. The bamboo container wasn't sealed well enough. It would seep in slowly. Li Yi wrote down the process and gave a copy to Wang Xing. He asked him to find the higher-ups. He went to the workshop, the ceramic workshop, and gave the blueprint. The people in the workshop began to make blanks and prepare to burn porcelain. Wang Xing hurried back to the palace. He didn't look for Gao Lishu but Yang Xishu. Yang Xishu didn't care about him. He avoided Yang Xishu because he wanted to create conflict between Yang Xishu and Gao Lishu. Yang Xishu took the item and thought about it. He quickly sent it to Li Longji. The 3 prime ministers were present. Yang Xishu glanced at Gao Lishu. He passed the item to him. The Li family Zhuangzi came up with a new way to preserve steamed fruits. After giving and speaking, he returned to his place. Yao Chong and the other 2 looked at the item in Gao Lishu's hand at the same time. They also looked at Li Longji. Let's show it to you first. Li Longji wasn't in a hurry. Gao Lishu sent it over. The 3 of them gathered together. The steps were simple. Make a porcelain with a big belly and a small mouth, prepare the cork and prepare the fruit to be put in. Steam the porcelain and cork in a large pot. At the same time deal with the fruit. Clean it and remove the core. Then put the fruit in. It's best to add boiling water and sugar. If there's no other sugar, the fruit sugar can be boiled and put in. Continue to steam. After boiling, steam for another 15 minutes. Then open the lid and stuff the cork in as fast as possible. The outside is sealed again. It was written, according to this method, the fruit can be preserved for at least 6 months, or at most a few years. The meat can also be made according to this method. The 3 of them passed the paper to Li Longji. After Li Longji finished reading, Zhang Shua said, it can be given to the soldiers at the front lines. Wouldn't it be better for the soldiers at the front lines to send dried fruits? Yao Chong, the crepe myrtle commandant and minister of war, spoke up. Exactly. Lu Huaishan supported Yao Chong. If baggage can transport jars, why not send more food and dried meat? Li Longji thought for a moment. It's to eat relatively fresh fruit. Brother Yi has a method to make dried meat. Dried meat is a good thing. It's even better than dried meat. Can be preserved for a long time and is easy to eat. It's easy to eat dried and chewed. It tastes good when cooked with rice. It can even be thrown into water to make soup. At the border between Tubo and the Tujue, the main problem is transportation. How much food does one have to eat on the way over? Li Longji was worried about the consumption of food. The soldiers there ate the food transported from Shu. If they wanted to transport the food here, they had to go through the Yangtze River to reach Shu. Then they had to transport by land from Shu. There were many mountains in Shu, so they had to eat a lot of food along the way. Ask Li Yi if there's any way to send food over in the blink of an eye. Yao Chong suddenly said. Everyone looked at him together with a questioning look in their eyes. I'm just asking just in case. Yao Chong was a little scared by the stares, so he explained in a low voice. Send Li Yi over. I believe he can solve a lot of problems. Zhang Shua added. Everyone please go back. Li Longji did not want to talk anymore. Chapter 421. May 22nd finally arrived. Half a month later, it was half a month later. Wuxia was so anxious that he was about to fall ill. He was informed to go to the Li family Zhuangzi to talk. He was the only one allowed to go. When he arrived at Baqiao, he was searched and the knife on his body was taken away. When he arrived at Zhuangzi, he was dragged to take a bath and change his clothes. He changed into a new set of loose clothes and his fingernails were cut. Only then did he see the person in Li Yi's courtyard. Li Yi sat at one end of a 30 zhang long table. The other end was prepared for Wuxia. 4 Yulin flying cavalry stood behind and to his left and right, while the other 8 stood on both sides of the table. Behind Li Yi there were 4 winged knights. One of them was Guizi. Wuxia sat on a stone stool. The tea bowl that was served was made of wood. When the tea was about 70 degrees Celsius, it was poured for him. It was said that it was convenient for him to drink. With this protective measure, even if Wuxia wanted to trade his life for his life, he could only think about it in his heart. Li Yi, I want to buy a large number of lighters to bring back. I want the people of Tubo to feel the warmth of the Tang dynasty. Wuxia requested. 1 for 50 grams. How much do you want? Li Yi was also straightforward. 50,000 for a lighter. It wasn't expensive. He had a good lighter and the price was very high. Can it be cheaper if you buy more? Wuxia looked at the tea. Buy 1,000 for 20 grams. Buy 10,000 for 5 grams. Li Yi gave a wholesale price. It was a great discount. We want to buy 1,000 but we need a lot of alcohol. Wuxia calculated. 20 grams was less than 50 grams. He did not really need the lighters. If you buy 1 lighter, I can sell you at most 2 grams of alcohol. It can be filled about 50 times. If you buy 1,000, it will be 2,000 grams of alcohol. It can be filled 100,000 times. Zhuangzi will give people 1,000 grams of alcohol. 100,000 times 1,000. Li Yi looked like he was calculating. Li Yi, I'm buying a lot. I want it cheap and 2,000 jin is not enough. Boxy was shocked. Even if he sold his tubo, he wouldn't be able to buy much. You can buy 10,000 of them, 20,000 caddies. You can fill them up 1,000,000 times. How about this? I'll charge you 300 yuan for each time. For the sake of the good relationship between Tubo and the Tang dynasty, I gave you the capital, but you can't expect me to lose money, right? With 20,000 caddies of alcohol, I can make 100 hot air balloons fly for 10 days. My hot air balloons are still being built, so I need alcohol. Li Yi was talking nonsense. He told the other party that 200 caddies of alcohol could allow him to fly for 10 days? In fact, the hot air balloons that were made today would require about 50 caddies of alcohol to fly for 2 hours. He looked at the wind, the load, and how high he wanted to fly. The hot air balloon now carried 4 cans at a time. Each can weigh more than 60 caddies and contain 50 caddies of alcohol. At the same time, he also brought an extra alcohol burner assembly part to prevent one of them from breaking. His alcohol was not the 85% alcohol that was sold. Accidents could happen. Now, he didn't have an altitude indicator that measured air pressure. He only had a thermometer. He used the thermometer to estimate the approximate altitude. When the hot air balloon was on the ground, he used a separate alcohol burner. When it was about to take off, he would change the one on the hot air balloon. Boxy didn't know. He felt that he had discovered a secret. He was calculating how to use the 20,000 caddies of alcohol. But this price, Li Yi, 10,000 lighters will be 50,000 caddies. I still have to spend 300,000 caddies to buy the alcohol. For the sake of the close relationship between the Tang dynasty and Tubo, you can lower it a little more. Otherwise I can't afford it. Boxy was so anxious that he started sweating. He took a big gulp of tea. 250 yuan for each time. I'll lose money. For the sake of the friendship between brothers. Li Yi gritted his teeth. The Tang dynasty is the elder brother, Tubo is the younger brother. Give me a little more. Boxy didn't care about the country's reputation anymore. 200 yuan. I can't go any lower. You can buy a part of it first. When you raise some money you can buy it again. I'll treat it as you buying 20,000 caddies. But the money for 10,000 lighters has to be paid in one go. After selling your alcohol, I Zhuangzi can't eat. I have a lot of people to feed. I can only sell some soap. Li Yi set the price at 200 yuan per session instead of the 50 yuan that he had prepared. He found that Boxy seemed to be rich. In that case, okay, I'll raise the money. But the money to buy the newspaper is gone. There are so many newspapers now and the rent is also included. The rent in Chang and is expensive. Boxy decided not to buy the newspaper. He couldn't win against the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi frowned. This newspaper symbolizes, your side can't afford it anymore. How about this? I'll buy it. Oh. Boxy was interested when he saw that he could turn the newspaper into money. 1 copper coin per caddy. I'll buy as much as you have. Li Yi gave the price. There was only 1 newspaper per copy. There were 60 newspapers, which was about half a caddy now. The paper was thicker. Based on this price, the 300,000 newspapers he sold to Fan Bang every day can be exchanged for 5,000 yuan. Fan Bang used to sell 20,000 newspapers per day for 12 days. After that, it started on May 5th and sold 300,000 newspapers per day. Until today it had been 18 days. There was a total of 64 million newspapers. If he sold them he could get back 94,000 yuan, which was 94 coins. They spent $16,920. Li Yi had lost more than 66,000 coins. This was a bloodless battle. Both sides had suffered losses. Li Yi spent 94 coins to buy the newspaper. He could still sell it for 16,920 coins. But this was the initial investment in the market. Li Yi could afford it. Boxy was about to cry. When he bought the newspaper he sold it by caddy. How could he give him so little money? When he thought about the rent and the smell every day he shuddered. Okay, I'll sell the newspaper to you. I'll raise the money. Boxy agreed. He had to quickly buy the alcohol and transport it away. If the Li family Zhuangzi found out that the blueprint was missing, the alcohol would not be transported away. When Boxy left Zhuangzi and walked towards the city, he couldn't tell what kind of feeling he had. He should be happy to buy the alcohol, but the price was equally happy. 250,000 coins. We don't have enough money. Let's borrow from others and say that we're transporting it back to research weapons. We'll tell them when we're done. Boxy said as he walked. He had thought it through. When he rushed back to Honglu Temple, he happened to see a group of people walking towards a courtyard. He followed them. When they saw him they were slightly panicked. It was the Tujue who stood out and said to him directly, "We've discussed it. On the 30th of this month, we'll send 25 people to the Li family Zhuangzi." This time it was Boxy's turn to panic. Were they looking to die? 25 people. If one of them was discovered it would be over. If they were discovered and Zhuangzi investigated, would they still be able to transport the alcohol? No, it's too risky. It's better to plan further. Boxy stopped him. Don't go. We've already decided. Once we get the item we'll give Tubo a share. The Tujue's attitude was firm. The others nodded in agreement. I've discovered that the alcohol can be used to make weapons. I've already told Li Yi to buy a lot. Help me raise the money. I'll buy it tomorrow and transport it away. It's best if you do it a few days later. Let me transport the alcohol to the place. At the very least you can't stop me. On the 30th of next month, wait until we figure out how to use the alcohol and how to make it. I'll tell you then. Boxy could only tell them part of the plan. How much? A tribesman asked. 150,000 coins. I still have to organize people to transport it. That's not a small sum. Boxy looked at everyone and said. Chapter 422. Early in the morning of May 23rd, Fan Bang hired trucks to load newspapers and transport them to Li family Zhuangzi. At the same time, gold, copper coins, and silk were also transported. The news spread and the people of Chang and cheered. Li Dongzhu won. Fan Bang bought so many newspapers and Li Dongzhu bought them for less than 10 grams. The most well-informed person shouted everywhere, telling everyone he could see about this good news. Great! I knew Li Dongzhu would win. They spent so much money to buy the newspapers and they only sold them for 10 grams? Why didn't they find a way to sell them to others? I heard that they were raising money to buy things with Li Dongzhu, and they ran out of money. The main thing is that they admitted defeat. Otherwise, Li Dongzhu would still sell them newspapers, 300,000 copies a day. Last night they went to sell things overnight, and the merchants pushed the price down hard. They reluctantly accepted it. They deserved it. They even wanted to trick Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu must have made a lot of money again. I'll drink tonight to celebrate. The people passed the good news to each other, as if Li Yi could directly share the money with them. Newspaper, today's new newspaper. It has a way to make canned food with porcelain. The people who got the newspaper first read the life tips, then other things, and finally the story. They found a way to keep fruits and cooked meat for a long time. It also has a way to make braised pork. Do they want to make braised pork and put it in the canned food? I saw a way to make canned food with bamboo. The newspaper said that Li family Zhuangzi was experimenting to see how long the bamboo canned food could be kept. Li Dongzhu can always come up with new things. Countless people in Chang and celebrated because Fan Bang bowed. The Tubo people who bowed their heads exchanged goods at the bridgehead. The farmers checked carefully. They unfolded the silk one by one and found that it was slightly old, so they didn't want it. They counted the copper coins one by one. Those with a little rust on them were untied and picked out. The gold was weighed and checked. 50 caddies of wine was transported out and the Tubo people were randomly inspected. He opened it and poured it into the lighter to see if it could be lit. It was possible to ignite them, but it was a little strenuous. Some of them would only ignite after several strokes. The farmer explained that all new lighters were like this. Someone took a used lighter and poured it in. Sure enough, it was easy to ignite. 20,000 caddies of alcohol sounded like a lot. 50 caddies for a jug, so it was only 400 jugs. Just treat it as giving alcohol to the 10,000 soldiers on the front lines. While the Tubo people were handing over the goods, they were hiring boats directly from the Ba River. They were going to enter the Wei River from the Ba River, then the Wei River into the Yellow River, then the Yellow River into the Grand Canal, then the Grand Canal into the Yangtze River, then the Yangtze River into the Dada River, then the Dada River into the Jinchuan River, and finally they reached Tubo. From Bahui to Suzhou it was downstream. From there, it entered the Yangtze River and went against the current. Along the way there were many places where the trackers had to pull it. 400 jars of alcohol and 10,000 lighters, 250,000 silver coins. Li Yi found a high place and used binoculars to look. If all of them were exchanged for copper coins, it would be 250 million silver coins. Kaiyuan Tongbao, 1 silver coin is 825 grams, which is 262.5 tons. Copper, more than 200 tons of copper, 20,000 caddies of 85% alcohol, and 10,000 lighters can be exchanged for that. Li Yi said to himself happily. In fact, most of the goods were good silk. There were not many copper coins and not much gold. Li Qingqi stood beside Li Yi. Brother Yi, only you can see that the money is calculated in 10,000 silver coins. He knew the financial income of the Tang dynasty. Last year, everything was converted to about 7,800,000 silver coins. Li Yi, on the other hand, was selling alcohol and lighters with very little capital for 250,000 silver coins. Previously, he had cheated so many merchants of 210,000 silver coins and almost emptied the warehouse of Lantian County. Li Qingqi looked at Li Yi and thought, "You are also our brother Yi. Otherwise, you would sell for 250,000 silver coins. How much is the capital? The alcohol is only 85%. Plus the cost of making the lighters, it's more than 3,200 silver coins. Plus the 66,000 silver coins that were lost, it's 70,000 silver coins. A net profit of 180,000 silver coins. The rest of the money in your family added up to more than 500,000 silver coins. Do you think you can survive on 1/16th of the annual income of the Tang dynasty? I'm going to use the money I earn this time to subsidize the students of the government schools in various places and repair the roads. I'll expand the narrow official road from the Tang dynasty to Tubo and repair the plank roads. I can also use gunpowder to help blow up the mountains and make the roads easier. I won't leave a single coin." Li Yi suddenly said how he was going to spend the money he earned. Li Qingqi nodded. Following his previous thoughts, he answered himself, "Yes, you can survive. Brother Yi, how afraid of death are you? You throw away the money as soon as you get it?" He found that Brother Yi's biggest advantage was that he could adapt to the situation. He made money quickly, but he was not greedy. He gave what should be given to the people, and what should be given to the emperor. He tried his best to bribe the officials. Then he shouted that he wanted to deal with the corrupt officials and gave ideas on how to deal with them. Li Yi continued, "This year we'll build greenhouses in 20 counties. Vegetables, cantaloupes and watermelons in winter are considered luxury goods. We'll pay 10% tax. The other rich families who build greenhouses will pay the tax with me. No one can refuse. There's too much money. After a while, I'll come up with a new kind of glaze and ask the buyers to pay the business tax. I guess I'll offend a lot of people. When someone comes to find me, I'll discuss with them how to make a lot of money. Brother E, no one will find you. Li Qingqi reminded. You must. If you don't, they'll keep it in their hearts and play dirty tricks behind your back. Instead of a group of enemies hiding in the dark, it's better to be friends in the open. Businessmen should not only buy low and sell high, but also produce and make more money for the people. Li Yi insisted on waiting for someone to come. How much could he do alone? They should unite to make money together and promote the development of the Tang dynasty society. Li Qingqi listened for the time being. Anyway, he decided to help. He could not let others trouble Brother E. If Brother E was in a good mood, he could come up with more new things. He looked at the Tubo people carefully carrying the wine jars and smiled. Aha, the return journey will be difficult. The boatman will charge a high price. Alcohol is easy to burn. Grass and straw mats need to be stuffed between the jars. Hot food cannot be cooked on the boat. There will be guards during the day and at night. Once the fire breaks out, it will be too late to jump into the water. Li Qingqi said that transporting alcohol was troublesome. It was the same for transporting alcohol. We can only fill lighters when we transport it back. If we use this alcohol to make hot air balloons, we'll burn them. Li Yi also smiled. Can't it fly? Li Qingqi asked. Yes, it can. If the jar is filled with alcohol, it can fly up. It will slowly rise, but when it reaches the sky, the heat supply will be insufficient and it will fall down. Li Yi said the problem of using 85% alcohol in hot air balloons. Then he remembered something. Brother, my alcohol is 75% alcohol. It's used to treat wounds and disinfect them. It's very effective. The only drawback is that it's easy to form pus under the scab. The scab needs to be removed and then scrubbed with alcohol. However, it won't cause problems with infection. After the pus under the scab is cleaned, the pus and blood will decrease and new flesh will grow around it. Li Yi was not willing to use alcohol to disinfect patients' wounds. It was better to use alcohol to disinfect instruments and non-invasive external cleaning. He was willing to use iodophor for skin wounds, but he could not make it at the moment. Chapter 423. The farmers carefully inspected the various kinds of money. After confirming a portion, they moved away the corresponding amount of alcohol. When the Tubo people saw that the cloth that was not too bad being picked out, they had the urge to cry. This was too much of a bully. Who didn't know that the Li family Zhuangzi didn't even look at the money when he received it? When the commoners came to sell things, they tried to give a good evaluation. Why can't the color be a little darker when it comes to us? When we exchanged the copper coins, only the corner was rusty. Why did you pick it out? Aren't you tired? When the merchants came to buy soap, toilet water, and other things, they all felt guilty when they saw the farmers picking it out. When they waited to buy it, they were moved again. The farmers glanced at the outside of the silk and directly accepted it, just like before. The Li family Zhuangzi isn't stupid. He just takes care of his own people. Look at how carefully he checked the Tubo people. As a merchant spoke, he quietly took out 4 pieces of cloth from his silk and put them back in the cart. He then took out new pieces to replace them. He was embarrassed to put the broken pieces together with the others to fool them. In fact, there was no need to fool them. The Li family Zhuangzi would definitely accept it as normal money. Look, when you open up the silk, it's obvious that it's been stored for a long time and has a moldy smell. This place is lighter than other places. After we accept it, we cut it open and give it to the commoners who sent the wormwood. If the commoners don't want it, we can't cheat them. How about this? 4 pieces of cloth will make up for 3. We'll work hard and tidy it up properly. As for the copper coins, if they're rusty, put them together with the other copper coins. The Zhuangzi has a lot of copper coins. They can't all be wasted, right? How about this? 4 pieces of cloth will make up for 3. We'll work hard and tidy it up properly. A farmer pointed at the cloth and copper coins that were not up to standard and said to the Tubo people, "Okay." The Tubo people nodded in agreement. When they said the word okay, the big man's eyes were already red. Big brother, my brothers and I put on a ball in the river and went down to catch a lot of river snails. Do you want some? At this time a little girl ran over. She was about 8 or 9 years old. She carried a basket for herself, and behind her were a group of boys and girls, big and small, who also had baskets. The villager, who had been trying his best to bully others, suddenly changed his expression. A smile appeared on his face, revealing his 2 rows of teeth. Okay. Let me see. I have the sizes even. It looks meaty. My Dongzhu loves it the most. Let me weigh it. This basket weighs 6 caddies. How about I charge you 5 chen per caddy? But when you go into the water, you must come up to take a breath. Do you know first aid? Was this CPR? Also, after choking on water, you have to squat on the shore and stand up? The farmer pretended to weigh it, but in reality, it was only about 4 caddies. These children were from the villages behind the Zhang family's village. The children from the Zhang family's village were all studying. The children nodded vigorously. I know. Connect a line at that place, then place your hands in the middle and stretch out your arms to press. While pressing down, he quickly counted 001, 001, 002, 003, all the way until he reached 10. Then he pinched his nose and blew into his mouth. We also know how to squat. Clench your hands together into fists and press them against the soft part of your stomach. Then squat down as hard as you can and stand up again. At the same time, put your arms behind your back and raise your head. If you choke on water like this, you can only exhale and not inhale. If it's still not good, get someone else to help you blow. Yes. You're too good. I can't even remember it clearly. Aya, you've learned so well, the villager praised. The children laughed heartily and handed over the river snails that they had found at the bottom of the river. The villager still weighed it and reported a higher weight than the actual amount. Then he took the slightly rusty copper coins and counted them according to the normal amount. The children waited for the villager to bring a large basin. They put the river snails in it, grabbed a handful of copper coins and skipped away. The Tubo people were speechless. He had something to say, but he could only say in his heart, "You mother? You just said that 4 coins is 3 coins. It's not good for the coins to be rusty. Why did you give the rusty coins to the children?" After receiving a large pile of river snails, the villager turned his head and said to the Tubo people, "Look, the edges of these copper coins are worn thin." Other people, the Tubo people clenched their fists and pursed their lips. Yes. The villager continued to look for the rusty coins seriously. The Tubo people took 2 deep breaths and wanted to chat. When did you enter Zhuangzi? Zhuangzi's chosen bodyguards. I was the first batch to be sent here. Look at my left foot. It's missing 2 fingers. The 2 of us were fighting with the Tubo people. As I was killing them, I didn't know why I was hit. My head became dizzy and I fell to the ground. The Tubo people slashed at me with a knife. In a daze, I kicked out. My foot hurt. Then my brother rushed over and faced the 4 Tubo people. I survived, but my brother died. I killed all 4 of them. Those damn Tubo people, I haven't killed enough. The villager picked out a few copper coins that looked okay and said. The Tubo people regretted it. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have talked. Why was their mouth so annoying? At noon, the villagers took turns. The previous ones went back to eat. The new ones had just finished eating. They also brought food for the Chenyo guards. There were sorghum rice, salted beans, garlic eggplant, cold dish fish, soy sauce pork liver, sesame oil cucumber strips. There's a lot of meat today. We can't finish it. Brothers, let's put some food on the side. Leave some for the brothers who change shifts at night. The camp commander who was guarding the bridge saw that there were too many dishes and called out. Camp commander, let's leave half first. Otherwise we'll want to eat it. Someone suggested. So he left half of the food in a cool place. When the shift changed at night, it wouldn't spoil. The merchants who came to buy things also had a bowl of cold noodles with slices of meat and cucumber. The children who sold the newspapers gave the money and then brought the small stools and small tables that were stacked in the corner for the Chenyo guards to look after. They sat there one by one, waiting for the villager to serve them rice. The children also ate rice that had been soaked with water, but it was rice. The dishes were white cut meat with garlic sauce, soy sauce chicken liver, cold watermelon rind with sesame seeds, blanched vegetables with black bean sauce, fried shredded eggs with cucumber, and a lot of sesame sauce. In addition, there was a fruit plate with watermelon pulp to replenish vitamins and fructose. In fact, children loved watermelon. We're selling rice. 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetables. Only 600 yuan. Anyone want it? The villager pushed out 3 dining carts and shouted at the Tubo people. Can we eat as much as we want? A Tubo person was hungry and asked, Are you dreaming? As a buffet? Then it's not this price. The villager looked over. Everyone eat. At this time, Wuxia, who had finished negotiating with the boatman, rushed over. He wanted to finish the handover quickly. It wasn't easy for him to persuade those people to stop. They would take action on June 30th. It seemed that there was still more than a month to go. The boat was slow, especially after entering the Yangtze River. When Zhuangzi discovered the situation, the imperial court of the Tang dynasty could quickly send a message to Shu by horse. Then they would intercept the Yangtze River at the place where it entered the Dada River. Thus, everyone was given a large boxed lunch. At Li Yi's time, one plate was enough to eat and there were still leftovers. Now the Tang dynasty's people had finished that plate. They were not even half full. Fortunately, the taste of the food was really good. Zhuangzi didn't play any tricks in this regard. It seemed that the food was served from the canteen. I hope that those who read outside can subscribe and vote for the recommendation. Thank you. Chapter 424. It wasn't until the evening that the two sides finished the exchange. The Tubo people took out more than 300 yuan to compensate for the bad cloth and copper coins. This was more than 300,000 yuan. The farmer's hard work was worth it. Therefore, Li Yi stir-fried the river snail meat in sesame oil and some boiled in salt water. The stir-fried meat was eaten by third brother, big brother, and sister-in-law. The shells were boiled in salt water and given to the children in Zhuangzi to play with. After cooking for a long time, all the parasites were killed. There were two ways to eat this. The first was to use a toothpick and stick it into the meat. Then, the meat would come out by spinning the river snail with the fingers of the other hand. The second way was eaten by Li Yi when he was a child. Using the hole behind the key, insert the tip of the river snail into the hole and break it. Then, put the big part of the river snail into the mouth and suck. The meat would go into the mouth. The children in the village chose both ways. They found a workshop to make a metal plate with a small hole and inserted it with a bamboo toothpick. This way the meat would come out easier. The reason why they didn't suck was because sucking too much would make the mouth tired. When chewing, the mouth would become numb and the taste wouldn't be enough. Now, the children also paid attention to the quality of the food they ate, although it was a little troublesome. Big brother, third brother, the money we earn still has to go to the Ministry of Works. Minister Wei must be tired. Help me talk to him. While drinking, he said to Li Qingqi and Li Longji. He indeed had to spend more than 200,000 yuan on Zhuangzi. Li didn't need to use money to raise his status. He was a third-rank civil official. He took out a lot of technology that was helpful for farming. He also put in a lot of effort to deal with the locust plague. Putting himself in Li Yi's shoes, Li Yi felt that he was the emperor. The annual revenue was less than 8 million yuan. There was a Zhuangzi next to the capital. Today there was more than 200,000 yuan. How could he not be tempted? That was money. It could be used to arm the army and build roads and bridges. Just like Xin Wansan. No, Xin Wansan's story was fabricated. According to the information, Xin Wansan was killed by Zhu Yuanzhang during the late Yuan and early Ming dynasty. Brother Yi, you are really willing. Li Longji sighed. He had just received more than 200,000 taels and was about to take them out. It wasn't buying land or partnering with others to do business. It was just throwing it away. Seeing that Brother Yi still had the leisure to cook river snails to go with the wine, she knew that he didn't take the money seriously. Third brother, I like the feeling of making money, especially when I'm cheating Tubo. If I succeed, I'll get the money. I don't want that money anymore. Speaking of which, their investment in Chang and was not small. All the foreign countries' offices in Beijing, no embassies, no envoys. They brought a lot of valuable jewelry with them. Last night, they sold them overnight, which benefited the businessmen of the Tang dynasty. I estimate that we can still squeeze out 500 to 600,000 coins worth of good stuff from them. Li Yi was calculating. There were a lot of jade, ivory, rhinoceros horns, tiger bones, tiger penis, and crocodile skin from the Japanese. They were all good stuff. Of course, those tigers were South China tigers and Bengal tigers, not Siberian tigers. Wu Song also didn't fight Siberian tigers. Wu Song was a Siberian tiger. Even if he drank stimulants, he would still be defeated. In the Tang dynasty, there were only 3 situations where a hunter could escape unscathed from a Siberian tiger. First, the Siberian tiger didn't see him or smell him. Second, the Siberian tiger was too full and didn't want to move. Another thing was that the hunter had at least 3 Chinese field dogs with him. Moreover, they were field dogs that were known as mountain guard dogs. Together with the hunter's bow, the 3 mountain guard dogs could cooperate with the hunter to charge forward. After the hunter's bow and the 3 mountain guard dogs, the 2 sides confronted each other and then each side took a step back. The snow dog dominated the plateau alone. It was the only mountain guard dog in 10,000 miles. When the Tang dynasty and Tubo were at war, there were dogs involved. Tubo was naturally a Tibetan Mastiff, a real Tibetan Mastiff, not the kind that was kept as a pet. The Tang dynasty sent mountain guard dogs. Usually they would fight with numbers and not let go. Tibetan Mastiff skin was good at keeping people warm, but Tubo would rather sell other things than Tibetan Mastiff skin. They didn't have mastiff skin in their own tents, and it had never appeared on their clothes. This was what Li Yi learned. He judged that Tubo's Tibetan mastiffs didn't form groups, otherwise they would be used to charge forward. The Tang dynasty had too few mountain guard dogs, so they couldn't complete the task of charging forward. Now what the Tibetans had was not money but all kinds of luxury goods. The more funds they could mobilize in Chang, the deeper their infiltration into the Tang dynasty. Therefore Li Yi, who had thought of many possibilities, said to Li Qingqi and Li Longji, the Tibetans might continue to bribe Tubo. But it seems that the Turks and other tribes were deceived and didn't know the situation. They will get the other non-critical blueprints of the hot air balloon through the works supervisor, the Ministry of Finance and the Ordnance Supervisor. Well, it's possible. Li Longji thought seriously and admitted. Li Qingqi said, report to His Majesty and keep an eye on it. No, not keep an eye on it but use that blueprint again. If it can be sold at a good price, then they will come to buy alcohol. Li didn't think that the officials would be bribed at all. He thought that the other party still had something to sell. Tubo did it once, so why couldn't others do it again? There were so many Turkic tribes. The Turkic tribes were Xinjiang, Inner Mongolia and the Northeast. The Lantian jade of Lantian County was good, but he couldn't get it. The Hetian jade of Xinjiang was also good, and there were many local specialties. The specialties of Inner Mongolia and the Northeast were also good. Since they could sell Tubo alcohol once, why not sell it a few more times? Li Longji and his brother understood. Empress Wang paused for a moment. She was breastfeeding. She insisted on breastfeeding. When she was breastfeeding, there was a stand on both of her shoulders. Then a cloth curtain hung down. When she lowered her head, she could see the baby drinking milk. To others it was a small tent. Li Yi designed it for the breastfeeding women in Zhuangzi. It was very convenient. When she wasn't feeding the baby, it could be rolled up, folded and slung over her shoulder. When she was breastfeeding, she adjusted it slightly and it became a big cover. Uncle, if we operate it well, can we make hundreds of thousands of yuan? Empress Wang was always interested in money. That depends on how many valuable things they have with them. I'm going to use alcohol to squeeze them dry. Then I'll take out new things and let them have no choice but to exchange with livestock or bring livestock over. Li Yi wasn't very sure about the specific situation of the Brahmins. For example, some tribes only wanted to live and were not willing to take the initiative to fight, so their demand for hot air balloons was small. What they needed was not hot air balloons, but the judgment of the strong in the battle. The one who emerged victorious in the end would bring more danger to himself. If they were sure that the Tang dynasty would win, they could even migrate their tribes. Let's go, we don't want to mess with Tubo anymore. For example, the Shatawa tribe was originally threatened by Tubo, but they didn't want to be enemies with the Tang dynasty, so they migrated. Therefore, when the Tang dynasty ended, they occupied a place as a neutral country for the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. It was said that the direction of history had nothing to do with individuals, but in fact, it was the outstanding leaders who changed the dynasty. The turning of the world's history was completed by a certain person or a few people. Chapter 425. Let's go. At the Ba Shui pier, with a shout, the boat with alcohol and lighters was pushed away from the pier by the people on the shore with long poles. Bo Zhu stood there with his mouth tightly pursed and his eyes filled with worry. The 20 Tubo people who went back with the boat stood straight and looked at Bo Zhu with firm eyes. They didn't know why they had to go to war. They only knew that they could risk their lives for Tubo. Bo Zhu didn't close his eyes until the boat disappeared into the night. He turned to look at the busy pier at night. The porters at the pier were wearing the Ready-Made Alliance's vest, Jingyi Alliance's trousers, and Rongyi Alliance's pouch and shoes. The porters who came to work while the night was slightly cooler formed a circle and changed their clothes. After changing their clothes, they went to eat first. They were afraid of wasting firewood to eat at home. Eating at the pier was a cost. The pier cooked rice in big pots and burned coal. The porters could eat staple food by spending a little money. They took the staple food to drink free soup and eat free salted vegetables. The E Alliance was in charge of the soup and salted vegetables. The E Alliance's advertisements were so useful that they took on many big jobs. There were merchants who came from hundreds of miles away to order clothes in Chang'an. After shipping them back, they added some money and sold them to others. The merchants made money. It was cheaper for the people who bought the clothes to buy them than to make them themselves. It took many days for the people to make a set of clothes. A large piece of cloth was used to make clothes. The remaining corners could only be used to mend the clothes. The E Alliance made clothes in an assembly line. The use of cloth was more reasonable. The leftover materials were used to make other clothes. The cost was lower. Bo Zhu stood there and watched. He watched the prosperity of the pier and the good life of the people of the Tang dynasty. We Tubo people should be like this too. If the Tang dynasty doesn't give it to us, we will take it ourselves. Bo Zhu found a reason for the war. If they couldn't develop the technology, they would use force to solve it. It was a very simple reason. There was no such thing as should or shouldn't. He muttered, went to drink a bowl of soup that cost 1 copper coin, and strode towards Jianghu. After walking a few dozen steps, he turned around and went back to the place where he spent money to eat. He almost forgot that Jianghu didn't open at night. He couldn't go back. He had to spend the night at the pier with his subordinates. There was a temporary place to stay at the pier. After 15 minutes, the moon rose later. Bo Qiao pushed open the window of the room, lit the mosquito coil and looked at the stars in the sky. As he watched, his eyes widened. The stars did not disappear, but there was something floating in the sky. At first he thought it was a firefly, but when it floated closer he finally saw it clearly. It was a hot air balloon. He only came back to his senses when the hot air balloon flew past him and headed towards Zhuangzi. They are training at night. The fire of the hot air balloon can be seen at night. I'll write back and tell them. Bo Xia felt that he had discovered his secret. Hot air balloons could be guarded against at night. As long as they sent people to keep an eye on the sky, a group of hot air balloons would definitely have a group of light spots. The hot air balloon fell back to Zhuangzi, but it deviated and fell into the paddy field instead of the public square. The winged knights ran in and helped to carry them out. They stepped on a lot of rice sprouts. Li Yi had just finished drawing a few types of boudoir clothes designed for the rich. This kind of clothes saved a lot of fabric. When he heard the commotion outside, he came out to take a look. Dongzhu, the brothers were training at night. When the rope was thrown down, the people below didn't catch it and fell into the paddy field. Fan Fan reported the situation to Li Yi. It's good that they didn't hit the house. Next time, don't fall in Zhuangzi. There's an open space outside. Li Yi did not care about the paddy field. He was afraid that something would happen to them. Dongzhu, the hot air balloon will light up at night. We won't be able to launch a sneak attack. Fan Fan brought up another matter. By the time we see the light of the hot air balloon, it will be too late to prepare. The enemy uses the light to guard against the hot air balloon. We can release Kongming lanterns a few at a time. If they want to prepare, then prepare. It's a good time to exhaust them. Li Yi did not think that the hot air could be defended against at night. At worst, they could increase the fire and fly higher. Fan Fan laughed. He realized that Li Yi was right. They stared at the night sky and shouted when they saw light spots. After getting used to it, they threw out a batch of Kongming lanterns. The next day, when Li Qingqi left after breakfast, Li Yi handed him a stack of papers. Brother, newly designed, clothes for the rich. You can make them first and let the people in Pyongkong Square try them out. After saying that, Li Yi turned around and left at a very fast speed. Brother Yi, if it's easy to sell, the Yi Alliance will give you more money. Li Qingqi shouted. He did not know what was so urgent. He stood there and flipped through the papers. After a few glances, he immediately looked around. Fortunately, there was no one around. Aya, the clothes are good. The weather is hot, it's cool to wear them. Brother Yi is talented. Ha ha, Li Qingqi said and quickly put away the papers. He rode on his horse and led his men to the city to find the Yi Alliance to make the clothes. In the afternoon, a batch of clothes was sent to Pyongkong Square. It was free of charge. Anyway, there was not much cloth and it did not cost much. At night, Beicu was the most lively. Zhongxiu and Nanku were also lively. After a night, many people ran to Yimeng's shop and said, "Give me 1 from A4 and 2 from A6. The person in the shop nodded and went in to take a bag. He handed it over and said, "A total of 3 bags. Okay, it's not expensive." The person said and asked his men to pay. That day a lot of these clothes were sold. The girls in Pyongkong Square made their own clothes. There were too many styles. Everyone was given different clothes and they had to compare with each other. The money they earned was the cloth. The new clothes were easy to make and it took less time. Brother Yi, your clothes? Li Qingqi wanted to talk about the clothes during lunch on May 25th. What clothes? Brother, try this dried pot chicken. Li Yi interrupted Li Qingqi. Oh yes, it's delicious. Li Qingqi reacted and quickly lowered his head to eat. After eating, Li Qingqi pulled Li Yi outside and said, "Brother Yi, I'll give you 1,000 for the technical fee. Even if people don't buy it in the future, it's enough to make it once." I have more here. I'll get it later. Li Yi was happy when he heard the offer and went to get a stack of paper. However, he did not leave in a hurry this time. He stood aside. Li Qingqi opened it like a thief and then showed a regretful expression. What clothes are these? Clothes worn by ordinary people. The sleeves and trousers are not loose. They are tight-sleeved to save the cloth, and at the same time, it's not cumbersome. There are a total of 6 kinds. There are patches on the knees, but they are symmetrical and look new. There are also patches on the elbows and shoulders. If they are patched by themselves, some people will think it's shabby and are afraid of being laughed at. The clothes we sell are of the same style. When they wear it, they can say that it's E-Alliance's new clothes. Li explained the reason. They all had the same idea to take care of the people. Li Qingqi listened and carefully put away the stack of paper. He said seriously, "Brother Yi, these clothes are better than that. You can do the same for the shoes in the future. Add a patch on the parts that are easy to wear. If it's worn out, you can patch it again and it'll still look the same." Although it's a joke to say that it's not a joke to patch it up, people are still willing to choose the latter if they can wear it without feeling that it's patched up. Li mentioned the shoes again. Nowadays there were cloth shoes and leather boots. More people were wearing straw sandals. Chapter 426. Li Yi and Li Qingqi talked about how clothes were beneficial to the people. After Li Longji finished his meal in the palace, Gao Lishur whispered to him. Last night, Imperial Censor Li Jie was at Pyongkong Square discussing poetry with Xn Ru. Imperial Censor Zhang Sun Xn also went to find Xn Ru. Knowing that Li Jie was there, he wanted to discuss it together, but Li Jie did not agree. Zhang Sun Xn said that he would teach Li Jie a lesson sooner or later. Li Jie threatened to impeach him, so Zhang Sun Xn left angrily. Gao Lishur told him about Zhang Sun Xn, whom Li Longji asked him to keep an eye on. "Ah, so that's it, brother. Zhang Sun Xn Yurong, send Zhang Sun Xn to Lantian County as a patrol, but spare his life." Li Longji thought a lot and finally realized that Li Yi should have predicted that Zhang Sun Xn would be in great danger. So when shopkeeper Liang asked for help, Li Yi did not care. A dying person. But he couldn't die. His wife Wang Yurong was pregnant. What about Wang Shuyi? Li Longji asked another person, Empress Wang's brother, the current junior supervisor of the palace. Greedy for money like Duke Qi, they both like money and good food. Gao Lishur introduced. Duke Qi was Empress Wang's father, Wang Renjiao. Since Wang Yurong became the empress, both of them were willing to save a lot of money and then enjoy it. They also accepted gifts from others and continued to save. Greedy for money is good, you can be greedy for more. Li Longji smiled. If Empress Wang did not have a son, he would frown at this moment. Your sister and daughter did not have a child, I was already under pressure, but you did not restrain yourself. Now the situation is different, with the future crown prince, it is safer for both of you to be greedy. Otherwise, what are the two of you trying to do by acting like saints? Are you anxious to let your child become the emperor? Then you too. Li Yi did not know that he changed Zhang Sun Xian's fate, he was giving a medical lesson to the nurses. When he was teaching, he was not wasting time like when he was teaching. Now, he was mainly talking about how to operate, especially how to cooperate with the chief surgeon. The 80 people learned very seriously. They knew that Dongzhu had 2 medical systems. The imperial physicians discovered that Li Dongzhu had a lot of problems that he didn't know, especially when it came to pulse diagnosis and acupuncture. Once the illness was confirmed, there was nothing wrong with the medication. However, they didn't dare to look down on him. Li Dongzhu could feel his pulse, but he had such a good thing to check. If he learned how to use the equipment, he would be able to treat some people who could not be saved in the future. The imperial physicians felt that the equipment was very useful, especially when they could not determine what illness it was after taking the pulse. Li Dongzhu couldn't tell when he was taking his pulse. He used the equipment and directly compared it with the Chinese medicine. Then he carefully thought about the situation of his pulse and understood. Li was actually thinking the same way. He could remember the pulse and then use the equipment to check it. He could learn quickly. On the evening of May 26th, Li received a message. Zhang Sun Xn became an inspector and ran to Lantian County to guard it. Why did he go there? It shouldn't be. He is Empress Wang's brother-in-law. He should be arrogant and domineering and then die. If he goes there, he will definitely cause trouble for Lantian County. He will directly confront me. Li was depressed. Zhang Sun Xn could die in the hands of others. For example, if he didn't care, he might still beat Li Jie. Then, no, it's said in the palace that Empress Wang also gave birth to a boy. Then, His Majesty will no longer think that Zhang Sun Xn is arrogant and must kill him. Li said his judgment. Li Longji, his wife, and Li Qingqi were all listening. Li Longji asked, "Brother Yi, have you calculated it?" "It's not calculated. Sometimes, when I suddenly encounter something, I know something. It's not accurate," Li explained. Since he was here, many things had to change. Li Qingqi was curious. Why did His Majesty kill Zhang Sun Xan? He didn't kill him now because Zhang Sun Xan thinks that he is powerful because his sister is the Empress. He didn't think about what His Majesty would face if Empress Wang didn't have a child. Empress Wang got pregnant early, otherwise there would be a crown prince now. After the crown prince, Zhang Sun Xan was still so arrogant. Who else could His Majesty kill? Li Yi analyzed, but it was useless now. Empress Wang had a son who could touch him. Then Zhang Sun Xan won't die? Empress Wang asked. At least he can't be killed by His Majesty. Even if he committed a crime, he can't be killed. Killing him will give others a hint that even if the Empress has a child, His Majesty won't take it seriously. Why is this trouble thrown to me? What does His Majesty mean? Oh, I know. Oh, okay, I will be responsible for educating Zhang Sun Xan. The key is the Empress's brother and father. They are too greedy. Wang Shui is not careful. Li Yi continued, mentioning Empress Wang's two relatives. Would it be better if they weren't greedy? Empress Wang was a little anxious. They can't not be greedy. If a person doesn't show any desire, he must be hiding a bigger scheme. The two of them are greedy. Just give them money. They suddenly became good. Then is it possible that they are waiting for the child to be crowned crown prince? Then His Majesty. Li Yi didn't say anything else, but he had already expressed his intention. Li Longji was a little nervous. Yes, Brother Yi, what you said is what I think. Empress Wang thought for a moment and understood. She was relieved. Thinking of Zhang Sun Xan, she felt it was interesting. Uncle, guess what Zhang Sun Xan can do in Lantian County? I guess he is worried now. He should go check the accounts. But the accounts are all checked. Now he has to start from scratch. There are no problems. He doesn't want to catch the new official's weakness. If he wants to get money, he will get it from the mines. The mines are privately owned by many businessmen. It has nothing to do with the yamen. We are the ones who brought up the issue of tax. After the accounts are recorded, we will pay after the first sum of money. If he wants to get money, he needs to find the problem from the tax account. The tax has not been implemented. If he pushes for the tax to be implemented, he will offend a lot of people. He doesn't care. He doesn't know how long he can stay there. When he leaves and pays the tax, he won't get any benefits. Ah. Li Yi laughed out loud as he spoke. The three of them smiled. Yes, what will happen when Zhang Sun Xan goes there? In Lantian County, Zhang Sun Xan, who was being talked about by the four of them, was just as Li Yi said. He was worried. He lived in the county office. The county magistrate lived in the best courtyard. It was impossible to give it to him. That was a position. He saw the financial account. The account showed that he owed money. The captured officials and businessmen couldn't take out the extra money. Even if they owed the yamen, it was useless to kill them. At present, the yamen couldn't pay their salaries. The yamen couldn't provide food. There was no money to buy it. They ate at the Li family Zhuangzi's tent canteen outside. The Li family Zhuangzi's chef was teaching the chef of sinful immortal abode how to cook. When the people in the county office were hungry, they went to eat. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't want money. The yamen runners and other small officials were now working at the construction site of drunken immortal abode. They were said to be project supervisors. They helped to see if there was something wrong, if it would fall, if people were injured, and so on. They worked hard and were paid by drunken immortal abode. This was considered a salary. Oh, it was more than a salary. Zhang Sun Xan came over today. At noon, a villager found him and asked him to work as a supervisor. The salary was 3 times that of the yamen runners. It was quite a lot. Zhang Sun Xan was even more depressed. Were they trying to send away beggars? Chapter 427. Inspector Zhang Sun, are you going to eat? A bailiff came over to greet Zhang Sun Xan. Let's go and eat. Zhang Sun Xan helplessly shouted. He came with 4 servants, a concubine, and a rough woman. He couldn't bear to pay for food himself. There were so many mouths to feed. The concubine came to the side, and the others followed behind. The Li family Zhuangzi's tent didn't allow takeout, so they could only eat there. They worked 24 hours a day, mainly to provide food for the construction site. If the commoners were willing to come and drink the free soup, it wasn't a problem. There were more than 10 stoves and a big pot was constantly burning. Cooking was done in a big pot with a spade. The chefs of Drunken Immortal House were learning bit by bit. Cooking with a special stove wasn't considered a skill. Cooking with a big pot was amazing. There were 100 tables and long stools in the tent area. A few people could sit on a stool. The commoners nearby came over to chat. There were also scholars gathered here holding books to read. There were many lanterns in the tent area. The scholars whose family conditions weren't very good finally found a place to read at night. It was a little windy tonight. The lanterns swayed and the wind blew even hotter. It felt like it brought in the heat from other places. Go, add another lantern. The chef cooked a few dishes. When he looked up and saw the lanterns swaying, the brightness was low. He called for the waiter of drunken immortal house. The waiter quickly found another lantern, lit a candle and put it in, hanging it above the heads of the scholars. The scholars looked at each other, then stood up and bowed to the Li family Zhuangzi's people. Hypocritical, using money to buy reputation. Zhang Sun Xan, who walked over, happened to see this and muttered. Everyone pretended not to hear and the villagers ignored him. Why would they care about a minor 5th rank official? My Dongzhu is a major 3rd rank official. If you have the ability, then say my Dongzhu's name. If you continue to mock me, I'll impeach you to death. Zhang Sun Xian only said one sentence, so he didn't dare to do anything. Seeing that the plates were placed in a sheltered place in the tent, he went over and picked them up. Then he went to the food boxes placed in the tent to scoop the dishes. He ate a meal at noon. It was delicious, not worse than earthly paradise. There were even dishes that earthly paradise didn't have here. There were tables and stools in the tent. He thought about it and chose to eat outside. It was more stuffy inside the tent. There were always people splashing water outside, so the dust wasn't very big. A commoner came over with a bowl of yellow rice. He nodded and smiled at the people of the Li family Zhuangzi, then went over to get some soup and pickled vegetables to eat. This way he could save some money. The soup was bone soup with vegetable leaves added. The bones weren't shaved clean and once they were cooked, the meat would scatter. Zhang Sun Xan saw this and pursed his lips. He wanted to say something, but the concubine beside him nudged him. He sighed and lowered his head to eat. Actually, he didn't want to come out. It was great to be in the palace, close to Her Majesty. Come out, it's good to change to another county. Why Lantian County? It's poor, the county Yamen is poor. There was a rich Zhuangzi here, but the problem was that there was a 3rd rank official in Zhuangzi. Jinzi Guanglu was not just for show. He, the brother-in-law of the empress, was a 4th rank official. Most importantly, he was both an official and rich. He had just earned 250,000 yuan. How many years would it take for the people of Lantian County to drink this meat soup? How many people would need to drink it for 250,000 taels? The chef over there cooked half a pot of chicken tips. After the chicken tips were processed and the glands were removed, they could eat it without worry. Moreover, there weren't any antibiotics or poisonous things here. He placed 4 plates at the side. The waiter was perceptive and grabbed 4 pairs of chopsticks. He carried the plates over and placed them in front of the 4 scholars. With one look, I can tell that you will be rich in the future. These are freshly cooked chicken tips. Help me try them. If you get first place in the future, we will also benefit from it. The waiter looked like he was asking for help. The 4 scholars revealed grateful expressions and picked up their chopsticks to eat. The waiter scooped soup and scooped a spoonful of rice into the soup. Eating like this wasn't good for the stomach, but it was good for the face. It was just soup. The scholars were indeed grateful. As for the first place the waiter mentioned. In other places, first place was more important. To the Li family Zhuangzi, what was first place? Top 42? The scholars ate the chicken tips. They bit down and oil came out. They quickly chewed twice. The oil couldn't be wasted. The chef scooped out all the chicken tips. There was a lot of oil in the pot. He scooped a spoonful of sauce and stir-fried it a few times. The rich sauce fragrance wafted out. Then he poured the washed wild vegetables in. As soon as it was cooked, he sprinkled some salt and took it out of the pot. Time to eat, time to eat. Wash your hands first. Guan Xiaotan's voice came. A large group of people who were working over there came here to eat. After eating, they went to rest. There were other people working at night. They had eaten just now and were digesting it now. They couldn't work directly in case they got sick. The workers washed their hands and faces. Guan Xiaotan counted the copper coins there. The work was settled on the same day. He was afraid that some people's families didn't have money and could buy food with the money. If there was a special application for not settling on the same day, he would give an extra 5%. After a month he would give it to them with silk. When ordinary people bought things, the silk was in a mess, big and small. The Li family's farmstead had never been so generous. It was either copper coins or silk that was tied together when they had accumulated too much. Otherwise, if the cloth was cut into pieces, it would be difficult to make clothes with only a few feet or tens of feet. Guan Xiaotan counted the money and put it in front of everyone one by one, stacking it on the table. No one touched it. After washing their hands, Guan Xiaotan said to wash their hands after touching the money. Otherwise they would get sick if it touched their mouths. You are Guan Xiaotan? The Li family Zhuangzi's manager here? Zhang Sun Xn suddenly asked when Guan Xiaotan was giving out the money. Replying to Inspector Zhang Sun, I am Guan Xiaotan. I help Dongzhu do things. Guan Xiaotan answered calmly. Your drunken immortal house, isn't it overstepping the rules? Zhang Sun Xn asked. No, it was built according to heavenly earth. If it overstepped the rules, someone would have checked it. Guan Xiaotan explained patiently. Zhang Sun Xn. He choked on the soup. How could drunken immortal house compare to heavenly earth? Who didn't know that His Majesty had a share in heavenly earth? On second thought, Zhang Sun Xn found that there was nothing wrong. Heavenly earth was nominally Li Yi's. So he remembered the important thing. Li Yi couldn't be provoked. He lowered his head and ate. Pretend that he didn't say anything. What could he possibly do as a patrol inspector? The officials with a little real power in the county were arrested. The newcomers were no problem. Li Yi and Zhuangzi finished his meal and returned to his courtyard. He sat there thinking. I have to arrange for Zhang Sun Xian. What is he suitable for? His job is to be the Minister of Clothing. He is responsible for the clothes of the people in the palace and the furnishings of the tables. He should make furniture. Design some novel furniture. For example, a real leather sofa without springs and a patchwork sofa with a random layout. Qinggong step bed? Yes, Qinggong step bed is good. Li Yi thought about how to arrange for Zhang Sun Xian and thought of a good thing. A room in a room, a corridor in a corridor, a room in a room, a Qinggong step bed. Li Yi decided to draw a variety of sofas, and then draw a simple Qinggong step bed and describe it. He believed that the palace would also like this thing. He could put it on the carriage. He could also hang curtains outside. If he made a big room similar to the Qinggong step bed, it would be fun. Chapter 428. In Li Yi's eyes, the Qinggong step bed was just for showing off. As for the bad weather in the south and the mosquito nets, it was pure nonsense. It was like buying a big plane to fly around because the distance was far. There was no other way. Otherwise he wouldn't have bought a plane. The Qin in the Qinggong step bed was a number and work was a measure. An excellent craftsman could only make one bed in 1,000 working days. Step was not 8. Step meant to raise one's leg. There were steps inside. At Li Yi's time, a good Qinggong step bed was more expensive than 400 square meters in an ordinary second-tier city. It was expensive in terms of wood, but the cost of labor was cheap. That night, Li Yi sent someone to deliver it to Lantian County. The next morning, many people in Lantian County woke up. The first thing they did was to go to the toilet. They knew how to wash their hands. After washing their hands, those who were close to the tent canteen ran there. Amidst the hawking of the newspaper, they ate a free steamed bun, drank 2 bowls of free soup, and had some pickled vegetables. Then they quickly went to work. They usually ate 2 meals a day and went to work in the fields in the morning. If someone cooked for them at home, the food would be sent to the fields at around 10 o'clock in the morning. After eating, drinking water, resting for a while, the 2 people worked together. If there were children, the children would cook and send the food. Especially girls, they would learn to cook from a young age. Boys would think of ways to send them to school, hoping that they would be successful. Now that there was the Li family Zhuangzi's tent canteen, those who were close would run over and eat in a hurry. After thanking them, they would go to work. Those who were far away couldn't do anything. The canteen didn't allow takeout. They could only wait for mealtime to come, bring their own staple food and vegetables, and drink the canteen soup. The people didn't want to take advantage of this, but their lives were really difficult. There was oil in the soup and pickled vegetables were free. If Li Yi didn't have much money, others would call him stupid. But he was rich. The people of Lantian County all knew that Li Dongzhu sent food to people on the way back from Luoyang. If Li Yi went to Lantian County now, he would see anyone who was not sleepy. He would shout at the top of his lungs, I am Li Yi from the east bank of Ba River. Someone wants to beat me. That person basically had no chance of surviving. Many people would rush over and beat him up without asking for the reason. They would talk after the fight. Even the county yamen couldn't do anything about it. There were too many commoners involved. Zhang Sun Xian also discovered this problem. When she woke up in the morning, she saw many people running to the tent to eat, talking about how good Li Dongzhu was. The county magistrate, deputy county magistrate, 3 registrars, and 2 county lieutenants also brought people over for dinner. There were 3 officials from the Li family Zhuangzi who passed the exam. They heard that Zhang Sun Xian didn't respect Dongzhu, so they ignored Zhang Sun Xian. As for the other 4 people, they came here through connections. They had background and backing, and they knew who Zhang Sun Xian was. He was the brother-in-law of the empress. But so what? If I didn't make any mistakes, would you dare to frame me? If it was somewhere far away it would be fine. But this was Lantian County, very close to Chang'an. Do you believe that we will find someone to impeach you? A few days ago, my wife told Empress Wang that she would invite the Empress to the pool here in a few days. Jiang Sun Xang came over and said loudly to the concubine beside him. Tell others that I am Empress Wang's brother-in-law. The Empress is really good. Unfortunately, I have only seen her once. The palace is too busy. It's not easy to come out. The concubine knew how to cooperate and quickly said that she had actually seen Empress Wang before, but Empress Wang had never seen her. She was a concubine. When Jiang Sun Xian's wife went to see her sister, would she bring her husband's concubine? If Jiang Sun Xian didn't work in the palace, he wouldn't have seen Empress Wang. When he saw her in the palace, he didn't have the right to speak unless Empress Wang took the initiative to talk to him. Empress Wang's brother was in charge of food. He was in charge of clothes and furniture. Empress Wang was pregnant and didn't eat from the palace. Only she ran back and forth to bring back food from earthly paradise. It wasn't that Empress Wang didn't trust her brother, but that Empress Wang felt that her brother could be deceived. The two of them echoed each other. The others stood up to greet them, giving face to the Empress, even if the Empress wouldn't come. The farmers didn't care. The Empress came in person, so they were respectful. As for you? If you know her, then so be it. My Dongzhu has helped the Empress a lot. On the 15th day of the first month, my Dongzhu specially performed to help the Empress. His Majesty even gave him an official title. What was it at that time? Oh, Imperial Physician, now Jinzi Guanglu Physician. What's there for breakfast this morning? It's so hot in the morning. I want to eat something cold. Jiang Sun Xian sat there looking at the sky. A waiter from Drunken Immortal House came over, replying to Inspector Jiang Sun, there are fried dough sticks, donuts, fried cakes, steamed buns and steamed buns. There are 2 rice porridge, soy milk, tofu pudding and bone and wild vegetable soup. The side dishes are shredded tofu with dried scallion oil, garlic cucumber, garlic eggplant, and cold watermelon rind. In addition there are fried eggs, 100 boiled round eggs, salted duck eggs and salted goose eggs. There are no soup pancakes, oh no noodles? Jiang Sun Xian deliberately looked for trouble. In the past they were all called soup pancakes. Now, everyone changed it according to the habits of the Li family Zhuangzi and Li Dongzhu. There were steamed buns, fried dough sticks, fried buns, fried dumplings, rice noodles, cold jelly, liangpi and so on. Li Yi gave the names according to the habits of his side and divided them very carefully. For example, meat bird's nest and wonton were originally soup pancakes, but Li Yi insisted on separating them. Wonton and wonton were all the same in Li Yi's eyes. It was just a matter of the fillings and soup. At Li Yi's time, all the seasonings were present, so there wasn't much difference. However, the meat bird's nest was taken out by Li Yi alone. The skin of the meat bird's nest wasn't ordinary wheat flour. It was made with meat and glutinous rice flour, so the overall material was different. Jiang Sun Xian felt that she couldn't say the specific name, so she couldn't keep up with the trend. Then the head chef personally cooked the noodles and stir-fried the sauce in a small pot. He asked, "Do you want cold zhajiangmian or hot zhajiangmian? Can it be hot zhajiangmian?" Jiang Sun Xian insisted on looking for trouble. "Yes." The head chef nodded. "I want cold. I'll heat it up early this morning." Jiang Sun Xian was just saying she didn't really want to eat hot noodles. "Can I use mushrooms to exchange for a large portion of meat noodles?" A little girl around 10 years old pulled a 5 or 6-year-old boy to the side and asked. She carried a small basket with many mushrooms in it. "Let me see. Ah, such a good mushroom, and it's not poisonous. Are you willing to exchange so many good mushrooms for meat noodles?" The head chef personally went over to check the mushrooms. He was relieved that there was no poison, so the child was safe. "I'll give it to my brother. Is it enough to exchange for a bowl?" The little girl looked at her brother and raised her other hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead. "I don't know. Xiaotan, come and see how much these mushrooms are worth." The head chef looked at Guan Xiaotan with a troubled expression. Guan Xiaotan trotted over and looked down a few times. 30 coins, at least 6 bowls of meat noodles. 6 bowls. The head chef followed the words and said to the little girl, "So much? My parents are sick and I'm the only one taking care of my brother. Can I buy it back to eat?" The little girl was happy and conflicted. Hearing the little girl's words, Guan Xiaotan frowned and turned to look at a businessman. The man ran over as fast as he could. Let me see. Ah, such good mushrooms, it's better to sell them." Chapter 429. Let me see. What kind of mushroom is a flop? Well, not bad. It should be a flop. Otherwise I'll buy it for 100 gold coins. Another merchant ran over and squatted there to look at the mushrooms. Why is it only you, old Song, who bought it for 100 gold coins? I took a look. Old Song, you're not honest. I'll give you 200 gold coins. Another merchant came over. Immortal mushroom? You're giving such a price? 300 gold coins. Another person came over to take a look. The little girl was excited. The little boy revealed a happy expression. A farmer from the Li family Zhuangzi came over to the two children and squatted down to ask, "How much does it cost to cure your parents' illness?" 12 gold coins. They need to eat ginseng. The little girl said. The farmer immediately shouted, "What? 12 gold coins? Which doctor treated them? Does he know how to treat illnesses?" The little girl jumped in fright, but spoke up for the person who treated the illness. "Medical doctor," he wouldn't lie. "Oh, so it's a medical doctor from the Imperial Medical Department. 12 gold coins," the farmer said loudly. At the same time, he shook his head as if he had too much money. "You're giving 100 gold coins. You know that it's good, but you're still so stingy." "I'm 6 gold coins." Another merchant came over and shouted. 9 gold coins. Everyone give us some face. A merchant revealed an anxious expression. "Don't talk nonsense. This is 9 gold coins? I'm 11 gold coins. I've added 2 gold coins. Is there anyone who wants to compete with me? 13 gold coins. I'm taking it today. 15 gold coins. If there's anything higher than me, you can take it." No one made a sound. Guan Xiaotan temporarily became the auctioneer. 15 gold coins. These mushrooms are 15 gold coins. Is there a higher price? 15 gold coins for the first time. Everyone knows how good these mushrooms are. 15 gold coins for the second time. Don't you understand? 15 gold coins for the third time. Congratulations, congratulations, shopkeeper Lu. I'll give it to you. 15 gold coins. Shopkeeper Lu happily took the basket and ran to find someone to bring the money over. Bolts of silk were sent over. The two children clearly couldn't take them back. Guan Xiaotan said to the two of them, "Give me the prescription. I'll ask someone to go back to Zhuangzi to buy medicine for you. It's cheaper. I'll go home and get it." These. The little girl was a little scared. She was afraid that she would lose so much money. "Send it back and pack it with some steamed buns, pickled vegetables, and soup." Guan Xiaotan shouted. 6 people stepped forward to help carry the food boxes and the silk, and they took the two children away. The commoners who came to eat and the people who were preparing to go to work kept watching without making a sound. When the merchant called out the price, some people turned their heads to wipe away their tears. Zhang Sun Xn stared fixedly and suddenly said, "You can help the people of the world? I can only help the person in front of me." Guan Xiaotan retorted. "What about more people? You're not going to help?" Zhang Sun Xn was unconvinced. "I'm waiting for you, patrol inspector, to help me. I'm just a farmer and I can only do this much. You're just a 5th-rank official, what have you done?" Guan Xiaotan continued to argue, not giving any face at all. Do you believe that if you say one more word I'll tell Dongzhu?" Guan Xiaotan didn't wait for the other party to finish and retorted again. "I won't lower myself to your level." Zhang Sun Xn compromised. It wasn't because of Li Yi, but because of the commoners who stood up and looked like they were about to rush up. Some held chopsticks in their hands, while others squatted down to pick up stones. Zhang Sun Xn wanted to cry. She wanted to go home. Lantian County wasn't as beautiful as she thought. "Everyone don't get up. Sit down. This person actually has good intentions. He wants us to carry out the good deed to the end. This is called provocation." Guan Xiaotan finally spoke up at the crucial moment. The master said, "This is Empress Wang's brother-in-law. My family's Dongzhu has interacted with His Majesty and Empress Wang. On the 15th day of the first month, His Majesty personally made him an official. We're a family. Put down the stones. Don't think about smashing the bowls. Bowls are also money. Chopsticks, take the chopsticks again. Do you still want to grind the chopsticks? Let's eat. Today I'll give each of you 100 boiled egg. It's free. I'm also happy to help the siblings." Only then did the people who wanted to deal with Zhang Sun Xin sit back down. They used practical actions to teach Zhang Sun Xin what it meant to win the hearts of the people and the world. Zhang Sun Xin was like a quail at this moment. She was sullen and depressed. It was too uncomfortable. She was scared. It was too scary. Guan Xiaotan came over and said in a low voice, "Inspector Zhang Sun, last night, You didn't care about tiredness and personally inspected the construction site. You accidentally left something behind. As he said this, he passed a stack of blueprints that Li Yi sent to Zhang Sun Xian. What is it? Zhang Sun Xian thought it would be something like an Eastern pearl. In the end, she saw that it was a book. Her mood became worse. Guan Xiaodan went back to eat. He didn't care anymore. He cupped his fists towards the other merchants. The merchants all laughed. The merchant who spent $15 to buy a pile of mushrooms waved his hand. What he meant was, don't give me money. I'm happy today. Do I need $15? The merchants were in a good mood. The Li family Zhuangzi's work was indeed close to the people. Working with such a person, there was no need to worry. The master took the mushrooms in the basket and said to the merchant who spent $15, I'll make mushroom meat sauce for you. It'll be made with the pork ribs. Master, you've worked hard. The merchant cupped his fists. Zhang Sun Xian watched from the side. She finally knew the situation in Lantian County. A large group of Chang'an's powerful merchants came over and listened to the Li family Zhuangzi. Then the Li family Zhuangzi gave various benefits to the local people. In the Yamen there were 3 Li family Zhuangzi scholars. In addition, Li Yi previously gave food to the people who ran out of Lantian County. He also arranged for the people of Lantian County to be taken care of and sent back to Zhuangzi and Luoyang. Lantian County was Li Yi's world. However, there were still a few big families. As long as they could contact them. Xiaodan, is Li Dongzhu busy? My 2 children want to go, especially the eldest one, Sun. He's shouting for cows. There are cows at home, but he still shook his head. Your Zhuangzi has a lot of cows. Ask around. If you can go and take a look. The Su family's people came. Su Guanlan, the only child of the 5th generation, came over with her 2 children. The eldest son could walk and jog previously. The second son, Qianer, could now run. The 2 brothers ran hand in hand and then found a place to sit down and communicate with each other. The adults couldn't understand it all, but the 2 brothers chatted very well. Yesterday the eldest son shouted, cow 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 cow, and was unhappy. Su Guanlan felt that the Li family Zhuangzi had a lot of cows or the child was sick. No matter which one it was right to send them over. Zhuangzi doesn't matter if he's busy or not. He'll go in a while. Dongzhu is there, so there's no need to worry. Guan Xiaotan waved his hand at the 2 children. The 2 brothers stood there hand in hand. When they saw Guan Xiaotan waving his hand, they also raised their empty hand and waved it. Zhang Sun Xian lowered his head to eat again and gave up. The Su family in Lantian County was the most powerful. The Li family Zhuangzi had such a relationship? The children wanted to go and play? Zhang Sun Xian found that he couldn't find a breakthrough and lowered his head to look at the booklet. Oh, there's such a good thing? Casually assembled to sit on a chair? This is a bed? Qinggong step bed? How is it possible? It's too beautiful. Who drew this picture? Oh, I drew it. Yes, I left something behind. Oh, I've already thought of this kind of assembled chair, especially this bed that looks like a house. It's me. After Zhang Sun Xian saw the drawings and instructions of the Qinggong step bed, he shouted. The surrounding people all looked at him. They were looking at this powerful patrol inspector. Chapter 430. Dongzhu, if you're in a hurry, we can make it in half a month. Actually, 10 days is enough, but it needs to be painted. It takes 5 days for the paint to dry. This needs at least 3 coats of paint. Dongzhu, your design is good. It's grand. Otherwise, it can't show off our Li family Zhuangzi's ability. After the woodworkers looked at the blueprint Li Yi gave them, they evaluated it and gave them the progress. There's no hurry. It's my first time making it. Consider it as accumulating experience. Li Yi was indeed not in a hurry. He didn't expect Zhang Sun Xian to make the Qinggong step bed in a short time. If Zhang Sun Xian was in Chang, and she might be able to make it in a month. But in Lantian County. The blueprint he gave Zhang Sun Xian was the overall blueprint of the outside. It was divided into several angles and the layout inside. In addition to the above blueprint, he also gave the Zhuangzi workshop an exploded diagram. Before lunch, the 2 little guys from the Su family came. When the eldest brother was led to Li Yi, his big eyes were bright and he stomped his little feet and laughed. Obviously, he didn't forget Li Yi and recognized him. He turned his head to look at the layout of Zhuangzi. He let go of his father's hand and clapped his 2 little hands. Familiar. This place was also familiar. He was inexplicably happy. The second brother also looked up at Li Yi. It seemed that the scene that night had left a deep impression on him. He also recognized Li Yi. He moved his legs a few times and got closer to Li Yi. He tilted his head and thought about something. His brother ran away again. He didn't want to think about it and turned to chase. Su Guanlan and his wife thanked Li Yi again. Li Yi didn't save a child but a whole family. Su Guanlan also thanked Li Yi for giving him a copy of Zhuangzi's professor's textbook and the class notes of a few outstanding students. After reading those things, he realized how rich the Li family Zhuangzi was. Physics, chemistry, mathematics, astronomy, and geography were all taught. As for the books such as the 4 books and 5 classics, they were all marked with punctuation and annotations. Note, generally speaking, is the explanation how to understand. Just this bet alone was enough to make him famous. However, Zhuangzi was just showing it to the students. Sun has been calling for cows. There is a cow at home but he doesn't like it. Su Guanlan explained. I forgot. The other toys were sent over but not the bull. It was just a wooden calf with a small stool in the middle. He sat inside and the adults rocked back and forth and the child liked the rocking. Zhuangzi has made many kinds of rocking chairs for children to play with. Li knew what a cow was. The little girl wanted to rock the cow's chair the most. As he spoke, he brought the couple over. By the time he found the 2 children, they were already sitting there swaying. The 2 women on Zhuangzi looked after them, and the children laughed as they were swayed. Dongzhu, a villager from Lantian County, came to Li Yi's side. He handed over a prescription. In the morning there were 2 siblings. He told Li Yi what had happened and let him look at the prescription. Good, well done. You can't save everyone but at least you have to help those around you. Call a few imperial physicians from Zhuangzi and get the medicine from the ordinary pharmacy according to the prescription. The imperial physicians will go over and take a look. We don't want the money. Both husband and wife are sick and their work is delayed. 15 taels could help them get through this difficult period of time. If their family needs to farm and doesn't have cows, lend them 2 cows. Lend the cows according to the rules and raise them well. Li Yi looked at the prescription and arranged it. The villager went to find people. Soon, 4 imperial physicians came out and put the 2 cows on the carriage. They will take the cow cart. When the time comes, the cows will be lent to the family and the carriage will also be lent. Turning his head, Li Yi looked at the children playing with the rocking chairs, and suddenly thought of something. We can make a merry-go-round powered by water. Put a paddle below and when the water rushes it will spin. A picture appeared in Li Yi's mind. The middle shaft of the merry-go-round was covered with gears. Then there was another gear that was at a 90-degree angle and meshed with this gear. Add a shaft behind the gear, and the shaft was connected to a joint connecting rod. As it spun, the merry-go-round would move up and down. The structure wasn't complicated, but it needed to use metal gears. The shaft could be made of strong wood, including the connecting rod. Brothers Su and sister-in-law, take the children to play. I will go and draw. Li Yi didn't accompany them. He wanted to quickly make fun children's toys. On the other side in Lantian County, Zhang Sun Xian was still in a state of excitement. He thought that he could make this Chenggong step bed and give it to Her Majesty. The idea was good, but the reality was that he couldn't find craftsmen. The servant ran to find people, but the craftsmen all ran to the drunken immortal house to work. Carpenters, bricklayers, stonemasons, bricklayers, anyone with a bit of skill was there. Those who weren't good enough took on other jobs in the county and were busy all day. Use that tune. It's time for them to work. Zhang Sun Xian thought of the tune in the rent tune. Every citizen should have 20 days of voluntary work. The county magistrate was cooperative and arranged for the yamen runners to find the craftsmen. When the yamen runners came back, they brought back the silk given by each craftsman for 20 days. They couldn't be transferred and had to pay. The craftsmen didn't pay much. 1 day in the drunken immortal house was equivalent to 5 days of work. A year of 20 years was just 4 days of work. If they gave it, they would continue to make a lot of money. The county magistrate happily put the money in the treasury. He finally had something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough money for daily office expenses. Zhang Sun Xian watched the money move in and prepared to use it in the yamen. He could only stare. He wanted to go back to Chang'an. There were many craftsmen there, but if he went back, he would be considered absent without leave. There was something good in front of him, but he couldn't make it. What should he do? Spend money, spend a lot of money. Send someone to Chang and to find craftsmen and the craftsman union. The concubine suggested. Spend my own money? Zhang Sun Xian was distressed. How much would it cost to make such a big bed, wood and wages? If he made it for the emperor, the wood for a bed would cost thousands of pieces. He would make one for the emperor first. He didn't need good wood. 100 pieces should be enough. The craftsman's wages, thousands of pieces. Zhang Sun Xian said. Hearing the name, thousands of pieces represented 1,000 days. If 100 craftsmen worked for 10 days, they would have to be familiar with the work. If 100 craftsmen had never made such a thing before, they would have to work for a month. In a month it would be another 100 pieces and they would have to provide food and lodging. Go to Chang and find good carpenters. Zhang Sun Xan ordered the servant. The servant hesitated and said, all the carpenters of the craftsman union went out to dig wells. We can only find those who are good and don't belong to the craftsman union. Find them. Zhang Sun Xan gritted his teeth. Carpenters who didn't belong to the craftsman union had excellent skills and were even more expensive. The servant went. At night he came back with 16 carpenters. Only 16 people, 500 pieces per day. After the 16 people finished looking at the pictures, they discussed with each other and found Zhang Sun Xan. Inspector Zhang Sun, we've seen it. This bed, for us it will take 3 months. We have to think about it as we build it. Fang Hui, the temporary leader of the carpenters, gave the time. Numbers appeared in Zhang Sun Xian's mind. 16 times 500 was 8 pieces. Multiplying it by 90, it was 720 pieces. Chapter 431. Zhang Sun Xian wanted to cry. He realized that if he really made the Qiangong step bed, he might have to spend 1,000 taels. 1,000,000 taels. How many times could he go to Pyongkong Square? He could buy 100 barrels of the best wine. How long could he drink it for? Make it. Zhang Sun Xian gritted his teeth. If he couldn't take out 1,000 taels at once, he could make it first. He needed to save money and wait for the money to come back with interest. He also needed to wait for the court to give him his salary. He began to find people to buy wood. He didn't buy the best, but it wasn't too bad either. On the first day of June, Zhang Sun Xian's Qiangong step bed project officially started. The 16 carpenters had been translating the data on the blueprint while waiting for the wood in the past few days. They knew where the blueprint came from. Only the Li family Zhuangzi used this kind of drawing method in numbers. They knew, but they weren't familiar with it. Today the Li family Zhuangzi square was more lively than usual. There was a water wheel placed horizontally on the canal that flowed down from the imperial plantation in the north. There were 10 animals on top of the water wheel. There were seats for children on the animals. At this moment the water wheel was stuck with a pin. Someone went up and pulled out the pin. The water wheel began to turn. As the water wheel spun, the 10 animals on top also moved up and down. After about a quarter of an hour, there were no problems. The adults jumped up and pulled the pin, stopping the water wheel. 10 little girls were selected and brought up. The adults put them on the animals and fastened the seatbelts. After pulling out the pin, the adults ran down. Ha ha ha, the children's laughter rang out. The other children on the plantation looked on enviously. There were even younger ones who were anxious. Songda shouted, "Make it again? This thing is simple. The first one is to try. The next one will be faster. The water flowing down the canal is still very fast. It can move the water wheel." The carpenters rushed to work. It was indeed easy to make. Hidden against visible, silent against noisy, willow shore against peach blossom. Oriole friends against yen friends, morning and evening against greeting. Li Yi stood on the shore and suddenly shouted along with the rhythm of the merry-go-round. The children on the merry-go-round immediately followed. Fish leaping marsh, he ching xian, drunken courage against chanting soul. The children on the shore didn't want to fall behind and shouted as well. Hearing the children's crisp and orderly voices, some of the villagers couldn't help but shed tears. In their opinion, their child would be successful in the future, so they had nothing to worry about. Even if they died now, they would have no regrets. Sometimes he would dream that he had returned to the past and the current life was a dream. He would wake up in fright and break out in a cold sweat. His days in the past were muddle-headed. There was nothing to look forward to, but he was still alive. Li Qingqi also sighed with emotion as he watched from the side. "Brother Yi, even the things you make for children are different from others. Give me the drawings. There is a lot of water in Chang'an. We can do it by the river." He wanted the blueprints so that the Craftsmen's Alliance could make them. "Big brother, it's done. Do you charge for it?" If there was no charge, the children would not come down. Children from poor families are reluctant to pay for it. Li Yi got to the point. The children of the rich played while the children of the poor watched. "Withdraw." Li Qingqi replied after pondering for a moment. He continued, "If your family is not rich, you can play once in a while. 1 coin for a quarter of an hour. I have an idea. The children of the capital magistrate's office will go to the government schools. They will be tested every 10 days. The children who are given an excellent grade will have 10 chances in the next 10 days. Each time they will be given a quarter of an hour. I Zhuangzi can even sell snacks in every place. If the children are given an excellent grade, They will be given 10 free meals worth 2 coins. Li Yi gave a solution. Poverty was not a problem. He would give them a chance. The tests were all based on the progress of each child. As long as the children worked hard and got an excellent grade, they would play for free. If they could not even do this, they could only watch others play. It was not worth being pitiful. Good, that's great. Yes, I will find someone to arrange it and discuss it with the government schools and families. If there are teachers who help to cheat, they will cancel the quota for the first school. However, Brother Yi, you will have to spend money again. There are a lot of children. Li Qingqi praised Li Yi again. A child's food worth 50 coins for 10 days. Of course, the capital was not that much, but there were a lot of children. I don't care about other places. But for the capital office, I will be given 20 coins every day for every child you build. It doesn't count if there is a strong wind or a heavy rain. Li Yi turned around and asked for money. Why should he give things to others for free? Li Qingqi paused for a moment and then smiled. Okay, I believe that ordinary people can't afford to build them. They are all built by my alliance. Here is the money. Li Qingqi took the blueprint and left. He had to be quick. Otherwise he would not be able to play when winter came. Li asked people to make snacks. The popcorn boiler was already built. There was no pressure gauge, but there was time. It could be popped in about time. It was more convenient than stir-frying. If they couldn't find corn, they could pop rice, millet, sorghum rice and soybeans. The popcorn machine could also be used to stir-fry vegetables, such as chicken. When the chestnuts were harvested, they could be used to stir-fry them. When the time was about right, they could be slowly released. In addition to these, there were shaved ice, shabu-shabu, dried fruits. There were also fried sandwiches, shrimp strips made of yam and shrimp slices made of starch. There were also mixed tofu skins with cold noodle soup. There were also smoked dried tofu rolls and dried tofu that was not very salty. Anyway, there were many snacks that the children liked. Sell these things wholesale to others. If they can't be sold, take them back. In addition, I will design a way to try it in the paper-making workshop. After Li Yi arranged to make snacks, he returned to the courtyard to think about how to make a simple watermark. When making paper, he used the water curtain to scoop up the pulp and then dry it. He added protrusions on the water curtain. When the pulp was scooped up, it would be thinner than other places after drying. It would be a watermark. Li Yi thought of taking out an extra thing. When the water curtain scooped up the pulp once, he would put this thing on it and scoop it up again. When it dried, the paper would be thicker. There would be something sandwiched between the two layers. There was a protrusion. When he looked at it against the light, it would be dark. The thing that he put in could be made with wood shavings and glue and made in a mold. I also need a set of copper engraving plates for printing and coloring. Yes, that's it. Li Yi decided. He began to draw. The picture of the exchange coupon used in Zhuangzi had to be beautiful and complicated. When he was carving and turning the mold, the masters would have to worry more. When he finished drawing, the sky was already dark. There were mountains and rivers, red flowers, green willows and birds on the page. Actually, Li Yi drew it according to the photos of Zhuangzi's surroundings on the hot air balloon. There were the words 1 coin, 2 coins, 5 coins, and she coins. He took it out and went to the printing workshop to hand it to the craftsman. 9 colors coloring. I need 9 plates. You guys will have to work hard. Li Yi said to the workshop leader. The workshop leader took a look and took a deep breath. Dongzhu, don't worry. It's just that it's a little thin. We will change the mold and adjust it slowly. If it's not done well, we will scrap it. Now the colored ink in the workshop has been prepared. When there are advertisements in the future, we will print them in the newspapers. The craftsman gave an answer and Li Yi was relieved. The ink could be used. He even tried to print it a few times. The results were very good. It's just that there were no advertisements. It was too expensive to use colored ink. When there were advertisements, the advertisements would need to be marked with colored ink and cost more. Chapter 432. I feel like something big is about to happen. In the Government Affairs Hall, Yao Chong spoke as the 3 prime ministers were eating lunch together. What is it? Zhang Shua asked. I don't know. Yao Chong shook his head. I only know that Li family Zhuangzi has been too quiet these days. Isn't he looking for ores, mining and collecting stones? He doesn't care about the gold mine. Lu Huaishan proved that Zhuangzi wasn't idle. No, drunken immortal residence doesn't count. There's something else. Yao Chong was sure that his sixth sense wasn't wrong. Zhang Shua swallowed a mouthful of chicken. The newspaper is selling at a loss, but we still print an extra 300,000 copies every day and send them down the river. The people we sent were smart people who lived outside the river. The farmers didn't go. I know. In a few days the capital government will advertise. This is a big deal. Prime Minister Yao is amazing. Is that so? Yao Chong was doubtful. Thinking about it, it made sense. Advertising made money. How much did it cost to advertise in the capital government? Once the Li family's Zhuangzi successfully advertised in the capital, they could set up a branch in other places that delivered newspapers and advertise as well. I heard that many students practice writing on the back of the newspaper in order to save money. It's worth it to read and write for 3 coins. Lu Huaishan picked out the good news to show that Li Yi was helping the students again. It's a pity that I didn't ask him if he could quickly weave mats. Yao Chong regretted. He was sick. He always had to find things for Li Yi. In the past he could go to Zhuangzi, but now he couldn't. It was annoying. Li Yi in Zhuangzi wasn't annoying. He had invented something small that could be turned into something big. He used a flatbed cart to carry a big bucket. There was a pressure well above it, but it was different from a water well. It was more tightly sealed. The outlet was a small bamboo pipe that was connected to the bucket. When the person above pressed down, the water sprayed out. It sprayed far away just like a toy water gun. In Zhuangzi it was used to cool the cement road. It was too hot. The soles of people's feet would be scalding if they walked on them with shoes on, let alone the hooves of animals. After practicing the iron palm and coming into contact with the hot cement road, Mahi was unwilling to go up. Li Yi felt that it was too slow, so he turned around and asked the workshop to make a water gun. When Li Qingqi saw it, he was stunned for a moment before he ran over and pressed it himself. He only stopped when there was only the bottom of the bucket of water left and he could no longer suck it in. He found Li Yi and asked, "Little brother Yi, do you know what this thing that can move water pressure can do?" Li Yi looked at Li Qingqi and said, "Let's have a water fight. One for you, one for me. Let's spray each other." "Think of another one," Li Qingqi urged. "The streets in Chang are paved with stone slabs and it's hot in summer. It's strenuous to pour water on people to cool them down. It's better to drag them with a big wooden bucket." Li Yi gave another use for it. "We've already pierced a hole in the wooden bucket and plugged it first. When we're walking we pull the plug out and pour water on the way." Li Qingqi emphasized. "You're the one who's pouring water. Do you think everyone is so stupid? When you're skating in Zhuangzi in winter, you use this method to pour water on the ice." Li Yi stopped joking and said, "We can make a bigger one. It needs dozens of people to operate it to extinguish the fire. I still have a few things that can assist in extinguishing the fire. It doesn't need many people. One person can operate it and 3 or 4 people can operate it." As Li Yi spoke, he brought Li Qingqi to the side. There was a bucket with a bamboo pipe on top of it and there were other pipes inside. Then it was sealed with hemp and oil paste. Below the bamboo pipe was a one-way valve. There was also a one-way valve on top of it. When the pipe was pulled out, the water in the bucket would flow into the pipe. When the pipe was retracted again, the water would be blocked by the one-way valve and spurt out from the top. If the seal was not good enough, the air would still flow in, but it could be spurted out. Of course, if the front of the pipe was short, it could also be blocked with hands. Or there could be a place in the middle that could be pinched flat. When the water was sucked, it could be pinched and released when the water pressure was released. Another one was for 2 people to press down with a bar, and 1 person was responsible for holding the direction of the pipe. When the pressure was applied, the water would spurt out. The water would be bigger and farther than the amount of water used by 1 person. The third one was a syringe made of bamboo. When the water was pumped out, it could be pushed. At that time, Li Yi was playing with a small plastic water gun, but he had enlarged it. Make the pressure one bigger. Dozens of people press it together. It can make the water spurt as high as several floors. There is a lot of water. Li Yi took out a water hose used in the Qing dynasty. The current fire extinguishing tool was a thick bamboo pipe that was 10 feet long, and a big water sack was sealed with leather. When extinguishing the fire, the bamboo pipe was inserted into the water sack and the mouth was tightly held. When the others pressed the water sack together, the water would spurt out. Li Qingqi only nodded. This thing was good. It could be used with several kinds of things. If there was a fire in Chang, it would be much more convenient to save people. While he was pondering, Li Yi's voice sounded again. "But there must be a water source. It's best to make a big vat to fill with water and cover it. In the winter, wrap it with cloth. If there is ice, knock it off and boil water to defrost it. It may look expensive, but it's better than burning down the house and people." Li Yi found that the layout of Chang was good. There were many squares. Each square was equipped with a few big vats. It didn't matter in the summer, but it could keep people warm in the winter. Yes. Li Qingqi came back to his senses. He called someone to carry the things and ran away. He only left a sentence. I won't be back tonight. Li Yi asked someone to bring out another one and continued to cool the cement road. Not only did they have to lower the temperature in Zhuangzi, but the road from Zhuangzi to Chunming Gate was also paved with cement. The mud road was left on the side for livestock without nail paws to walk on. The road was also hot. The farmers drove their carriages out and sprayed a bucket of water. When they came back, they would fill it up and spray it with another carriage. There were no water pumps or fire belts. Otherwise, the water would be pumped in the murky river. The big wooden bucket made of wood could hold 2 tons of water. Fortunately, the carriage was sturdy enough, and there were many oxen and horses at the same time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to spray this part of the road. Where did you get the water? A passerby saw it and asked curiously. The water from the well is cool. The farmer answered. Let me wash my hands and drink a mouthful. I'm dying of thirst. Nowadays people say that the river water is not clean. The passerby came over and stretched out his hand. After washing his hands, he held the water and drank it. He also washed his face. Let me try. After drinking enough, the passerby made a new request. He worked for a while and took 2 deep breaths. It's good to extinguish the fire. Use the cart to carry the big bucket. Once you reach the place, the water will spray out. On the way to the city gate, there were people washing their hands and drinking water from time to time. They also said that they could put out the fire. The people were not stupid. They knew the use of these things. Li Qingqi returned to the palace with the things and asked someone to fill the bucket with water. He placed it at the gate of Xingqing Palace and pressed it down. Li Longji, the palace maids and eunuchs all came out to see. When they heard the news, a group of people from the nearby political affairs hall also came. Look, it's for a water fight. 1 for each person, spray at each other. It's hot in summer and cool in winter. It can also lower the temperature of the roads in Chang'an. It's better than splashing water with a basin. Li Qingqi repeated Li Yi's words. Yao Chong took a pump, sucked the water and pressed it against another place. The water flew out 7 to 8 feet away. He pumped again. This is good stuff. It's simple to make. As long as there are enough people, it can put out a fire on the 2nd floor. Zhang Shua added, ordinary people can prepare too. Wherever there's a fire, they can all go and help. Chapter 433. Yao Chong and the other 2 returned to the political affairs hall. Many parts of their clothes were wet. The 3 of them did not care. On the contrary, they seemed very excited. Yuanji was right. Li Yi really did come up with something new. Lu Huaishan affirmed Yao Chang's previous words. Yes, Yuanji is amazing. Zhang Shua added. Yao Chong himself was at a loss. So that's how it is. I was wondering why I suddenly had a special feeling. A tool to put out a fire was indeed a good thing. It was normal. After a few days, it would be strange if Li Yi did not come up with something. He hurriedly sent a document to the state government of the Tang dynasty with drawings and instructions so that they could continue to send it out. It was not easy for the people to make other things. Pump cylinders were simple. Each family could make 2 and keep them ready. Oh, children could also be used to play and fight water battles. Before night fell, notices were posted all over Chang'an City, and they were posted in every square. The instructions to make pump cylinders were written on them. A bamboo tube, a bamboo piece or a wooden piece similar to the inner ring of the bamboo tube. The back of the tube was connected to a bamboo pole or a wooden stick. A short wooden stick was placed horizontally to make it easier to hold. The front end was placed in the water. Pull the stick, draw water into the cylinder and press down hard. The water would shoot out very far. The introduction was very straightforward. The people who helped read it even gestured. The people saw that some families could make it themselves and prepared to make it the next day. Those who did not have the tools at home planned to ask someone to make a few. The 3 trade unions gave a price of 2 coins each. Those who wanted to buy could go and buy it. This thing is good. It's useless for one person to put out a fire. If there are many people, everyone can put out the water together. It can spray from the roof. I wonder who made it. It's amazing. It's a great help to us. Li family Zhuangzi. During the day, someone saw them use a big bucket of water to spray the road. Otherwise the cement road would be too hot. It can't be wrong. Ask around tomorrow. The Li family Zhuangzi has given out too many good things. Otherwise, why would the imperial court give him a 3rd rank official? 3rd rank is too low. It should be 5th rank. The commoners chatted. When someone said that rank 5 was higher than rank 3, everyone automatically dispersed. They did not want to talk to idiots. 3 days later, the first batch of 40 merry-go-rounds was completed. The members of the trade union were brought to various rivers of various sizes. There were also canals in the city with sufficient water flow. They assembled wooden horses, wooden cows, wooden tigers, big rabbits and other animals. They moved up and down as the water flowed. 1 coin can let the child play for 15 minutes. If you want to play, come here and pay. The person in charge of collecting money shouted. 2 people in a group. They were all people who were not in good health and could not work hard. It was similar to watching people sell herbal tea by the river. They were responsible for collecting money and then paying wages. They were not allowed to bring any money with them. Someone was in charge of searching them. There was a box next to him. He threw the money he collected into the box and searched his body again at night after he got off work. He also told them that there would be people patrolling. If they found out that they didn't put the money in the box in time and put it on themselves, they would be fired. Then he arranged for someone to sell popcorn and other snacks at the side. He would take over from the Li family Zhuangzi. The children of rich families quickly fell in love with this merry-go-round. They could even buy snacks. The children brought their own money. They did not accept it or allow it. They were afraid that the children would steal the family's money. The children who did not have money watched from the side. They watched others play and eat. At noon, while they were eating, Yao Chong and the others ran to a merry-go-round to take a look. These children are so pitiful, especially those from poor families who haven't reached school age. Zhang Shua shook his head when he saw that the children could only watch from the side. Isn't it the same when we eat in the Eastern and Western markets? Lu Huaishan didn't think much of it. This should be something that Li Yi and Zhuangzi gave to the children to play with. King Song actually used it to earn money. The children with money can play, but the other children can only watch. Sigh. Yao Chong criticized King Song. He felt that this would cause the children of poor families to hate the rich. At this moment, Li Qingqi sent someone to tell the officials about Li Yi's idea. If the children wanted to play but had no money, they could study hard and get an A grade. Naturally, they would be able to play and eat for free. If the officials felt that it was good, this should be the case. Otherwise, the children wouldn't be motivated. Furthermore, the children of rich families would also work hard. Others could play for free, but they could spend money to play. It was different. Just like Li Yi's little red flower, the children who did well in their exams would be rewarded with notebooks and pens. The children of rich families lacked pens and notebooks? If they couldn't get them, they would be indignant. The next day, when Yao Chong and the others learned about it, their words were different. This is still acceptable. It's good to give the children a chance to learn how to study hard, Yao Chong praised. It's Li Yi's idea. He sure is willing to spend money. Zhang Shua expressed his views on Li Yi's willingness to give out snacks for free. Lu Huaishan pondered for a moment. If it's me, why don't we change it to paper, pen, and ink? The Li family Zhuangzi is omnipotent. They don't need to be too good. The children like to eat snacks. We'll wait for Her Majesty's money to come over and ask Her Majesty for an official's reward. Zhang Shua was thinking about Li Longji's money. The emperor had too much money, so he had to think of a reason to ask for it. I'm still a little uneasy. Yao Chong suddenly frowned. It was the water wheel last time, and it's still the water wheel this time. One is for firefighting and the other is for amusement. Don't worry. Lu Huaishan comforted Yao Chong. Yunji, you're thinking about the Li family Zhuangzi all day long, so you're thinking about other things. It's okay. Zhang Shua also persuaded. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Yao Chong closed his eyes and turned to go home. In the Honglu temple, the people from the Fan Nation gathered together, each holding a pump in their hands. Wuxia took a tube of water from the pump beside him and squeezed it out. This thing can be used to fight fires. It can also be used to pump oil from the top of the city wall. If it's used to spray people and throw torches, there will be a lot of casualties. He saw the military application of this thing. On flat ground, it can shoot out 70 to 80 feet and even farther on the city wall. When using a basin to pour oil on a siege weapon, it can only be used when the distance is close. After pouring oil, it can be shot with a rocket. The others fiddled with it silently. After a while, Wuxia mentioned the Li family Zhuangzi again. Someone saw the Li family Zhuangzi use a big barrel to fill water. It's like a pressure well, and the water can be forced out further. They might be able to spray the oil to the top of the city wall from the bottom of the city wall. When they make something that can spray hundreds of feet, they won't be able to fire rockets. If they rush up and shoot a rocket from the bottom of the city wall, a group of people will rush up and shoot a rocket from the bottom of the city wall. The soldiers on the city wall will suffer heavy casualties. How can the siege soldiers rush up when there's a fire? They can use sand to extinguish the oil fire. Moreover, they have a lot of cavalry. It's just a charge. The Tujue people didn't want to waste time on this aspect. The Tujue people counted on cavalry to fight. At this time, a person from a small tribe put down the pump. The Tang dynasty must have the things to put out the fire in Guangfa Prefecture. When they reach the county they can get it if they want. Maybe they have it, but why can't we have it? We can grow beans and rape and prepare the oil. If it's winter we can spray the water further and freeze the ground. The siege soldiers won't be able to stand steadily. At this time, Li Yi and the Zhuangzi didn't even think of using a water wheel to fill the oil to burn the enemy. He made a very small catapult himself and placed a firecracker in the ladle at the back. After lighting it, he pressed his finger in front of him, and the firecracker flew out and exploded in the air. The other one was twisted. First he bent it, then put the firecracker on it and lit it. When he loosened his hand, the firecracker flew out. Li Qingqi squatted at the side and watched. He swallowed his saliva. Throw a lot of big firecrackers with gunpowder. Brothers and sisters reading outside the station, please subscribe to Qidian and support us. Farmer will write well. Chapter 434. Now Li Qingqi knew how to use gunpowder. In addition to making big skycracker monkeys, it could also be used in catapults. When attacking a city, the enemy could only use ballistas and catapults to fight against them. Brother E, make a big bag. Put some iron and ceramic pieces in it. Calculate the time and toss them up. Boom. One piece will fall. Li Qingqi didn't need Li Yi's introduction. He had already thought of it. It's good for defense. I designed a small catapult that can change direction. It's called Whirlwind Cannon. Li Yi said and turned around. Qing Song took out a few pieces of paper from his bag and handed them to Li Qingqi. Whirlwind Cannon was a small catapult that could rotate 360 degrees and had wheels at the bottom. When defending a city, it could be thrown from a high position and the shooting range was longer than when thrown from the bottom. Whirlwind Cannon had a fast firing speed, and it was easier to calibrate the direction and distance. It was a convenient weapon to attack the enemy. This was not the whirlwind cannon that was invented during the Three Kingdoms period. It relied on rotating centrifugal force to throw the cannon. It was developed during the Song dynasty to deal with the enemy's mobile troops, especially the cavalry. Fixed catapults were not used in that area. This catapult is good. It's not a spoon at the back but a bag. If you miss, you can find the right position by turning it slightly. Li Qingqi admired the blueprint. It was simply a work of art. Li Longji came back a little late for dinner. He smelled good and went to take a bath first. The main dish for dinner was beggar's chicken. Zhuangzi killed a batch of chickens. If he didn't kill them, the meat would not be delicious. The chickens were too weak in the summer and could not produce as many eggs as their companions. Therefore they were listed in the investiture of the gods. This kind of braised chicken had less water vapor and was not as hot as roasted chicken. Zhuangzi did not use the method of drinking the chicken alive. He put seasonings in the wine and made it into cooking wine. Then he poured the wine into the chicken and the chicken would be drunk. At the same time, the blood would circulate and the seasonings would be absorbed more easily. Instead, he killed and bled the chicken as usual and kept the chicken blood and offal. The chicken head and claws were not put together and the chicken tip was taken off. Then he put the seasonings into the stomach of the chicken, smeared the wine on it and wrapped it in mud with lotus leaves. Next he heated it slowly with charcoal in a big stove. He did not dig a hole to bury it. The top of the hole would take a long time to cook. A beggar's chicken was smashed open and a fragrant smell came out. Li Longji tore off 2 wings and a chicken thigh for Empress Wang. Empress Wang did not use chopsticks. Instead she grabbed it with her hands and took a big bite. It's delicious. This is the first time I've heard of it. You can even wrap a chicken in mud and cook it. Empress Wang was full of praise. We've harvested quite a lot of lotus leaves this year. They've all been dried in the shade. There are also some vegetables that have been made into dried plum vegetables. This year the people of Chang earned a lot of money. It was written in the newspaper that everyone should collect more vegetables and dry them under the sun or in the shade. The price of salt this year was very low, and it would not rise again in the future. Let's talk about the people in other places later. Li Yi knew that many of the commoners did not have time and threw their time into the fields. There was a problem with the allocation of land. Each person was given so much land that they couldn't plant it all. They even had to collect rent according to mu. If there was a tillering machine, a seeder, a combine harvester, or a small pesticide plane, it would be possible to plant 10,000 mu of land. Third brother E took out something good today. Li Qingqi did not want to think about how the commoners would live. He had no choice. Something good? Li Longji repeated. Li Qingqi took out the blueprint and showed it to Li Longji. Pack the gunpowder and install a circle of sharp objects on the outside. Okay, can we install wheels underneath? It's easy to move and can be dragged along. It can cooperate with the army. Even if the infantry encountered the enemy cavalry, they would be able to fight. If they cooperate with the cavalry, it would be even more powerful. Li Longji quickly finished reading and had his own ideas about it. The whirlwind cannon was equipped with wheels underneath and could be dismantled. It was a carriage that could pull itself. If it was pulled by livestock, it could also bring some of the provisions. One or two of them might not be useful, but hundreds and thousands of them would make a difference. There is a lot of saltpeter in Shu County, so we need to increase the mining. There are also livestock pens, latrines, and places for composting. We can use the soil to make saltpeter. The proportion of saltpeter in the black gunpowder was large and the consumption was high. If the commoners helped to collect the saltpeter, there would be a lot of it. Good idea. I will write a letter to the imperial court and the commoners to buy it. War is money. Li Longji finally said a famous sentence. Gunpowder was useful, but it also cost a lot of money. Brother Yi, don't sell the firecrackers and fireworks. Keep them and use them in the war. Li Longji also talked to Li Yi about the strategic reserve. Well, don't sell the firecrackers. Zhuangzi is not short of money. Li Yi agreed. If a beautiful firework could be exchanged for an enemy's life, it would be a pity to keep it for fun. In Li Yi's view, black gunpowder was a transitional product. He could produce nitroglycerin now. As long as he was willing, he could make most of the gunpowder with the help of the equipment in the hospital. But it was meaningless. The gunpowder was enough for the war. He planned to use the rest for mining and road construction. Road construction was not only for trade, but also for the stability of the country. From Chang and to Laizhou, the road conditions were good. The cavalry could reach in half a month, which was different from the army that could not reach in 3 months. Li Longji did not expect his brother Yi to be so good at saving people and killing people. He had so many skills. He was in a good mood, thinking about the large number of war weapons that would be sent to the border. Some of them would be used in the city to guard against the Turks. Most of them would be carried to fight against the Tubo. Empress Wang was also interested. She wiped her hands and took a look. This small catapult, when operated by a few people and used gunpowder, is much more powerful than the ballista. The ballista only has a long range and cannot be used in large quantities. It is not easy to transport, especially the arrows. For this arrow, the range and flying stability are the most important. If it can hit the enemy and be difficult to pull out, it will be even better. Empress Wang was indeed from a family of generals. She spent all day thinking about this. Li Yi was stunned for a moment and said, "There is a type of arrow that uses wood as its feather and has a thin iron bar in the middle. It is very sharp. Because it is made of wood, it can fly further. After it hits the enemy, the front part will enter the body. The back part will fall off and break if you pull it out. The front part is still in the body and can only be cut open and pulled out with pliers." He mentioned another item from the Song dynasty, the wooden feather arrow. The body of the wooden feather arrow should have 3 parts. The front part was made of metal, the middle part was made of bamboo, and the back part was made of metal with small wooden wings. If the back part is too light, the arrow will sink and it will be difficult to fly. The middle part is made of bamboo or wood. After it hits the enemy, a part of it will enter the body. It is attached to the front and back. When it is pulled out, the front part will be in the body. The arrow is thin, the head is hard, and it can pierce through armor. Uncle, draw it out and let us see. Empress Wang did not want to eat anymore. Li Yi could only find an empty table and sit there to draw the structure. There were a total of 4 parts. The front, middle, and back of the arrow shaft, plus the small wooden wings next to it. This was the ancient armor-piercing bullet. After it was shot, the useless parts would fall off and only the last part would enter the body. Li Qingqi saw it and muttered, This is too sinister. Good stuff. Li Yi drew another one. Actually, this wooden feather can be made into a spiral shape. It will spin faster and more stable when it flies out. It will also increase the penetration power when it hits the target. Chapter 435. Li Longji and the other 2 looked at the drawing and didn't know what to say. Empress Wang casually said something and Brother Yi gave her the method. Sure enough, there was an answer to every question. Spinning isn't easy, right? Li Qingqi tried to find something he could show off. Make one first. It'll take some effort. I'll measure and calculate. Then turn the mold over and insert the wooden feather into the mold. There will be traces. Carve according to the traces. This needs to be calculated. Otherwise it won't be stable enough. I'll do the first one. Li Yi was ready to calculate the arc of the spiral, draw it, carve and turn the sand. He turned out a metal shell and inserted the wooden feather into it. He could paint the protruding parts of the shell with ink. If it wasn't convenient to insert the feather, he could divide the shell into two and put it against the wooden feather to leave traces. The wooden feather was then taken out and manually carved according to the lines. It was difficult. Making an arrow, even a feather, was difficult. The requirements were very high. It wasn't as simple as just taking a feather. Li Longji looked at the drawing and listened to Li Yi's explanation. He couldn't help but have goosebumps. Just as Li Qingqi said, the front part of the arrow would be left in the body. He could only cut a hole, find the tail, clamp it with pliers and pull it out. Li Longji looked at his brother Yi again. What kind of person was he? When someone offended him and fell ill, he knelt on the ground to save them. How magnanimous was he? Yet, when it came to war, he took things out. There were even such deceptive arrows. Li Yi continued, the front part of the arrow doesn't need to be polished so well. Put some water on the back of the arrowhead and let it rust. If the wound is deep and rusty, it's easy to get tetanus. Currently, only I can treat tetanus. There's still a price to pay. I know the production process of tetanus vaccine, but I need more equipment. I can't do it now. Li Yi was helpless. If he couldn't do it, then he couldn't do it. Then he said, but I will provide medical alcohol to the frontline soldiers. Don't drink it, although it can be drunk. If you encounter the same wound, endure the pain and wash it repeatedly. Bring soap and wash the wound first. This is better than alcohol. It won't hurt as much. After repeatedly washing with soap and water, and then washing with alcohol, it can save a person's life to a large extent. Then the soap can't be sold outside and the soap can't be sold either. I know that soap is made from soap, right, uncle? When Empress Wang heard that the soap could save lives, she didn't want the enemy to use it. Okay, we won't export it. Yes, we won't sell it to outsiders. Li also agreed. The newspaper said that soap could protect the wound to a certain extent. At the same time, if you eat something poisonous, you can drink it with soap water and spit it out, but remember not to choke yourself. In fact, it was still alcohol. Soap could only solve part of the problem. Most importantly, soap was not sold in large quantities and oil was needed. If you don't use oil, then use rosin, which is pine tree oil. Have you guys blown bubbles before? Use soapy water and a little glycerin to make bubbles. When Li Yi was thinking about making soap, he did not know why he thought of bubbles. It was fun. When making soap, glycerin would be separated. Adding glycerin to soap water would make the bubbles more stable. Because it was alkaline, if it was acidic, there would be no bubbles. Just like shampoo, it was better to use acidic shampoo to wash your hair every day. Alkaline shampoo was more irritating than acidic shampoo and had more bubbles. The three of them shook their heads blankly. Tomorrow night, I will make it for the children to play with. It will be interesting. Li Yi decided to add a new toy for the children in Zhuangzi. As soon as he spoke, the three of them were separated from the atmosphere of war. Li Qingqi drank a mouthful of wine and thought of Yao Chong. Brother Yi, is there a way to make the mats and curtains faster? He casually asked. Yao Chang's words had reached his ears. Weaving. Enlarge the loom. Weave the bamboo silk and straw on it. Remember to wear gloves to avoid scratching the bamboo. Li Yi didn't even need to think before giving the answer. How simple was that? Li Qingqi wanted to laugh. Was this the problem that Prime Minister Yao came up with to make things difficult for Brother Yi? I plan to wait for the migrant workers' houses to be built. After they move in, I will increase the labor-intensive industries. This is also one of them. Mass production will reduce the cost and the price will be low. In this way, other people will find it more cost-effective to buy it. They will buy it and save time to use it in other areas. Li Yi had already thought about it. He wanted to transform technology into productivity and increase the number of jobs, especially for those who did not have land. Uncle, when will we pay the taxes? Empress Wang thought of the financial income of her family in the Tang dynasty. Yes, after paying the taxes, they will not be a hidden household anymore. They will be registered again. In fact, they are willing to be registered again. Otherwise, their children will not be able to take the imperial examinations. When there is no hope in life, they do not care. They will live one day at a time. When they find out that they can live a good life and their children can learn knowledge, their thoughts will change. Li Yi talked about the household registration issue. In the past, he did not pay the rent for those people. In the future, when everyone has a stable job, they will still pay the rent. Then they will enter Chang'an. No matter how many people there are, they will go to the other side of the river to build houses. It will not take up much land. The handicraft industry cluster. The things they make are more cost-effective than the things the people make themselves. The people buy them and use them. They save time to farm and raise silkworms. This is the division of industries. They will even help the people who farm harvest and threshing for a fee. The finer the division of industries, the better the social and economic development. Everyone will concentrate on their own things. Li Yi told these ideas to the three of them. The three of them did not care about the taste of the food. Li Longji even wanted to cry. He wanted to cry. He was so lucky to have a brother Yi. He directly gave the direction of the development of the Tang dynasty. Everything was so stable. He was not in a hurry. He was always pushing forward. When the internal stability was stable, he also provided external policies and strategies and weapons replacement. His family's ancestral grave was buried in the right place. He must have done a lot of good things in his previous life. His brother Yi could fight political battles, increase the production of farmland, make a lot of money by doing business and do research for fortifications. He could train soldiers and provide weapons and good military rations such as dried meat floss and compressed biscuits for the soldiers. He could also talk about poetry with you, write lyrics and music and enlighten and educate the people. He was also a good cook. If you were sick he would treat you. That was close. Elder brother was not bad. He helped me find it. If this was in Tubo, the Turks or even the Khitans, the result would be different. The Khitans were weak, but with brother Yi they were not weak. Not to mention other things, just gunpowder and hot air balloons, he alone could fight against 1,000,000 soldiers. Of course, 1,000,000 soldiers could not catch him. He had something that could fly so he could just run away. Li Longji was glad. He no longer cared about Li Yi taking the imperial examinations and becoming the prime minister. Being the prime minister was not just about a lot of things. He was busy. Brother Yi was living a good life now. Why did he have to deal with trivial matters? It's just a small matter, what if I tire brother Yi out? Li Longji now felt that what Yao Chong and the others did was not a big deal. He wondered how the three prime ministers would feel if they knew. Chapter 436. After the meal, Li Yi went to calculate the data of the spiral diagram. He had forgotten some of the knowledge, so he had to think about it carefully and even flipped through the books. Empress Wang went to feed the baby. The little guy woke up again, but his eyesight was still not good enough, so he felt helpless. He couldn't walk or turn over, so he had to rely on others to take care of everything. Other than crying and monosyllabic sounds, he didn't know how to do anything else. Li Longji didn't have any memorials to approve today, so he left the simple matters to Gao Lisher. He and Li Qingqi brought 20 beggars' chickens to the Ba River Bridge to see the Qianyou guards. Their guards and the winged knights were in charge of protection. 2 hot air balloons floated in the sky, connected by ropes below. The winged knights said that they wanted to get used to the feeling of being at a height of 200 feet, such as sleeping. Li Longji thought that they were just enjoying the cool air because the ground was hot. There were no mosquitoes at 200 feet. Your Majesty, King Song. The Qianyou guards greeted Li Longji and Li Qingqi in a low voice when they saw them. Are there many mosquitoes? Is the food okay? Li Longji entered a shack, looked around and asked. The shack was neat and tidy, just like the winged knights' tents. There was no mess. There are many mosquitoes, but we don't want to block the curtain, which will block the wind. Li Dongzhu by the river said that mosquitoes lay eggs in the water, especially in the grass. But the Zhuangzi gave us floral water and soap, so the mosquitoes won't bite us after we apply the floral water. When we're not paying attention, the smell will disperse. It's not bad to put soap water on the bitten area. There's no problem with the food. How can the Li family Zhuangzi's food be bad? They even gave us more food to bring back home. For those whose home is not here, they gave us jerky. Let's see who goes there and bring it back. The meat is not bad, and they also gave us sausages. If it rains, the Zhuangzi will send dry bedding and take away the wet ones to wash. The battalion commander guarding the bridgehead replied, saying that the Zhuangzi treated them very well. Is there an outsider spying on us? Li Longji reached out to touch the bedding. It was indeed dry, even if the riverside was damp. In response to your Majesty's question, yes, we do. We pretend to be passing by and occasionally take a glance before walking past. We have Li Dongzhu's glass binoculars so we can hide and watch. Those people don't even know how to change their clothes. Li Dongzhu gave us a booklet that was specially designed for spies. One is the hairstyle, the other is the clothes, but most importantly, the shoes. Many spies don't have time to change their shoes. The battalion commander smiled as he spoke. Li Longji also laughed. Hee brother Yi, you know everything. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have thought of changing shoes either. It's hot during the day. How can we avoid the heat? Li Qingqi asked. Let's go into the water. Li Zhuangzi gave us a ball made of pig's buttocks to soak in the water. He even gave her salt and vinegar, saying that there was no need to be anxious if she was bitten by a leech, and that she shouldn't use her hands to slap it. She put some salt, vinegar, toilet water, and soap water on it, and the leech fell down by itself. It was really useful. Some of us were worried that the leech would drill into our bodies. Li Dongzhu said that we can only eat it ourselves or take off all our clothes. It just so happens that the leech can find the right place to go in. We are all wearing the boxers given by Zhuangzi, so we can't get in. Even if it drill into that skin, yes, a section of skin, it's fine. Dongzhu said that the leech will die by itself. If the dead part of the leech develops pustules in the body, look for him and he will take care of it. The battalion commander looked relaxed when he said these words. He was not afraid. With the miracle doctor around, there was nothing to worry about. That thing can't drill into the body? Li Qingqi shuddered. He felt that the leech could drill into the body. Dongzhu said that we can only go in under special circumstances. If we go in, we will die. It said that if the leech is cut into many sections, new leeches will grow out from those sections. It's fake. We tried it before. We put water in a bowl and cut the leech into 2 sections. We also cut a few sections, but they didn't grow out. The battalion commander explained to Li Qingqi. He learned it from Zhuangzi. He even listened to the farmer's words and tried it himself. Li Longji nodded. He then looked at the other tents and instructed. The combat strength of the Chang'an guards is deteriorating. The Chenyo guards on the left and right are mostly used as ceremonial guards. When the Chenyo guards heard this, they wanted to defend themselves. However, when they saw the personal bodyguards and the winged knights around them, they remained silent. Li Longji continued, of course. The people chosen by the Chenyo guards are all tall and strong. Most of them are from aristocratic families. Why don't you take this opportunity to train with the winged knights? Li Longji mentioned that the guards guarding the capital's office are not good at fighting. The Chenyo guards are ceremonial guards. When I go out or stand guard in the palace hall, I use you. If it's used in battle, I won't be at ease. We'll start training tomorrow, the battalion commander said. They were indeed tall and well-built and had eaten well since they were young. It was just that the training was too tiring, so he was unwilling to do so. Now that the winged knights had appeared, he had no choice but to do so. The number of soldiers increased to 30,000, and good horses were delivered one after another. Another team was sent to the border between the Tang dynasty and Tubo to escort the caravan. Along the way, the military was training. When they encountered bandits, they were training. When they clashed with Tubo, they were also training. When this army is fully trained, perhaps the Chang'an guards will be disbanded. If he didn't want his 1,000 bull guards, where would he find a job if they were taken away? The only ones who could fight better than him were the left and right golden guards, so even if he wanted to fire them, he wouldn't fire them. There were also the left and right prison gate guards, the left and right leading guards, the left and right prestige guards, the left and right Wu guards, the left and right valiant guards, and the left and right guards. A part of the left and right imperial guards were also in Chang'an, but they were not the winged knights. There were so many people who couldn't fight, so they had to spend money to keep them. Her Majesty didn't seem happy. When he got off work, he would report to his superiors that his battalion needed to train first. What should they train? Yes, train all kinds of weapons and apply for arrows. Don't be afraid. Eat a lot of food. I don't need to say anything. Zhuangzi will make better food for you when he sees that you're training hard. Li Longji was afraid that they didn't have enough money, so he directly threw it to Zhuangzi. He believed that Li Yi would adjust the diet for the 1,000 bull guards when he found that they were training hard. As for the money spent, it was 10% of the heavenly world's profit. After talking, Li Longji and Li Qingqi went back. Brother, do you think some of the 16 guards should be disbanded? Li Longji asked Li Qingqi. There are too many officials in each guard, so they can't be disbanded. It's better to let them train and send the winged knights to supervise. Every 10 days, the winged knights will summarize the situation. Those who excel will be given good things such as soap. Those who don't do well will be named. There will be 4 people in each guard, and they will talk about it at the court meeting every 10 days. Li Qingqi had learned it now. General was 2nd rank, General was 3rd rank, General was 3rd rank, General was 3rd rank. In fact, they didn't care much. Some of his brothers had the title of general. Usually they didn't care, but during the court meeting they would scold you and force you to care. You could even kill people. Otherwise they would scold you next time. Reducing food and wages was not allowed. It could easily cause a mutiny. Brother, you're right. The 16 guards of Chang'an should train. When I have money, I'll give them extra meat. Li Longji decided to use his own money. The 16 guards mainly ate food. There were very few dishes and no oil. Their wages were also food. Some people wanted to drink, they would use food to exchange. A gold mine was washing sand and refining gold. That was money. It was better to motivate the soldiers. The better they trained, the more meat they could eat. He even bought wine for them to drink. A good team of 10 would be given 2 caddies of wine. Chapter 437. Childhood was gone without a trace, colorful and colorful. Little rabbit in the clouds, Changi Shangrenyu. Blowing soap bubbles in the day, counting the stars in the night sky. It was difficult to return to the childish fun and make the heart pure. It was a new day. The sky was blue, and a few white clouds were floating slowly. The dew condensed on the leaves at night had not yet dispersed, but the sound of cicadas could be heard. The temperature was still very high. The students were not in a hurry to eat after waking up early. They looked for a place to study. When the children were all up, they ate together and then taught the children. It was not only the children in Jianghu, but also the children in the imperial plantation, the Zhang family village, and the migrant workers' children. The 220 students took turns to distribute the food. The children woke up relatively late. They would only get up at 7 in the morning. Otherwise they would always be sleepy. They wished they could sleep for 12 hours a day. However, the children in the imperial plantation woke up early today. They all got up at 7 in the morning. Some of them had told their parents last night that they would wake up today because Dongzhu said there was something good to play with. After getting up and tidying up, they ate absent-mindedly. After eating, there was still some time. Li Yi brought over the soap bubbles prepared for the children. There were small bamboo tubes with various circles made of bamboo. There was a row of small circles on a thin bamboo pole. There were individual circles without bamboo tubes, for fear that the children would accidentally stick it in their throats. Li Yi personally demonstrated. He put a single small circle into the bamboo tube. He took it out and gently blew it. A series of colorful soap bubbles appeared and slowly flew in the sky. He dipped it in the soap water again. This time he blew it even more gently. A large bubble appeared and connected to the bamboo circle. Li Yi shook it and the large bubble floated towards a little fellow. The little fellow opened his hand and grabbed forward. The soap bubble burst. The little fellow's face was splashed with water, but he smiled happily. Li Yi continued to demonstrate. This time he did not blow. He turned his arm and soap bubbles appeared. The bamboo pole was dipped in soap water for many circles. A pile of soap bubbles appeared with a shake. Okay, each person has a bamboo tube. Go and fill it with soap water. Don't fill it too full. Li Yi stopped playing and shouted. The children lined up to take the bamboo tubes. There was a large trough next to them. The trough was filled with soap water and a small spoon. The little ones knew how to fiddle with it. One by one they squatted there and pretended. The older ones even helped the younger ones. Then a large group of children held a bamboo tube in each of their hands. They laughed and competed to see who could blow the biggest and most bubbles. Some of the children blew with all their might, but there wasn't even a single bubble. There were even some that were shaking. Their speed was really fast. All the soap water was thrown out, but there were still no bubbles. He accidentally threw the bamboo tube out, spilled it on his body, and splashed it into the air to see if there would be a bunch of bubbles. Li shook his head. This was Zhuangzi's soap. If he were to buy it, it would all cost money. Other than soap, glycerin and tea leaves, the cost was also included. If you don't add glycerin, you'll have to add sugar. She mixed a large vat of water and was afraid that the children would fall in, so the adults scooped the water into the trough. Bamboo is unlucky again, Li muttered with a smile. He was going to sell a set of bubbles. There was a small bamboo tube and a large bamboo tube inside. It was easy for a child to spill the bamboo tube. The small one would be given to the child, and when it was used up, the big one would be given to the child. The whole set was 4 renminbi. In the future he would fill it with soap water. The big one would cost 2 renminbi. He also allowed others to fill the bamboo tube with the good stuff they made. That way he could save 2 renminbi. When the villagers saw the children having fun, some of them even revealed a melancholy expression. Then they also took a small tube and filled it with soap water. After blowing a big bubble, they looked at the bubbles flying up and were lost in thought. Li smiled and turned to leave. That afternoon, buckets of soap water were sent to the place where there were swimming, but ball and merry-go-round in Chang'an City. The villager told them how to collect the money and then left them alone. The children who had 2 hours of lessons in the afternoon ran to the merry-go-round after school and discovered something new when they played. It was still the same as before. The children from the rich families asked the adults to buy the bubbles for them, while the poor children chased after the bubbles and blew them with their mouths. A clever child took a straw and rolled it into a circle to catch the bubbles from others. After catching the bubbles, he could blow them again. The sun moved slowly. Under the sunset glow, the bubbles danced in the air amidst the laughter of the children. This thing has no other use other than to play with it. Yao Chong, who knew that there was a new toy, deliberately came to the canal in the East City. The merry-go-round on the canal spun, accompanied by the floating of the soap bubbles. The surrounding area became a playground for the children. Why didn't anyone make such a toy when I was young? Lu Huaishan was envious. Now he couldn't compete with the other children to play with it. Zhang Shuai said, "It's better than the smashing cannon. The smashing cannon is more expensive. A big bamboo tube of soap water only costs 2 renminbi. It's about the same as the cost. Besides that soap water, children like to use their hands to catch it. When they stop playing they can wash their hands and their hands will be cleaner." Sigh. Yao Chong sighed. He wanted Li Yi to give him a suggestion to speed up the production of the mats. Today King Song deliberately came to look for him. It was actually to make a large loom. It was so simple. That's right. Weaving was weaving, so was making mats. Why didn't he think of it? Lu Huaishan reached out and caught a bubble. Yunji is still thinking about the mats? Most people can't bear to spend money to make them. The whirlwind cannon and wooden feather arrows are still the best. From now on, no firecrackers can be bought. They have to be used in the military. As for the wooden feather arrows, he specifically mentioned that there must be some rust at the back of the arrowhead to avoid offending Li Yi. Lu Huaishan reminded Yao Chong not to go overboard. Otherwise, Li Yi would have to make a move. Everyone knew that rusty knives and arrows couldn't be healed easily. If the wound was too deep, it was more or less time to prepare for the funeral. There was nothing to be done. The wound would swell and pus would seep out. The body would heat up, convulse, and be unable to move or breathe until death. Many of the people who died on the battlefield actually died after being injured. Those who were able to survive were those who were lucky. Yao Chong pursed his lips and said softly, "Yes, to our own people, I don't think it's too cruel." Zhang Shua, who was easily amused, felt like bursting into laughter. However, he controlled himself and quickly changed the topic. Li even brought up a method to treat injuries on the battlefield. We already know how to stitch them up. There's also soap and water as well as alcohol. King Song intends to bring a few non-commissioned officers to the prison to treat those who are injured and have pus seeping out of their wounds. He said that he would treat them, but in truth he wanted the non-commissioned officer to learn how to treat them. However, would King Song know how to treat them? The people in prison are going to suffer. Zhang Shua mentioned Li Qingqi. Li Qingqi brought back alcohol and soap today. There was also a small knife. He said that it was a steamed needle and thread, and he wanted to practice medicine in the prison. Yao Chong's lips twitched. Send someone to keep a close eye on them. If King Song is used to treating patients, those in prison might be intentionally injured to curry favor with King Song. I've already sent someone over. Lu Huaishan had already thought of it. Those in prison were the ones who were black-hearted. If they were injured they would let King Song take a look. If they were injured they would let King Song take a look. Those in prison who didn't deserve to die would hate King Song and tarnish King Song's reputation. They had to inform King Song beforehand. Whoever made a move would be implicating King Song. Only by spreading the word would those in prison be grateful to King Song. Chapter 438. In the blink of an eye, it was already June 29th, August 7th according to the Gregorian calendar. This month was the 29th day of the lunar calendar. The first day of July would be next. It was still very hot in the south. Chang, and was not so hot in the morning and evening. Especially in the middle of the night, there was a hint of coolness. Li Qingqi mobilized people and built merry-go-rounds in all the counties of the capital. He also found people who were not in good health and whose families were not very rich to sell tickets. The snacks of the Li family zhuangzi could be kept for 2 days and sent over with soap water. This summer belonged to the children. So far no one drowned in the river. The children helped the family to pick tea leaves and cut wormwood, increasing the family's income. Li Yi's mosquito-repellent incense was selling well. The rich people in Chang and the county used it. The mosquito-repellent incense had a simple taste and was cheap. It was especially effective against mosquitoes and flies. It was more effective than other expensive incense. While working, the children who went to school did not forget to study. The official school in Fuping County was dismissed early, so they did not need to come in the afternoon. They came in the morning to check the results. It was a holiday today. They had taken the exam yesterday. Lin Wenwu was a 10-year-old boy. His family was not very well off. His grandfather was sick and had to take medicine all year round. His grandfather was afraid of implicating the family and tried to commit suicide several times. Later, Lin Wenwu's younger brother was born. From this year onwards, the official school was free. There was an organization called the Tang Dynasty Chaotian Fund that gave the official school pens, ink, and paper. The children from poor families did not have to spend a single cent. They went to school for free. Last year the family helped to cut ice and make mud. This year they helped to pick tea leaves and cut wormwood. The family had more money. Lin Wenwu's grandfather gave up the idea of committing suicide. He said that he wanted to live and see his children become successful before he closed his eyes. Lin Wenwu went to school this year. He learned the 3-character classic and the 1,000-character classic. He had an exam yesterday and came to find the teacher today. He was very nervous. When he entered the room, the teacher sat there with a serious expression and looked at him. Lin Wenwu, come here and take this, the teacher said. Lin Wenwu walked over. There was a folded piece of paper on the table. He picked it up carefully and looked at the teacher. Go. Keep working hard. The teacher did not look at him and looked down to read a book. Teacher, this student will take his leave, Lin Wenwu said. Sure enough, he retreated and wasn't afraid of falling. Outside, he slowly unfolded the folded paper. On it was written, Fuping County High School student Lin Wenwu, late June, excellent evaluation. 10 points. That's great. Lin Wenwu cheered and ran back home. As he ran, he shouted, Little brother, wait for me. I'll take you to ride the merry-go-round. 10 points, you can ride it 10 times. He ran back home and saw his grandfather sitting there knitting something. He shouted to his grandfather, Grandfather, your grandson Benson's evaluation is excellent. The teacher gave me 10 points. I can take a dung bag to the merry-go-round 10 times. Oh, excellent? Good, good. My grandson has grown up. Good, good. Bring your younger brother to play. Don't be afraid. I won't die. I want to live. I want to see you become an official, get married, and have children. I want 4 generations to live under the same roof, and I want to have grandchildren. Old man shouted loudly. Lin Wenwu nodded vigorously and carried his 2-year-old brother out of the room. He wanted to take his brother to play. If he didn't have money, he would study hard. When they reached the merry-go-round, he put his brother down and wiped his sweat. Dung bag, which one do you want to sit on? I'll change it for you. Lin Wenwu saw his classmates. There were 6 of them from the same class. They were younger than him and their families were rich. They had been sent here long ago, but they couldn't enter the Fuping County High School. Money alone wasn't enough unless they had a lot of money. His brother was happy. He pointed at the merry-go-round and said, Sit, sit. When the 6 people saw him, each of them walked over with a bamboo tube for blowing bubbles in their hands. Lin Wenwu, do you have money? Your family is like that. Can you take your brother to ride the merry-go-round? One of his classmates looked at Lin Wenwu and asked. Another one laughed. Lin Wenwu barked like a dog. I'll give you some money. Lin Wenwu took a deep breath. Man is born good. You are my teacher and friend. I've never offended you. Why are you doing this? Oh, you're educating us? If you're poor, don't talk. The third classmate sneered. It's the father's fault for not teaching. It's the teacher's fault for not teaching. Did you not teach him well or were you not strict enough? Lin Wenwu asked again. Lin Wenwu, how dare you scold me? Do you want to be beaten? The child was angry. Fight. All 6 of you come at me together. You're all small. Lin Wenwu was not afraid. The 6 children were younger than him. He was always working and had strength. What are you shouting for? If you want to play, pay. If you don't want to play, go to the side. Xiaowu, come here. The person in charge of selling food spoke and called Lin Wenwu over. At this moment, the parents of the 6 children came over. The children added fuel to the fire. The parents of the 6 children didn't say anything. They brought their children to the side. They were afraid of Lin Wenwu. Lin Wenwu had just entered school this year. He used to work with his family. Last year he met an injured lone wolf in the mountains. He killed the lone wolf with a sickle and dragged the dead wolf home. Adults could beat him now, but he could take revenge on the children. How could the children beat him? Thank you, Uncle Yi. Lin Wenwu saluted the one-legged man who called to him. He turned his head and handed the paper to one of the 2 people in charge of the carousel. Auntie X and Uncle Jiang, I want to take my brother to ride the carousel. Oh, it's excellent. There's a red seal. How many points? Auntie Xan was illiterate. She only knew the red seal. 10 points, full marks. The other person came over and took a look. He said with a smile, Congratulations, good boy. As the man spoke, he reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 thin bamboo sticks. There was something wrapped in a piece of paper on top of the sticks. He opened one of the fringed paper, revealing a fruit candy lollipop wrapped in a layer of glutinous rice paper. He stuffed it into the little boy's mouth. The little boy grabbed the stick with his small hand and looked at the man with his big eyes. He showed a happy expression. The man put the other lollipop in Lin Wenwu's hand. Today is my treat. What do you want to eat or play? Put it on my bill. Lin Wenwu stared at the man and saw the word embroidered on his chest. It was the word murky. Murky was murky from Bashui. When worn, it only represented one place, Bashuili village. Thank you. Lin Wenwu didn't refuse. His brother ate the candy. Go play. The man turned around and went to the car to move things over. The shrimp slices and the fried food were sold quickly. He came here once. When the car arrived, he saw the scene just now. After moving things, he left. Lin Wenwu sat on a wooden horse with his brother. He took the lollipop from his brother's mouth and held it in his hand. His brother didn't care. He clapped his hands and laughed. In the entire capital government, many children like Lin Wenwu used the assessment to exchange for opportunities to play. All the children who took the assessment to play, regardless of their family's economic conditions, looked better than others. Businessmen had a low status in the Tang dynasty. Money was not enough. They also had to have power. Officials were power. If they studied well, they would have the opportunity to be officials in the future, especially those who lived in the capital government. Chapter 439. Children from poor families are really hard-working. Zhang Shua and the other three sat beside a pool in Seashore City to eat. They were also resting today. Lu Huaishan invited Yao Chong, Zhang Shua, and Wei Zhigu to his home. His salary had always been given to the people in his clan, so he didn't care anymore. His shares in Mianhua Candy ensured that his accommodation, food, and travel were comfortable. Heavenly Earth didn't give him money, but they gave him things. They gave him whatever he lacked, including firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. They didn't go to Lu Huaishan's house, so they went to the pool in Shi City to take a look. They went again at noon when Heavenly Earth delivered their food. Zhang Shua lamented that many children from official schools were evaluated as being from poor families. Children from poor families worked very hard. They didn't have many opportunities in the past, but now the opportunity was right in front of them. If they did well, they could immediately get benefits. The exam was based on their learning progress. As long as they were willing to learn and weren't too stupid, there was no problem. When the children found that they could immediately get benefits as long as they worked hard, they exploded with enthusiasm. Now there were some who earned 5 points, some who earned 10 points, and most of them who earned 7 or 8 points. This meant that their previous results weren't good enough, but now they were improving very quickly. It's nothing more than luring them with benefits. Is it good for the country to study for your own benefit? Yao Chong found fault with him. He said that it wasn't good for children raised like this to think about themselves in the future. Is there anyone who doesn't study for their own benefit? Wei Zhigu despised Yao Chong. Don't you know what your 2 sons did when I went to Hunan? I was afraid that you would take revenge on me, so I told His Majesty, but in the end I was still schemed against by you. I promised your 2 sons that I trusted His Majesty more than I did. I didn't agree and His Majesty removed my position as Prime Minister. Maybe there is. Yao Chong lacked confidence. The 4 of them understood that there was no such person. However, if Li Yi was here, he would tell them that there was, and only one. That person shouted, "Study for the rise of China," and then that person did exactly as he said. No matter who was belittled or attacked in history, that person wouldn't be found fault with. Yao Chong and the other 3 didn't know that even if they added up and multiplied by 10, they still couldn't compare to one person. Their mood lightened as they watched the children playing happily there. After the pleasure, Yao Chong passively developed an idea in his mind. Many people don't recognize the vouchers issued by the government school. Li Yi should have sent the money directly to the government school, he said. How can the child come over to play after taking the money? That's what you're talking about. Lu Huaishan did not give him any face. He did not even address him as Yuanji. Yao Chong smiled and did not take it to heart. Then you should at least get a brand. A brand is 1 coin. You can get it from the teacher or the professor. That's a good idea. Lu Huaishan agreed. Indeed, if the seller was knowledgeable, he could also earn money by writing letters for others. They were all ignorant people with poor health. They could only see if it was a red mark. The red seal could be faked and made into something that was red in color. In any case, the words could not be read. Wei Zhigu also thought of forgery. With what? Bamboo sticks? If someone else makes a 10-coin stick, won't they be able to exchange it for 10-coin snacks? Li Yi is so amazing. Can't we just get him to make something that others can't fake? Yao Chong was quite proud. He felt that Li Yi had planned so many things, but he had made a mistake in this matter. 25 people realized that they were also wrong. They were the people organized by the Tujua. They learned from the Tubo people and swam by the Ba River in the afternoon. They swam with peace of mind. There were also many people who swam with peace of mind. Because there were a lot of non-commissioned officers swimming, the ones who were good in the water taught others. Swimming around them, they were not afraid of drowning. There were already balls following them. When the situation was not good, they would hug and wave their hands. Or when they could shout, they would shout. The non-commissioned officer would swim over to help. Choking on water, unable to shout, wave. Cramping, shout. What a good thing. The non-commissioned officer even said that he would practice at night. The 25 people and the people accompanying them were stunned. Why are you so diligent? Which guard are you from? We don't usually see you working hard, but now you have to practice on the water. Have you thought about our feelings? The people who were criticized were not any guard, but the people of the Yulin Royal Guards. The Yulin Royal Guards were not convinced, and a winged knights came out. The word, flying, represented too many things. You are good. We, the Yulin Royal Guards, who are also in Chang, and will compete with you. Competing in hand-to-hand combat? Probably not, we can't beat them. Competing in weapons? Weapons have no eyes and there will be casualties. Competing in formations? Why do you Yulin winged cavalry have nothing better to do? Competing in horsemanship? What a joke, they are called winged knights and there is also the word, ride. Competing in bows and crossbows? They practice this every day and during the selection they use this as the standard. Then, swimming, let's practice. The winged knights can't also practice swimming, right? Therefore the Yulin Royal Guards in Chang, and practiced swimming. Their figures could be seen in all the rivers. In Ba River they need to draw lots because they can eat the food served in Zhuangzi. There are 3,000 people of the Yulin Royal Guards in the rivers around the Li family Zhuangzi. They flop during the day and they still flop at night. A few days ago the Qianyu Guards practiced swimming at night, and then the Li family Zhuangzi made them cold and deliberately provided them with wine. At night they can swim, drink and draw lots. The Turks and other foreigners looked at the people who were preparing to go into the water at night and felt very sullen. Songda was also in a bad mood. Dongzhu, do you still want to give them food and wine? The 10% profit of the earthly paradise is not enough. Now we are using the accumulated money. In a few days the special warehouse will be empty. Do we have to pay for the 16 guards and the Yulin Royal Guards? It has nothing to do with us. Songda felt wronged. If he had known he would not have asked for the 10% profit. Now 1,500 winged knights are in Zhuangzi eating people and horses. The Qianyu guards around them are training again. They eat more food and they like to eat meat. In addition there are 3,000 Yulin Royal Guards. Am I not in Chang'an but at the border? Dongzhu is a commander-in-chief, and I am an officer? Otherwise why would so many soldiers run to Zhuangzi? If they continue eating, Zhuangzi will be poor. There are profits from the gold mine. Calculate that money separately. Li said to Songda. Dongzhu, the money you worked so hard to earn is just given away. You also used the 250,000 yuan to reward the students and to build the official road to Shu. Songda did not leave and insisted on persuading. What is money? My good manager, how is the printing of the exchange coupons? Li asked with a smile. It will take a few days. There are too many sets and the texture is too fine. There will always be mistakes. Songda replied. What is that? Li asked. Exchange coupons for the children of the official school. Songda said sullenly. That is not an exchange coupon, that is the immortal palace in the underworld. If you use it well, it is good. If you do not use it well, it is a heinous crime. Li defined the exchange coupons. Dongzhu, I don't understand. Songda said that he could not keep up with the rhythm. There is a blue box in my study. There is a new exchange coupon blueprint in it. Go to the workshop. Li did not answer. Instead he asked Songda to get it. Songda went to the study with a stomach full of questions and saw the blue box on the table. When he opened it there was something inside. On it was written, Yi Eri Wu Yi Shuri. 8 for on the front and back the same as before. Chapter 440. Quick, be careful. Don't make any noise. A group of people dressed in pure black walked forward. One of them spoke in a low voice. The other 24 people didn't say anything and followed. The leader had a heroic spirit in his heart. Look, no one would have thought of this, right? I dare to go from the imperial plantation to the Li family Zhuangzi. The Tubo people were stupid. They must have been scared when they heard the words, imperial plantation. Only by taking them by surprise could they catch them off guard. The leader thought so. He had never been to the imperial plantation. However, he knew that there were many lanterns in the imperial plantation at night. There were also people standing guard. He went around and took the small path. Wang Xing from the imperial plantation hadn't been digging up corpses recently. Li said that there was no need for it. The corpses that were dug up before were kept in a jar. They could be used until winter and then be sent back. They could be dug up again in winter. He brought the farmers to make a lot of canned cherries. Now he was making bamboo canned food. The Li family Zhuangzi's bamboo canned food was successfully made. If you put more sugar in it and kept it in a cool place, it wouldn't go bad until now. To make canned meat, he first made the braised pork, then stuffed it into a sterilized bamboo tube and steamed it with the soup. The outside was sealed. There was no problem since it was made. Li gave him a recipe for canned fish in oil. At this moment Wang Xing was studying it. The fish was eel. He didn't want to sell the canned fish for a lot of money. He was doing experiments to see how long the canned fish in a porcelain bottle and in a bamboo tube could be stored. He had already reported the canned fruit matter. Yang Si-sun had sent it to the emperor. Then he sent people to the place where lychees were produced to make canned lychees. After that, there were canned longans. If they could be made into canned food, they would be dried and turned into longans. The fresh ones were called longans and the dried ones were called longans. The fresh ones tasted similar to lychees, but the dried ones were sweeter. Everyone pay attention. Don't be negligent. Sterilize the food and steam it. Li Dongzhu said that the temperature of the steam is high. Everyone has noticed it, right? If you're boiling water, put your hand inside and take it out immediately. It's fine. If you're sprayed with steam, your hand will immediately blister. This means that steam is hotter than water. The better the sealing of the pot, the greater the pressure, and the higher the temperature of the steam inside. Wang Xing looked at the canned eel that others were making and emphasized. He had also learned a lot of knowledge. He had taken all the textbooks from Zhuangzi and studied them with the other eunuchs who followed him. If you encounter something you don't understand, mark it down and ask Li Yi. Supervisor Wang, there are people coming. 25 of them. They are specifically following the position of our hidden sentries and hiding from the lanterns. A guard ran in to report to Wang Xing. Wang Xing was stunned. Holy shit, there were still people running towards the imperial plantation? What kind of place did he think the imperial plantation was? Not to mention anything else, if you come in and light a fire, even if you die, I will be in trouble. If the emperor didn't come, it was the emperor's business. The temporary imperial residence was still there. If I, as a supervisor, let them in, I would be disregarding His Majesty's safety. Are you done? Get ready. Wang Xing wanted to laugh. A bunch of idiots. It looks like they're going to the Li family Zhuangzi. We can ignore them and let the Li family Zhuangzi catch them. The messenger said. Bullshit. If they can enter the Li family Zhuangzi from the imperial plantation, doesn't that mean they can pass through the imperial plantation that I am in charge of? Catch them for me. When Wang Xing heard that they were going to the Li family Zhuangzi, he became even more afraid. What did it mean if he let them in? Were the imperial plantation's guards incompetent, or were they doing it on purpose? Other places were guarded by the 1,000 bull guards, but here he was unguarded. The empress and the future crown prince were in the Li family Zhuangzi. Let's go. I'll go take a look. Who wants me dead? Wang Xing was angry. Was he easy to bully? Entering the Li family Zhuangzi from the imperial plantation, what were they thinking? The 25 people didn't know the dangers of the imperial plantation and continued to sneak. Wang Xing saw it. There was no way he couldn't see it. The walls of that section of the road were white and there were lanterns 20 steps away. There were 4 guards standing by the wall. They were all dressed in white, the same color as the walls. Their eyes were looking out through the gaps in their white masks. Catch them alive. Don't let them go any further. If they go any further, the Li family Zhuangzi will see them. How am I going to explain it to Li Dongzhu? Go. Wang Xing was depressed. Where did these idiots come from? They were dressed in black and had no problem hiding from the lanterns. There was a white wall next to them that reflected the light. If he took a few mirrors from Li Yi and put them on the wall, would you like to look at it? The guards naturally knew what to do. They had to catch them alive. Once they were caught, they had to smash them with their shields. They didn't want them to commit suicide. 15 minutes later, Li Yi saw the 25 people. Wang Xing didn't use torture. He tied them up and carried them over to tell Li Yi. As for asking for a confession, he believed that Li Yi's methods were more powerful. Brother Yi, they wanted to pass through the imperial plantation to get to you. I caught them. I wanted you to catch them for fun, but later I thought it wouldn't work. Wang Xing told the truth. Why did you think of breaking into the imperial plantation? Li Yi looked at the 25 people. The 25 people didn't gag their mouths. They didn't make a sound and kept silent. Li Yi wasn't afraid of them biting their tongues. There was no such thing as suicide by biting one's tongue. Unless they killed themselves from the pain or suffocated to death from blood entering their trachea. There was also a very low possibility that they chewed their tongues and sucked in air, blocking their trachea. If they had poison in their mouths, they would die if they were bitten. They would have to make a cut first and the poison would enter the wound instantly. However, none of the possibilities were possible now. He was here. Even if there was a cut in their mouths and it was filled with poison arrow tree sap, he could still save them. Wasn't it just anti-Eris? It wasn't a big deal. Brother Wang, you've given me a difficult problem. If you kill them and bring them over, I can cut them up, and sew them up to practice my skills. Living ones I can't. What's the difference between that and 731? Don't do to others what you don't want done to you. Brother Wang, why don't you take them away and bring them back to me after they're dead? I'll treat it as if I've never seen them alive. Li Yi said to Wang Xing with a conflicted expression. The 25 people who were tied up were afraid. They were prepared to die, but what did he mean by that? What cutting and sewing was he talking about people? He couldn't do it while they were alive and he didn't want to do it himself. He wanted others to kill them and then he would play with them after killing them? Brother Yi, can you fit 25 people all at once? Wang Xing was worried that there wasn't enough space. I'll kill them one by one and bring them over. I'll cut open their stomachs, heart, liver, and lungs to practice. If they're not completely dead, I'll save them normally. For example, if they cut their necks and spurt out blood, I'll see if I can stop the bleeding. Then I'll cut their trachea and insert a tube to breathe. That way they won't die immediately. But I won't use any good medicine. I'll just look at them and see if they insert a tube into their necks to replace their mouths. When it's about time, I'll pluck out their eyeballs. The bleeding isn't much and they can still be connected. If my skills are good, they can use these eyes to look at themselves. Don't you think it's amazing? They don't have to be sent back. I'll drain their blood and roast them with hot air, roast them into Li Dongzhu, I'll say it. We came here with the Turkic people to steal the hot air balloon blueprint. It's better if we can steal other blueprints or we can capture you. When Li Yi and Wang Xing were talking, some people from the small tribes couldn't take it anymore. There was no need to force them to speak. Chapter 442. Brother Yi, I've got an advertisement for you. It's selling chives. 6 ships, 2,000 shur from Dengzhou. On the first day of July, Li Qingqi found Li Yi. This time, Li Yi didn't need to check the map. He knew where Dengzhou was. It belonged to Hunan province. In fact, it was Shandong. In the Tang dynasty, Shandong was under the jurisdiction of Hunan province. Tianjin was part of Hebei province. If you continue to head north and east, it was called Hebei province. Li Yi knew that chives didn't refer to the flowers of chives, but the sauce made from the flowers of chives with salt. People who weren't familiar with it wouldn't understand it. It was just like when he talked about Dubon. He used to think that it was referring to the northeastern Dubon sauce. Later, he realized that it was referring to the broad bean sauce of Sichuan. The northeastern Dubon sauce should be called fermented Dubon sauce. It was the Dubon sauce with soybeans in it. He traveled extensively and found that the names of things in many places were too magical. The only place he wasn't satisfied with was Guangdong province. This province had places like Lushuan. In the north it was called dry tofu. It was made by spreading a thin layer of tofu pudding like tofu and pressing it. In the south it was called Qianzhong. Both were the same thing. In the past, Guangdong province was also called dry tofu. Later the Japanese Empire came and insisted that dry tofu was called tofu skin. Hence in Guangdong province dry tofu was called tofu skin. However, tofu skin was something that was similar to tofu. So, what was this thing called? The Japanese Empire called it high protein. Hence in Guangdong province it was called as well. Li Yi accepted that the soup ingredients of wonton were different. Could be called wonton, or wonton. However, he couldn't accept that the Japanese Empire came and called it whatever the locals called it. It was the same for chives. The Japanese Empire and the southern dynasties called it soy sauce. If it were him at that time, he would probably also shout that there were people laughing here and there. Now it was the Tang dynasty. Even if the people of the Tang dynasty were beggars, they still had their own pride in the Japanese Empire and Xinhua. I call it whatever I want it to be called. It's not up to you people to change the name. Li Yi had feelings in his heart. He also knew about these things, but he did not understand where Dengzhou had gotten so many leek flowers. Big brother, are they all planting chives? This thing can't fill my stomach. Li Yi knew that there was also a drought there and there were many locusts. Speaking of drought and locusts, his first impression was Shandong. In addition, rice was expensive while steamed buns were cheap. Li Yi had been there before. Rice sold for 1 yuan elsewhere was sold for 3 yuan here. Other places sold steamed buns for 1 yuan, but here they sold 3 steamed buns for 1 yuan. They were big steamed buns and one would be full after eating one. The wheat in Shandong was good, the rice in the northeast, and the wheat flour in Shandong was famous all over the country. People from Dengzhou selling chives? Don't you have any seafood? It's not easy for me to eat seafood in Chang'an. How could Li Qingqi know that Li Yi was thinking about so many things in such a short time? Isn't this a drought and locusts? The weather is hot, so who would want to eat leeks? As a result, the chives began to bloom. They plucked the flowers and pickled them with salt. 12,000 dong was too much. When they arrived at Chang'an, an acquaintance came to me. What can I do? I'm just here to ask you to help me advertise in the newspapers. Li Qingqi told him the reason. Dengzhou was also a drought and there were many locusts. Everyone was busy with other things, but when they turned around they found that the chives had bloomed. The chives couldn't be eaten after the stalk, so they could only pluck the flowers. The chives were all very tall and not tender at all. They were next to the sea and boiled the sea for salt. There was a lot of salt, so they simply made a big bucket out of old bamboo and put the chives and salt in it to pickle. More than 10,000 dong of chives were sent to Chang'an, hoping that Chang'an would buy them. The leader was smart and wanted to advertise in the newspaper. Li thought for a while. He could actually eat all of it. Apart from people with allergies and pregnant women, the chives could be dipped in many other ingredients. Big brother, you said it's cheaper. Is it just 800 yuan? Ask them to provide the words. It's my first time advertising. I'll mark it in red. Li Yi agreed and gave the words for free. Yes. Li Qingqi took out a piece of paper and read it. Dengzhou chives have been praised since ancient times. Please have a taste. It's salty and spicy. You dare to advertise when the rhyme isn't even right? Li Yi frowned when he heard it. Ancient rhyme. Li Qingqi said. Big brother, you're mocking the ancients. If it's right, it's the current rhyme. If you don't have the ability, you're pushing it to the ancients. Li Yi shook his head and smiled. Write one for me. Li Qingqi smiled. Love and home Dengzhou chives. Word for word, no discount. Li Yi gave the advertising slogan and made it clear. I can write the lyrics and save you money, but there's no discount. Li Qingqi, 4 words plus 5 words. It wasn't a parallel essay and it wasn't even a poem. But why does it sound so smooth? It's not abrupt at all. Brother Yi, let me ask you something. What don't you know? Li Qingqi was depressed. He could guarantee that he didn't reveal anything when he came over. However, after one sentence, Brother Yi didn't add more words to make money. Instead, he reduced the words. Just 9 words is enough? Li Qingqi asked. In theory, yes. In fact, you have to say where the boat is parked. Otherwise, you're advertising to build a brand? That can be cheaper. You don't have to pay for every word. If you advertise for a month, I'll charge a total of 90 words. Big brother, go and tell them which type they want. 90 words for a month in Chang'an. You'll have the same words every day. If you want to write it down and sell it at a dock, you can continue to charge them per word. I'll give it to you as a gift. Also, for future advertising slogans, if you want me to personally write it, it'll be 10 words per word. Not one less. Li Yi explained the situation. He didn't want to write advertising slogans because as long as he took out the slogans, it would be his classic. Oh, the one about not accepting gifts during the new year. That didn't work in the Tang dynasty. If an advertisement in the Tang dynasty couldn't even match the rhyme, it would be useless. If you dare to write it in the newspaper, the literati will scold you to death. Then the officials will investigate you. The one that didn't accept gifts was actually giving gifts. Li Yi had seen it before. It was oatmeal in a broken bowl. It was far worse than the diamond advertisement. The company that advertised not accepting gifts during the new year actually didn't make much money. It was all advertising fees. Li Qingqi hadn't been shocked by the alarm clock advertisement before. He asked, anything is fine? Sure. For example, steamed buns last forever. Li Yi didn't have any diamonds to sell, so he took out the steamed buns. After Li Yi said one, he suddenly had an idea. Also, I'm willing to give up 10,000 bolts of cloth for some leftovers. Ha ha ha, Li Qingqi. He scratched his head. Brother Yi, what you said should be used for better things, right? This thing is just a scam. It's worthless. For example, 2 special kinds of water were born at the Baishui River. One of them is foot-washing water. Ah. Li Yi laughed again. He couldn't help it. Li Qingqi, Brother Yi, the businessman over there wants to sell chives at the Baishui dock. Tell me more. Li Qingqi returned to the topic. Li Yi became serious. The spicy and priceless chives are the only beauty on the Baishui dock. The price has increased. 5 cents a word. This time he wasn't joking. He was serious. Chapter 443. The pier of Ba River became lively. People from all over Chang'an came to buy Chinese chives. The Chinese chives from Dengzhou were cheap, and the newspaper reported it. The people were puzzled. Why were there so many Chinese chives there? It was cheaper than using Chinese chives and salt to make the Chinese chives. Even the pickled vegetable shops in other counties came to buy Chinese chives with large buckets. They were buying from the shops and did not make the chives themselves. Sure enough, they have started advertising. Yao Chong took today's newspaper and looked at the advertisement. Lu Huaishan was in a good mood. Otherwise, the Li family Zhuangzi will not have enough money. The Li family Zhuangzi cannot go bankrupt. Look here. Using words to teach pinyin. 63 letter combinations. Why don't they choose 63 words? Zhang Shuo saw the Chinese pinyin in the newspaper and felt that it was difficult to learn those letters. It doesn't matter what it is. There are other words when accounting. I guess Li Yi is familiar with these letters. Yao Chong said. Let the literate people learn first and then teach the illiterate people. There will always be people willing to teach. In this way, the newspapers will have pinyin in them. As long as the people learn pinyin, they can learn more words when they read the newspaper. Good calculation. The newspaper is cheap, so the people buy it and learn it. The newspaper advertises and use the advertising fees to make up for the loss of printing the newspaper. Lu Huaishan analyzed and continued to think. Zhang Shuo shook the newspaper. When most of the people are literate, it will be difficult for anyone to spread rumors in the future. The newspaper is a knife. Yao Chong concluded. Previously, they had thought of writing something in the newspaper and spreading it quickly. Now that they can learn to read, more people will buy the newspaper. Moreover, only one side of the newspaper is printed. The other side can be used to write. What I don't understand is that the number of words that can be written on a newspaper is limited. If many people buy it, can the advertising fees make up for the loss? Lu Huaishan was still worried that Li Yi would lose money. Zhang Shuo chuckled twice. You can advertise in one newspaper 2 or 3 sheets. The technology of making paper is improving. There are stones in Lantian County that can be used to make paper. When we mine more, the cost of paper will decrease, and the number of advertisements will increase. Not only will we not lose money, but we will also be able to make money. That's right. I just don't know what's going on outside the capital office. King Song said that it's made of copper, and a set of it requires a large amount of copper. At this moment, Yao Chong did not want to find fault with Li Yi. He felt that the newspaper was useful. It could tell the people what to do and what not to do. While the three of them were worrying about Li Yi, the Li family Zhuangzi's workshop was using an ointment to print on wax paper. Wax is not paraffin. There is not so much oil here, the kind that can be dug out in the open. Li Yi wanted to use the indigenous oil refining method, but he couldn't do it. In the indigenous oil refining method, paraffin oil was a byproduct. It was produced by distilling oil at different temperatures. The wax used now is the wax of an insect called an ash worm. Placing the ash worm on the ash stem tree, the worm will grow on it and secrete ash worm. Insect pewter has many uses, including as medicine. The wax and paper are mixed together to create wax paper. After writing with a metal pen, there will be no wax at the place where the words are written. A roller dipped in ink will roll on the paper and the ink will be printed on the paper. The advantage is that it is convenient. The disadvantage is that if one is not familiar with the process, the wax paper will be ruined. Li Yi stood by the side and watched the craftsman work. I need to find someone to practice writing on wax paper. I have to change my habit of using a brush. Li Yi is currently worried about manpower. Who should he send to the various places? They should understand the local situation. They should be able to transmit information and at the same time, receive fixed information to produce newspapers. During dinner, Li Yi mentioned this to Li Longji and Li Qingqi. I have to arrange for trusted people to be sent out. A portion of the migrant workers will be sent over to deliver the newspapers. They won't be able to complete the task. Li Longji pondered. He knew that newspapers are mouthpieces. The words written in the newspapers are the words spoken to others. The imperial court is in control of the newspapers. Whatever is said, the people will support it. It is the most convenient way to break the monopoly of the influential clans. The people read newspapers every day and are used to believing the contents of the newspapers. In addition, the people sent out will send the news back through the channels of the newspapers when the local officials are hiding something. The manpower must be good. Who would be willing to leave Chang'an? Brother Yi, will the people sent over be bribed? Li Qingqi suddenly thought of a situation. Rotate. Send people there and find local scholars to write articles. Only when our important content is sent over will it be printed in the most prominent position on the front page. Scholars will be paid for writing articles regardless of whether they are rich or poor. The people sent will be responsible for choosing what can be printed in the newspapers. Spreading rumors, satirizing the imperial court, incitement, and slandering others are not allowed. This matter needs to be known to His Majesty and arranged accordingly. Li Longji decided to discuss it with the prime ministers. Li didn't have any manpower on his side, and the farmers of his manor couldn't travel to other places in Great Tang. Then third brother will send over a set of printed articles. Li nodded. He can let go of other places as long as he can get back the advertising fees. He said that he will cooperate with the relay station and earn money together. Otherwise, if the people he arranged to write and print, who will be responsible if something happens? After the matter was discussed, Li Longji went to work in the morning with the things. When the matter is almost settled, he took it out and showed it to everyone. The eunuch rolled the paper with an oil roller and opened it. Words appeared on the paper. He took the paper, covered it with a net, rolled it again and printed another one. Yao Chong and the others were still dumbfounded. Oh, good stuff. With this, what is the point of carving? If you write it, you can print a lot in a day. Zhang Shua took a piece of paper and looked at it. This kind of printed article is not as good as movable type printing. Moreover, the edge of the paper will be accidentally stained with ink. But it is fast. When the imperial court publishes the articles, there is no need to make so many copies. Just write one and print a lot. So Li Yi wants to use this to print newspapers. Your Majesty, do as he says and put a few sets in the imperial court. Lu Huaishan said. It seems that the ink is not the Li family Zhuangzi's. Engraving printing is enough. As for the paper, I don't know if it is good to use the old paper. If it is still needed, I will buy it from the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi's paper is cheaper than other paper. The price will be lower in the future. Li Yi told me about the problem of local manpower. Li Longji started to talk about business. Where to find people. First, they need to practice writing. Your Majesty, you can send 3 people at a time to supervise each other. Each county will send a group of people and rotate every 3 months or half a year. If there are people waiting to be ranked, let them go first. We will evaluate them. If they are good, we will give them an official position. If they are not willing to go, they can continue to wait. There are many people who are looking for ways to serve. Yao Chong suggested. He did not like people who used poetry as a stepping stone to get an official position. He was more willing to look at the current affairs and write an article about the current situation of the Tang dynasty. If it is good, he can give it to an official. This bypasses the imperial examination. Some people are really good. Your Majesty, which way is the message sent? Zhang Shua thought of the long journey. The official relay station. The net profit from the newspaper advertisements will be used to subsidize the official relay station. Every year, the newspaper will make up for the amount the official relay station allocates. Li Longji said something that made all the ministers dumbfounded once again. Chapter 444. Yao Chong and the others left with a lot of questions. They went back to the political affairs hall and made tea. What were His Majesty and Li Yi thinking about all day long? Why didn't they know about the official resting place? I'm feeling uneasy again, Yao Chong suddenly said. Me too, Zhang chimed in. Is there anything wrong? Lu Huaishan frowned. He was a little worried on the way back from Li Longji's place. He started to believe in his sixth sense. As long as it was related to Li Yi, his sixth sense was very accurate. While they were at a loss, nothing happened for a few days. There were more advertisements in the newspaper, including advertisements for restaurants. Most of the advertisements were for merchants who transported goods to Chang and from other places. They advertised when they sold their goods. After they sold their goods, they would also advertise when they transported the goods back. The advertisements took up all the other content, which made the newspaper less interesting. The people in the capital government were working hard to learn Hanyu Pinyin. Surprisingly, there were people who had the time to learn it themselves and teach it to the people in the tea house. On July 10th, Lin Wenwu went to the official school during the holidays again. Lin Wenwu, come and take the things away. The teacher was reading the newspaper that just arrived today. He looked up at the child and continued reading. Lin Wenwu was still nervous. He came over and took an envelope and left. He went outside and opened the envelope. There was an evaluation inside. It said that he had excellent results in the early part of the exam. There were also a few pieces of paper. They were very beautiful. There were mountains, rivers, water wheels and paddy fields on them. He could tell the difference at a glance. He didn't need to look at the words. He could tell the difference. There was also a note that said, take the exchange voucher to the carousel. 1 cent is 1 coin. This is the exchange voucher. 1 coin, 2 coins, 5 coins, 10 coins. He gave me 18 coins? Not 10 coins. Lin Wenwu said to himself. Then he ran and jumped up. Brother, wait for me. I made money for you again. What's this? At noon, Yao Chong and the others who were also resting, decided to go to the heavenly world for lunch. When they arrived at the East Market, they went to take a look. At the carousel, a group of children were holding paper in their hands and changing back and forth. The other party gave him two $2 bills for each round of play. Then he went to the other side to buy snacks for $1, and the other party gave him a change. Zhang Shua gave the servant a look and the servant went over. After a while he returned with a set of 4 coupons. I gave the child 20 coins before he agreed to exchange with me, the manservant reported. Yao Chong and the other 3 ignored him and took 1 each. Looking at the pattern on it, he found that there was a bulge. Looking at it against the light, it was the black shadow of a copper coin. He touched the paper again. It felt like a newspaper, but it was different. Not only was it thick, but it also felt different. Looking at the painting, there were many colors. There was also a picture on the back with the words "Redemption Coupon" written in front of it. Have you asked? Yao Chong asked Zhang Shua's servant. Yes, I did. He said that he did well in the exams, so the teacher didn't give him any marks. The marks are easy to fake. He gave the Li family Zhuangzi a coupon. The servant answered. Last time, Yuanji said that Li Yi had the ability to come up with a way to prevent counterfeiting. Sure enough, he did. Lu Huaishan said with a smile. Redemption coupon? How is this a redemption coupon? This is money. Go exchange more. Yao Chang's expression was serious. The servant went to find the child again and came back with a stack of redemption coupons. Yao Chong didn't plan to go to earthly paradise for dinner. He took everyone to the East Market. Seeing a person selling cold jelly, he stood there and asked the other party, I don't have money. Take this 2-coin redemption coupon and buy a serving of cold jelly. Are you selling it? Cold jelly was 2 coins per serving. Yao Chong exchanged 1 for 1. Yes, Li family Zhuangzi's redemption coupon, right? I bought this cold jelly from Zhuangzi. They make a lot of it, so it's cheaper than making it myself. The other party agreed and scraped more cold jelly and poured sauce on it. Here, I'll give you more. The redemption coupon is light and the picture looks good. When I go to buy the cold jelly, I can give it to Zhuangzi directly as money. Zhuangzi's people said that the redemption coupon can be used as money. There is still a discount now, but there won't be any in the future. The stall owner said with a smile. He took the money, looked at it, and put it away. What's the discount? Wei Zhigu was curious. 1 coin can be converted into 1 coin and 2 coins. 10 coins is 12 coins. The stall owner made 2 fingers. Go to earthly paradise. Yao Chong left a sentence and turned back. The servant ran over and ate the cold jelly in 2 mouthfuls. In a private room on the 3rd floor of earthly paradise, the table was covered with redemption coupons. Some were facing up, some were facing up. Money has nothing to do with redemption coupons. It's just called redemption coupons. Yao Chong stared at a redemption coupon. 1 coin is not enough to print, is it? Lu Huaishan picked up a coin and touched it. 2 coins is not enough. 5 coins and 10 coins are enough. You can also have 50 coins and 100 coins. The bigger the number, the more money you can save. Zhang Shua looked at the 10 coins coupon. Wei Zhigu saw that the 3 people had spoken, so he followed. It's better than silk. Copper coins are few in Tang dynasty, so we can use this redemption coupon. Yao Chong let out a long breath. Coin production is the work of the imperial treasury. The Li family Zhuangzi wants to use private money on behalf of the imperial court. Think about it, if they print so much money, will the people who get the money have to go to Zhuangzi to buy things? They can trade with each other using money. There's no need to carry heavy copper coins and silk that are difficult to carry. Li Yi and Zhuangzi can print more than 300,000 copies of newspapers a day. Even if printing money is slow, they can at least print 10,000 pieces, right? 4 types of money, 2,500 pieces of each. They can print 45,000 coins a day and use it to buy things. Yao Chong said a lot and finally stopped. The other 3 people kept nodding as he spoke. Yes, you're right. Even 10,000 pieces is a small amount. Can other people make fake coupons? Lu Huaishan continued to fiddle with the money. There are too many colors. We have to make special paper, trace it, make a mold, and mix the ink. It's difficult. Zhang Shua saw the anti-counterfeiting technology of the redemption coupons. Just the color printing alone was enough to make others confused. We have to tell His Majesty that we can't print anymore. Even if he writes redemption coupons, he's still making money. Yao Chong was going all out this time. Just as they said, there were people who were using redemption coupons as money. The teachers in the government schools. Li family Zhuangzi sent the redemption coupons over and told them that they could save 100 coins to exchange for things in Zhuangzi. They said that they could exchange for things in Zhuangzi, but the teachers knew that the redemption coupons were a bonus. As long as they said that they could exchange for things in Li family Zhuangzi, other people would be willing to accept them. After distributing the coupons to the students, they did indeed each take 100 coins worth of redemption coupons to buy things. They didn't take too much and kept the rest for the next 10 days to give to the students who did well in the exams. They had accounts and remembered clearly how much they gave to each student. They would get an extra 100 coins for themselves every 10 days as a reward for the students' hard work in the exams. Even in the county, when they went to the place and talked to the seller agreed. Selling this was money. Li family Zhuangzi trusted them. Li family Zhuangzi had a lot of good things, so they wouldn't take them to Zhuangzi. After buying things, the teachers went home happily. They didn't care who issued the currency. Chapter 445. Brother E, this money is good. Li Longji said as he looked at the pile of coupons during dinner. It's not money, it's coupons. Children can use it to exchange for snacks and opportunities to play. Li did not admit that he was printing money. Could money be made casually? Money could be used for planting mulberry trees, raising silkworms, weaving, etc. Yes, it's coupons. Empress Wang supported. Li Qingqi poured wine for Li Yi. You print it first and see if it's useful. When it's useful, let His Majesty know. When the time comes, the Tang dynasty can directly print money and call it Kaiyuan Tongbao. When you spend money, you don't have to carry a lot of heavy things. It's most convenient for people who travel long distances. The benefits are not only that it's lighter. Li Longji also said, there are too many silks now, and the rich have piled them up in the warehouse. The common people have to plant mulberry trees, hemp, and raise silkworms. Li Longji thought of selling a lot of mulberry trees and hemp for the common people to use to grow food. Planting mulberry trees and raising silkworms would waste time for the common people who were actually given less than 100 mu of land. It was better to plant millet. Even if the land was not good enough, they could plant beans. If there were few beans, they could extract oil and make tofu. When the time comes, copper would be used to make tools and the common people would use paper money. We also need to improve the paper-making process to make paper money more difficult to imitate. Also, it involves the number of issues. Li was not so optimistic. Li Longji and Li Qingqi were deep in thought as they ate and drank slowly. They knew that they could not print too much money to buy things. How much money to print was a problem. After a quarter of an hour, Li Longji asked Li Yi. Brother E, do you think it's feasible to distribute the money according to the rent collected last year? If it's distributed, the common people will have money in their hands. In the future, will they pay money to pay rent or pay grain? Li Yi did not answer but asked a question. Of course they will pay grain. Li Longji said immediately. The money printed by the imperial court can't be used to pay rent. Are the common people still willing to use the imperial court's money? Li asked again. Then they will be allowed to pay. Li Longji said. The price of grain varies from place to place. The grain is cheap at harvest time. How much should we pay? Originally they should have paid 1 dan of rent, but because the grain was cheaper they had to pay less. The imperial court will take that money and buy grain from other places. If they can't buy the grain that they rent, the imperial court's income will decrease. Li Yi raised another troublesome question. Li Qingqi interjected, choose an average price. The price of food varies every year. Let's calculate the average price and let the people pay. When the commoners collect grain, the price of grain is low. According to the average price, they have to sell more grain. Originally, 1 dan of grain would have been enough, but after converting it into money, the actual amount sold is 1 dan and a half. The commoners are at a disadvantage. Li Yi still wanted to say something. Look, that won't do. Li Longji and his brother were worried. They couldn't do this or that. What was the use of printing money? If you want to pay, then pay. If you want to pay, then pay. If you want to pay, then pay. Empress Wang was the smartest. What about the price? If the price was too high, the commoners would not use the money. The circulation of money would be poor, and the commoners would not want it. If the price of grain is unstable, other goods can be bought with paper money. The merchants will raise the price. As long as one of the links is too high, all goods will start to increase in price. At that time, paper money will be useless. The more we print, the more devalued it will be. Li Yi raised the issue of the acceptance of money again. Brother E, just say it. We don't want to think about it anymore. Li Qingqi simply threw his worries back. No. Li Longji shook his head. There are copper coins now, but there is no mention of letting the commoners use copper coins to pay rent. They can use copper coins to buy grain. When the paper money is issued, just follow the copper coins. At most, we will allow them to use paper money to exchange for copper coins. Li Longji thought of a solution. Yes, that's it. At the same time, he also knew how much money to print. The imperial court would print as many copper coins and silk as they had. When the time comes, the commoners would be allowed to exchange for the same amount. The replacement of copper coins with paper money was for convenience. It was not to take money from the commoners all at once. He told Li Yi his thoughts and Li Yi laughed. That's right. This is the print quantity. When the commoners gradually get used to it and print more, they won't think about exchanging it for copper coins. It will take a few years. My Zhuangzi will first try to issue exchange coupons. Zhuangzi has enough goods to sell. When the commoners are familiar with Zhuangzi's exchange coupons, the imperial court will naturally issue paper money in the future. Li Yi was afraid that the imperial court would be anxious and issue a lot of paper money at once. The imperial court was short of money. The next morning, the farmers brought the goods to Baqiao to trade with people. When they needed to buy something from others, they asked if the other party was willing to accept exchange coupons. They also said that they would enjoy a discount if they used the coupons to buy things on Zhuangzi. Only for this month. When the other party heard about the discount, they immediately agreed. Even if they did not buy the goods on Zhuangzi, they could still buy things from others. When they were buying, they would negotiate the price. According to Zhuangzi's discount ratio, it would be cheaper if both sides gave way. The one who suffered a loss was Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi had money and a 19-day discount period. Zhuangzi had not made the version of exchange coupons worth more than 10 coins. At most, they could only make 10 coins. When they gave a bundle, the other party counted the money. When the amount was right, they quickly took it and left to buy things. It's useful. If I had known, I wouldn't have driven a carriage to get money. Just put it in and it's done. A person who got money after selling things was happy. You have to put it in well. It's easy to lose it. The silk is big, so it's not easy to lose it. The person who came over to sell bran carefully put his hand where the money was. The person who came over to sell flowers said, "The denomination is too small. If it's bigger, others will be willing to accept it. It's more convenient. Your flowers are collected from various places. Why do you want a large amount?" The person who sold bran said with a smile, "I plan to continue to subcontract. The price of fresh flowers is higher than the price of dried flowers. I will collect flowers from various places and save up. A lot of flowers will be dried." The person who sold the flowers expressed his distress. He wanted people to collect from various places and settle the bill in one go. If he turned around and sold them to the village, he would be able to make more money. Zhuangzi used flowers to extract essential oil. He extracted more fresh flowers and less dried flowers. Naturally, the amount of money he gave was higher and lower. In addition to merchants, the people who came to deliver wormwood and tea were more willing to choose exchange coupons. They did not think that the exchange coupons could not be spent. The Li family Zhuangzi had prestige. Any random thing they took out was worth a lot of money. No matter how many exchange coupons Zhuangzi printed, there would be goods to sell. Therefore, there was no need for evening. At noon, exchange coupons were popular in the east and west markets of Chang, and everyone found it interesting. They could just put it in and save a lot of trouble. The merchants who had business dealings with the Li family Zhuangzi could give more if they wanted to spend money. "Your Majesty, the imperial court should hold the printing money. It can't be used by private individuals." Yao Chong did not eat much at noon. He waited for Li Longji to finish his meal and immediately rushed over. The other two prime ministers nodded. They could not side with Li Yi on this matter. It was too important. "Minister Yao, do you know how much money should be printed in a year?" Li Longji was not in a hurry and asked slowly. "How much?" "This, that." Yao Chong was confused. "Yes, how much should be printed?" "Your Majesty knows?" Lu Huaishan looked expectant. "It's simple. How much to print depends on the income." Li Longji began to talk about the policy of issuing currency. Not only did they have to send it out, but they also had to stabilize the price. When he finished, the three of them understood. They felt that they had completely mastered the knowledge of currency. Chapter 446. Waiter, here's the money. At a small stall in the shade outside Chang, a man who had just eaten a bowl of soaked noodles called for the waiter. In fact, the shopkeeper and the waiter were making noodles with sorghum powder. On the roadside, they chopped lentils to make sauce and cooked noodles for passers-by. Wheat noodles were not made because they were expensive and few people ate them. He came over and stretched out his hand. 4 coins. Here's 5 coins. Give me 1 coin. The waiter handed over a 5-coin coupon. The waiter picked it up and looked at it. He took out a 1-coin coupon from the linen pocket in front of him and handed it over. The waiter accepted the coupon and the transaction was completed. Today was July 15th, the Hungry Ghost Festival. It would be very lively at night. It had only been 6 days since the Li family Zhuangzi took out the coupon. Coupons became popular in Chang'an. When the Li family Zhuangzi went out to buy things, they would all give coupons. Some people wanted to exchange with copper coins and silk, but Li Yi refused. If they exchanged coupons, they would directly use the coupon to buy things and enjoy the discount. Zhuangzi would be at a disadvantage. However, Zhuangzi advertised in the newspaper that he wanted to buy a lot of things. He gave a price for each item. Whether it was an individual or a merchant, they would be bought at the same price. Fish, aged vinegar, millet, sorghum rice, grass for cows and horses, fresh vegetables, dried vegetables, beans, bean biscuits. Generally, grains were sold in bulk. They bought a lot at one time. For vegetables, the people planted them and brought them over one by one. The money they gave was not as good as if they sold it by themselves, but the demand was high. The cucumbers were picked and transported over in a day. They were directly exchanged for coupons. They couldn't sell them by themselves. At the same time, Zhuangzi collected mud for pottery again. The kiln in Wugong County became the Li family Zhuangzi's. As Li Yi said, the upper level was replaced, the middle level was given a warning, and the lower level was given a processing fee. Several people from Zhuangzi were sent there to supervise and burn more pottery. The other kilns were burning porcelain. They bought glaze from the Li family Zhuangzi and then shipped it to various parts of the Tang dynasty. Another person went to Chang'an to buy glaze from Zhuangzi and brought it back to burn. The kilns in Wugong County had always been burning pottery, mainly jars. They had accumulated a lot and began to trade with the commoners. The commoners understood what he meant. After a while, the vegetables in the fields would be replaced with cabbages. Now was the time to make salted vegetables. Otherwise, there would be no vegetables to eat in winter. At the same time, he also bought vegetables to dry and soak in water to cook in winter. In all kinds of transactions, the Li family Zhuangzi had sold 50,000 taels worth of exchange coupons so far. He only managed to collect about 8,000 taels in succession. The rest of the money was circulated outside. No one thought of asking the Li family Zhuangzi for the discount. They only thought that money was useful. 1,000 copper coins weighed 6 caddies and 4 taels. Carrying 100 coins with him was not light either. Otherwise, the other party would try to lower the price if they accidentally dirted the cloth. Now, 1,000 taels and 110 taels worth of exchange coupons were in a pile. He took them and left. "Dongzhu, are you still releasing coupons?" Songda was worried. There were already 50,000 taels, and there were still more than 40,000 taels outside. Yes, another 50,000 taels. There are so many people in the capital office. Who wouldn't have some money on them? Li was not afraid. Zhuangzi could handle 100,000 taels of money outside. Zhuangzi only sold the same things every day. He couldn't buy more even if he wanted to. Zhuangzi also didn't promise to buy anything with the coupons. Li was leisurely copying books. Behind the Lantian County Yamen, Zhang Sun Xan held 4 coupons in his hand and found the craftsman who had been working for half a month. It had been 1.5 months since June 1st. June was 29 days. Zhang Sun Xan paid 352 taels of money for this. If he didn't collect some of the money he gave out before, he wouldn't have been able to pay them. He realized that the money that he had painstakingly saved was almost gone by the time the Qiangong step bed was completed. He had to think of a way. The best way was naturally to print money. "Everyone take a look. Can you make these coupons? I also want a set of my own." Zhang Sun Xan asked with a smile. The 16 craftsmen didn't gather in front of him. They looked up and shook their heads. "Inspector Zhang Sun, we are carpenters. The coupons are the work of paper makers and mold makers." The leader of the craftsmen gave an answer. "Engraving and printing aren't carpenters' work?" Zhang Sun Xan expressed his disbelief. "It's not made of wood. The plates on the coupons are pressed with heavy materials. It requires copper and iron plates. After pressing, there will be slight bumps and dents." The craftsmen shook their heads. He couldn't make it. There's no need for those bumps and dents. After a long time, the bumps and dents will disappear. It will just be a normal print. Zhang Sun Xan still didn't give up. He felt that craftsmen were amazing and omnipotent. "No, it needs to be carved separately. Then the plates need to be covered with different colored ink and printed one by one. The patterns on it are thin. Unless the wood is good and hard enough, the bumps will break when pressed. There's no ink either. When the paper is made, something is added inside and the 2 layers are combined into one." After the craftsman finished speaking, they lowered their heads and started working. Their voices were very loud, indicating that they didn't want to speak anymore. Jiang Sun Xn took a deep breath and left with the coupons. Li family Zhuangzi can actually print money. Doesn't anyone care? Jiang Sun Xn felt sad. He just knew that there was such a good way to make money. If he printed it himself, there would be people willing to buy it. Is there no one who wants the money I draw? Jiang Sun Xn looked at the coupons in his hands and muttered. He felt even more depressed. He only wanted to make a copy of the coupons. He didn't plan to make money himself. He knew that he didn't have the ability. The commoners wouldn't agree. The 1,000-work step bed can't be stopped. There's not enough money. I can check the accounts and find the problem. I will ask them to give me money. If they don't, I won't let them do it. Jiang Sun Xn thought of those mining people. The stones were constantly being transported away. They were all money. They agreed to pay taxes. In the end, they had accounts and didn't pay to the county government. If he wanted to check the accounts, there was no excuse. I will write a letter and ask His Majesty and the Prime Ministers to agree to try to collect business tax in Lantian County. Jiang Sun Xn clenched his fists. He decided that he would push. Then it would be easy. He strode back and walked on a sunny road that Li Yi had designed for him. In the afternoon, he sent the written Prime Minister's letter away to prepare for the Hungry Ghost Festival in the evening. It would be lively tonight. The commoners would come out and light lanterns at the river. They would go to the river to watch. Li family Zhuangzi was also ready at this time. There were beautiful lanterns made of bamboo to be placed in the river. There were also those lotus lanterns that used lotus leaves as boats. They needed a small candle. As for the migrant workers, Songda brought people to deliver a large number of small and thin candles to save on materials. It would be enough if they could burn for a while on the lotus leaves. Brother Yi, what about the 25 people? They have been locked up for half a month. There is no one to receive them. Everything in the Honglu temple is normal. As soon as one of the 25 had spoken, the others had followed suit, including the location of the stronghold, how they received the order, and how they were arranged. Wang Xing came over. The captured people were still locked up. They were waiting for the people in the Honglu temple to do something. It seems that those people have nothing to fear. They probably didn't leave behind any specific information. Are there any words when they are contacted? Li asked. Yes, but it's in regular script. I can't tell. Wang Xing was helpless. Let's wait. There's no hurry. Let's lock them up for another half a month. I'll think. Li said after some consideration. Chapter 447. Li had thought a lot about how to deal with the Turks. The current situation was slightly different. The Qianyo guards could no longer see the mysterious man, which meant that the other party had removed the surveillance. These 25 people belonged to 6 forces. Since they were thrown out, it seemed that the tail behind them had been cleaned up. The people in Honglu Temple should be waiting for someone to come to them. They would not admit it. Even if they were beaten to death in front of them, they would say they did not know them. Since they were willing to wait, they should wait and give the other party some pressure. Brother Wang, take care of the 25 people. Don't hurt them and don't starve them. They will be used for mining in the future. Put them together with the guilty officials, businessmen and relatives of the Lantian County. They will be reformed through labor. There will be enough food. What we need is labor. How can they work if they are not full? If they want to eat meat, continue to work hard. Li said with a very benevolent look. Wang Xing knew that if people were thrown to mining, Li would use food to tempt them to work hard. Generally, if there were slaves to work, they would not starve to death. It would save money. Li was not like that. He gave delicious food and wanted efficiency. When others worked, he only provided food and no wages. How cost-effective it was. If they were injured, they would be treated. If they were cured, they would continue to work. In fact, the official slaves will also be taken care of. They will be given clothes, food, and medical treatment. Wang Xing talked about the official slaves. He was reminding Li Yi to buy more slaves, private slaves. The male and female servants in Zhuangzi were bought by Li Yi. Slaves were part of the property. Those 8 people could be beaten to death with an excuse. After reporting to the government and paying some money, it would not be a problem. If he wanted to remove the slaves, he would have to spend a lot of money. For example, he had to marry the female servants. Li Yi married them in private, which was illegal. He had to remove the slaves first. Or if a slave married another slave, the children born would still be slaves. Tomorrow, I will ask the steward to buy some. Li Yi understood Wang Xing's words. But, yes, buy slaves. If he did not buy them, others would buy and sell them. If he bought them, he could take care of them and would not bully them. Zhuangzi also bought a lot of land. Even if there were a lot of cows, there would still need to be manpower. He didn't feel at ease recruiting people from other places. Slaves were good, but they were private property. If he caught a runaway slave, he would punish him to death. The sky gradually darkened. Wang Xing didn't wish to see His Majesty and King Song, so he bid farewell and left. In the evening, Li Longji got off work early. He didn't look for other women. Empress Wang was enough. However, Empress Wang had just had a baby, so she couldn't get pregnant. Li Yi exchanged for the ultra-thin one. It was easier to use, mainly because it was much cheaper than a football. At night, everyone watched the lanterns together. There were many lanterns on Zhuangzi, and the villagers used them to talk with their deceased elders. She wanted to tell her elders that she was living a good life and that she had a good Dongzhu. Even the 8 personal slaves of Li Yi were mumbling while wiping their tears. The 8 of them were now in charge of various areas and they were paid a salary. Brother Yi Zhuangzi's exchange coupons have started to circulate in the capital. Initially, I was worried that someone would use the coupons to buy things and spend all the coupons. Li Longji was eating barbecued meat on a high platform. It was charcoal and grill, not skewers. Li Yi was roasting tofu. This type of tofu had a short shelf life, and it lacked a layer of oil. This was the type of tofu he used to eat when he was young. Later on, the production process improved. After the tofu was picked out from the soybean milk, it had to be placed in a trough with edible glue, hung with a layer of glue, and then dried or dried. A better tofu machine directly mixed the tofu. After drying, the tofu would not taste like beans. After it was heated, it was placed on a plate. This tofu was cooked to begin with. As long as my Zhuangzi is stable, they don't care if the exchange coupons can be used to exchange for things. If one day I suddenly say that Zhuangzi is out of money, they will definitely come to buy things in Zhuangzi. If they can't buy it, they will make a fuss and even attack Zhuangzi's people. They will arrest me and force me to give them money. It's the same for the country. The economy is unstable, and if the war is lost, the use of paper money will cause rapid inflation. Even copper coins and silk will depreciate. The most valuable thing is food. Li Yi briefly introduced the country's stability and currency system. Li Longji and Li Qingqi had never received such professional guidance, so they listened carefully. Li Qingqi ate a piece of meat. The Tang dynasty's Kaiyuan Tongbao is also useful outside. Yes, this is the use of paper money in war. Li Yi knew that the surrounding countries would be willing to use China's money for a long time, let alone now. Today, the Tang dynasty's money was an international currency. Uncle, tell us how to fight a war. Give us money. Empress Wang was interested when she heard about war. Just restrict the exits. Even now, they can use a lot of copper coins and silk to buy Tubo's food and livestock. If the food and livestock decrease, the price will increase. If they continue to buy, they will still have to bear the high price when they take the money and spend it themselves. The Tang dynasty does not allow the sale of food and livestock. They can only buy other things from the Tang dynasty, but it can't solve the problem of food. Li Yi gave an example. Buy, and not sell. Can they also restrict it? Li Longji felt that if he were in their shoes, he would restrict it when he found that the situation was not right. Buy something else. Buy wool. Buy wool and yak hair at a high price. At the same time, sell them luxury goods. The people in their big tribes like it. They will sheep more cows and sheep and plant alfalfa on the farmland. The food production will decrease and they will continue to have no food to eat. Li Yi described the classic sheep-eating people enclosure. Compared to the rising sun city, Tubo did not have a perfect industrial system. When the sheep-eating people happened, they could not promote the development of the industrial system because the technology could not keep up. Land annexation or sheep grazing. Li Qingqi concluded. And then? Empress Wang asked. Then there will be internal division. When there is an internal struggle, it will be best to fight a foreign war and attack our Tang dynasty. Our Tang dynasty only needs to prepare enough food and weapons to defend. Such a war will not last long because they do not have enough food. If they want to live, they will ask for peace with the Tang dynasty, submit, pay tribute, and hope that the Tang dynasty will sell food to them. Of course, if they don't want to end the war, they can even fight the other side, not the Tang dynasty. It will be easier to fight there. The premise is that the Tang dynasty does not send troops to attack them, such as peace talks and alliances. Li Yi described the development model of economic war. There was a high possibility of success. Many countries were cheated in this way. Li Longji picked up the wine and took a sip. He put down the wine cup. No hurry. When the Tang dynasty's banknotes are printed, I will write to His Majesty. We have to give it a try. Okay. Empress Wang nodded. Yes, we can't give them copper coins and silk. Banknotes are cheap and useful. Brother Yi, drink. Li Longji poured wine for Li Yi. He felt at ease. See, we have great means to deal with foreign enemies. Brother Yi has developed wooden feather arrows, whirlwind cannons, hot air balloons, and useful gunpowder. The Tubo Turks can't attack us now. Wait for 2 or 3 years and see how I will fool you. If we don't fight, it will be an economic war. If we fight, will our Tang dynasty be afraid of you? Chapter 448. How much is the tea? Yao Chong and the others gathered together again. In the East Market, they were looking at places where people used large clay pipes to boil green tea. 1 yuan per bowl. Don't look down on it because it's foam tea. The person selling the tea explained. Here for bowls? Yao Chong took out 5 yuan worth of coupons and handed them over. The other party took it and gave him 1 yuan worth of coupons. He kept it well. He accepted his fate. Li Yi, you can print money. I don't care. Wei Zhigu looked at Yao Chong's expression and wanted to laugh. Nowadays, everyone carried coupons with them at all times. It was really useful in Chang'an. Their coupons were said to be lucky. The day before yesterday, their table happened to be the 100th table of guests. Because they were very lucky, they were given 4 coupons of different values. Each person took one and held the flowers. The method of bribery was simply amazing. What was the 100th table? Was it so coincidental? The key was to ask others. Others also won the prize, but some had an extra dish and some did not have to drink. There was nothing wrong with it. Heavenly World was not a lucky event for one or a few people. Even if the people from the censorate were watching from the side, they could not do anything. You don't allow businesses to organize activities? When I went to eat, even if I counted the dishes on the table, it was because I was quick-witted. There was even a birthday party where Heavenly World's promotion came to your door and let you try the new dishes. This was called promotion. When you tried it, you asked, you were actually a member of Heavenly World and it was your birthday. Wow, Heavenly World specially launched a birthday discount package for members. 1 yuan was enough. Then, a lot of delicious food was sent to you. On your birthday, you invited people to a meal and there was wine and food. When you asked others, other members also had the same benefits. It was just different. Thinking so, Wei Zhigu said, I don't know how Dr. Li's brain works. He has endless tricks. Zhang Shua lowered his voice. Now that I think about it, King Song did a great job. He went to the imperial plantation by the Ba River that day. Yes. Lu Huaishan sighed. Only then did His Majesty go. Otherwise, with Li Yi's skills, without His Majesty's help, who knows how much trouble he would cause. Everyone, including Yao Chong, agreed with Lu Huaishan. That Li Yi always seemed to be taking good things out. It was very dangerous and easy to be targeted. In reality, this was not the case. Once Li Yi discovered that the situation was not right, he would immediately respond. He could turn enemies into friends and then bribe and rope in more people. Other merchants would feel heartache if they were to give up even a fraction of the profit. However, he was willing to give up 70%, 80%, 95% of the profit. When doing business with His Majesty, the first thing he asked for was 5%. It was said that he did not even use the 10% profit from the earthly paradise. It was a separate account, ready to take it out at any time. After that, he earned 250,000 from the Tubo people. How much money was that? He actually casually gave it to the scholars who studied in the government schools and built the road from Chang and to Shu. He had a way to make a lot of money and he also had a way to give it to you reasonably. Can you still deal with him? You have to protect him. If he dies, you won't get the money. With His Majesty watching over him, Li Yi doesn't have to deal with other dangers. He can use more energy to help the Tang dynasty develop. It's fortunate. Yao Chong said something fair. He agreed with the action of blocking the Li family Zhuangzi. Other people should not go there for no reason and delay Li Yi's research and invention. The merry-go-round is not allowed? It's like a lantern at night. Zhang said. He found a new situation. The merry-go-round stopped and the children's snacks were sold. The 4 people finished their tea and went to the merry-go-round under the secret guard. There was no one. The merry-go-round was locked. Zhang asked the person selling the children's snacks, there's no curfew. The merry-go-round can be played. Bahui Li Dongzhu said that hanging lanterns at night and riding on the merry-go-round will make the children absent-minded. It's called hypnosis. Then the children will have nightmares and may wet the bed. They won't recover for several days. They are not allowed to ride the merry-go-round at night. The children will be fine after eating some snacks. If you don't believe me, bring your children here. I'll take a risk and let your children ride on the merry-go-round alone. Let's see how the children ride on the merry-go-round alone with lanterns. No need. Zhang Shua's hair stood on end. Not to mention the children, he was afraid at this moment. Night, children, merry-go-round, lanterns, laughter. Why did he tremble when he thought about it? Is that so? The person selling the snacks said, adults can also eat snacks. Look, there are fried shrimp slices. Buy a few packets. Jiang said he would pay. He knew what the shrimp slices were. Starch was mixed with dried shrimp powder and fried in oil. There were 20 in a packet and it cost 3 coins. Jiang said he would pay a 10 coins exchange voucher and a 2 coins exchange voucher. He got 4 packets. He picked one up and took a bite. This money is too good. Li Yi's talent is world-shaking. Didn't Her Majesty say to let Li Yi try it first? Zhuangzi, to be honest, is more trustworthy in Chang, and then in the imperial court. Lu Huaishan said something he didn't want to say but he had to admit. Li family Zhuangzi's reputation was better than that of the imperial court. In the eyes of the people, the imperial court officials were not as good as Li Yi. Other rich people were afraid of being exposed, so they always covered it up. Even so, there were still people who talked behind their backs, saying how greedy his family was after becoming an official. The Li family's manor was indeed rich, and it was on the surface. When dealing with the foreigners, they had to pay 4,200 coins a day to force the foreigners to take the initiative to ask for peace. The people felt that it was right and even encouraged and cheered for them. They had a common enemy. When Li family Zhuangzi earned 250,000 coins from selling alcohol, the people cheered and celebrated. They were very happy. Thinking about it carefully, were they not afraid? This was Li Yi's Zhuangzi next to Chang'an. If it was anywhere else, he could influence the entire provincial government. The provincial governor and the army had to act according to his mood. With Li Yi as an official, this old man can rest assured. Yao Chong seemed to understand. Of course you can rest assured. Zhang Shua continued, he can't be greedy or take bribes. He has money. I heard His Majesty say that this year, he will build 5 mu of greenhouses in each of the 20 counties of the imperial government. He will pay taxes as a show. Wei Zhigu brought up the topic of taxation. Today, Zhang Sun Xian sent a letter to the Prime Minister, requesting that Lantian County immediately implement a business tax. He didn't even know that he was cheated. When Yao Chong heard about the business tax, he thought of Zhang Sun Xian. That silly child. I heard that he found 16 good craftsmen to make some 1,000-work step bed. The blueprint was given by Li Yi. His Majesty wants to borrow Li Yi's hand to deal with people. Zhang Shua knew some of the situation. His Majesty threw Zhang Sun Xian to Lantian County for Empress Wang. Otherwise, with Zhang Sun Xian's temperament, he would definitely cause trouble. In the future, whatever Li Yi says, you must think carefully. His trap is a chain of traps. Zhang Sun Xian is pitiful. The astute Lu Huaishan didn't speak up for Li Yi. He was also afraid of Li Yi's schemes. He felt that Li Yi was usually a very good young man, but once he was serious about something, he would make a series of moves. When dealing with you, you didn't move. When you fell into the trap, others moved. When you moved, you took the initiative to fall into the trap. You couldn't blame others. In half an hour, the Nanchu play will start. Let's go see it. I gave you the tickets. 1 ticket is 100 yuan. It'll be a pity if you don't go. Zhang Shua didn't want everyone to revolve around Li Yi. He changed the topic. Li Yi would be fine in Zhuangzi. Chapter 449. Nanchu, a large performance venue. Today, Xian Yan and the others were going to perform a play. Yao Chang's group of 4 took the tickets from Heaven on Earth and went to the best VIP room. It was alone and there were no other rooms within a distance of 2 feet. Temporary stands were set up in other places and many people bought popcorn to eat. The price of each seat was different according to the comfort of the audience. The more expensive ones were 100 taels, while the cheaper ones were a few dozen taels. For example, Yao Chang's room was equivalent to 400 taels and was not available to others. Yao Chang's group of 4 looked at the situation in the room. There were rattan benches, wooden tea tables and silk pillows. It's far away so it's convenient to talk without being heard. Lu Huaishan commented on the layout. It's a little spacious. Li Yi probably doesn't have any good ideas about this. Yao Chong was used to talking to Li Yi. Wei Zhigu chuckled and took a sip of tea. He smacked his lips and said, "Second-grade tea. This is the taste that His Majesty bestowed." This year, Li family Zhuangzi made a lot of money on tea. Some merchants bought it and shipped it outside to sell. I heard that the profits were more than 3 times. Zhang Shua mentioned the tea. Nowadays it had become a trend. It would be rude to not prepare some Li family Zhuangzi's tea in Chang'an. At this time there were still people arriving. Most of them were literati, merchants, and officials. Ordinary people were reluctant to spend a few dozen taels to watch a play. That money was enough for their family to eat a good meal. After a while the actors appeared. The scene quieted down. Someone had prepared good silk to throw on the stage. It had to be at least 10 feet long. If it was too short it couldn't be used as money. There were many kinds of silk according to the weaving method and embroidery. The Wu Ling's young people fought for the head entanglements. The entanglements were one kind and the red silk was another. The opening ceremony started and the background music sounded. The flute played the spring scenery of Jiangnan. Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai appeared separately. Zhu Yingtai appeared in female clothes and then changed into male clothes to go to school. On the way to school he met another person, Liang Shanbua. Therefore the two of them studied together and played together. Liang Shanbua was so stupid that he couldn't tell that Zhu Yingtai was a woman. The background music sounded again. The main melody of the violin in the treble section was sung. Green grass and green flowers bloom, colorful butterflies wander in pairs for a long time. When the violin finished playing, it immediately switched to the alto part and repeated again. Other instruments joined in, bringing out the atmosphere. The 3 years of being classmates began. The background music suddenly became lively, and the violin directly played a relaxed rhythm of duo la 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 duo. After that, the two of them would become sworn brothers. If a man and a man became sworn brothers, they would become husband and wife. Until he turned 18 and graduated. It was time to send him off. The background music showed the reluctance of the cello and the violin to bid each other farewell. One was vigorous while the other was tactful. Zhu Yingtai was anxious and so were the spectators. Zhu Yingtai told Liang Shanbo that he had a little sister at home who was quite nice, and he asked Liang Shanbo to propose marriage. Back home, Zhu Yingtai waited for Liang Shanbo. Liang Shanbo did not have any money. He needed money to travel so he had to walk slowly. At this time, Zhu Yingtai's family wanted her to get married but she refused. The background music sounded again. Zhu Yingtai's family, who represented the traditional power of feudalism, played wind instruments. Suddenly, duoshi lajuo so duoshi lajuo lai lai. The violin that represented Zhu Yingtai was fighting in the background, but it could not beat the wind instruments. On the stage, Zhu Yingtai talked about what kind of person she wanted to marry and tried to persuade her family. Her family was furious. In the end, Zhu Yingtai had no choice but to wait for Liang Shanbo anxiously. The spectators had mixed feelings. They felt that it was right for the elders in the family to marry, but they also felt that Liang Shanbo should be with Zhu Yingtai. When Liang Shanbo finally arrived, Zhu Yingtai's marriage had already been decided. The two of them ran to the balcony for a private meeting. The background music, the cello and the violin, echoed, weeping and reciting. Many spectators shed tears. The two of them finally agreed that even if they couldn't be together in life, they would be buried together in death. Liang Shanbo left. He fell seriously ill and never got up again. Zhu Yingtai wanted to get married and asked for a detour. This was his last request. Therefore, the wedding procession took a detour and went to Liang Shanbo's grave. Zhu Yingtai rushed over. The grave on the stage suddenly cracked open. Zhu Yingtai dived in. In a cloud of smoke, the background music was grand, repeating the main melody. The smoke dispersed. Two large butterflies accompanied each other, flying back and forth. The music was still playing. Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai's version of the play ended. The spectators sat there in a daze. No one threw cloth onto the stage. They were still savoring it and had not come back to their senses. Only when the actors came out to take the curtain call did the spectators come back to their senses. They threw all kinds of cloth onto the stage and some even threw out a stack of coupons. There were also waiters, who carried trays and walked around the private rooms. The people in the private rooms gave them things. There was gold, silk. We don't even have a single coin on us. Zhang Shua poked his head out to take a look and found that the situation was not good. The other private rooms were all given, but there was no movement from the most luxurious one. Were they not satisfied? The other three were also anxious. This, Xiaoyun, who was serving the 4 people in the private room, pulled out a box from the side. In the box were bundles of coupons with a face value of 1 coin. The 4 of you, the coupons that you ordered people to send over before you came are here. A total of 4,000 coins. Xiaoyun smiled and said to the 4 people. Yao Chong and the others were stunned. It was not the problem of 4,000 coins, but why were there only 1 coin worth of coupons? Before they could ask, the person carrying the tray came over. Zhang Shua hurriedly picked it up and put it on the tray. The person carrying the tray immediately shouted, First grade room reward 4,000 coins. First grade room, he shouted 3 times in a row. The whole place was in an uproar. Who was it? 4 million coins were thrown out. Amazing. As expected of the people who could enter that special private room. They were indeed rich. Yao Chong and the others left uneasily under the protection of a group of people. When they met up with their subordinates outside, Yao Chong was still in a daze. 1 coin is out. The merchants like it. Another 10 coins would be even better. Zhang Shua rubbed his face. I still have to tell His Majesty about this. We have to set an upper limit. We can't just casually print. Otherwise, if we print 10,000 coins, it will be chaotic. Yao Chong came back to his senses. He was afraid. He had to limit it. This kind of large amount can only be used for large transactions. Ordinary transactions are mainly for small amounts. I reckon that the coupons came out first. There should be 50 coins or 100 coins in between. 100 coins is enough. Even if you want to buy something worth 1,000 coins, it's no more than 10. Lu Huaishan believed that Li Yi would not understand. Ordinary people would not use large denominations. If I had known, I would have left one. Let's see what it's like. I just glanced at it. Speaking of which, the play is interesting. The music is also not bad. Wei Zhigu was not worried. He did not believe that Li Yi did not understand. Let's go back. Yao Chong did not want to discuss other matters at the moment. He wanted to go home and think about it. The 4 people said goodbye and went back. The others who had left the theater were discussing Liang Shambua and Zhu Tai's play. Some people were more interested in the new musical instruments. Some people felt that this kind of storytelling performance was not bad. No matter what, there would be people who would not sleep well tonight. For example, Yao Chong. Chapter 450. Opera in Chang, and a few new musical instruments. Wind and smoke rise in the southwest. Who plays the border song? It was daybreak. Chang in city was full of discussions about Liang Shambua and Zhu Tai's play last night. Zhu Tai's family is stubborn. Look at what happened, their daughter is gone. Liang Shambua also took things too hard. Sigh, if only he arrived earlier. Unfortunately, his family is poor. It's useless to arrive earlier. Zhu Tai's family is powerful. Why would they like Liang Shambua? If I were Liang Shambua, I would elope with Zhu Tai and never come back. Yes, running away is the right thing to do. If you can have a private rendezvous, you can take the opportunity to slip away. I heard there are many musical instruments that have never been seen before. Boom 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 boom. They say there are many bugle horns. Which bugle horn doesn't sound like that? The people who saw it last night described it vividly. The people who didn't see it wiped their tears and felt indignant. Yao Chang's thoughts were on the large denomination of the exchange coupons. In the morning, after waiting for the others to finish talking and leave, he went to play. Your Majesty, last night I was watching a play in Nankou and was worried about money. Xiaoyan gave me 4,000 coins in exchange coupons. The number on the coupons was actually 1 coin. 1 piece of paper is worth 1,000 coins. Your Majesty panicked. If there is no limit, how can the Li family Zhuangzi stabilize the place with 10,000 coins? Yao Chong tried to calm himself down. He couldn't scold Li Yi. Li Longji listened quietly. After listening, he said, there are 20 coins, 50 coins, 100 coins, 200 coins, 500 coins, 1 coin, 2 coin, 5 coin and 10 coin. The coins above 100 coins are used by the merchants. Yao Qing, you don't have to worry. The 1 coin just happened to be printed. Li Yi was anxious to provide the merchants with the coupons, so he printed a batch. The Li family Zhuangzi has a lot of tea. Li Yi wants to release a batch of tea to offset the issued coupons. Li Longji talked about how Li Yi got enough money. It turned out that he only sold level 4 tea to ordinary people. The 4 types of level 3 tea, as long as they were sold, people would buy them. Then they would ship them to other places to make money. Large amounts of copper coins, gold and silk entered Zhuangzi's account, and Zhuangzi used higher value exchange coupons to buy other things. Gold, copper and silk did not move one for the other. This way he wouldn't have to worry about the instability of the coupons being sent out. If someone really caused trouble, Zhuangzi could use the copper coins to exchange for the coupons. Yao Chong lowered his head and thought about it. Everything was fine now. Li Yi indeed had a backup plan. Report, urgent report. Southwest barbarians invade the border on the 2nd day of the 7th month. The local house of subjugation is resisting with all its might. Li Longji was just about to persuade Yao Chong to go back to work when a shout came from outside. Then 5 people were placed on a flatbed cart and pushed to the entrance of Xingqing Hall. 4 of the 5 people were lying there, gasping for breath. One of them shouted with a hoarse voice. They had rushed here from the southwest. The 5 of them each rode 3 horses from one official post to another. As long as the road was slightly better, the horse would run at a sprinting speed. The 5 of them took turns to lead the team. When the others were tired, they tied themselves to the horses. If they encountered any situation and felt that the other party would obstruct them, they could directly shoot to kill. Imperial physician, bring oxygen bags, salt, sugar and water over. Give them some shade and water them. Li Longji was now a professional and called for people to come over. Someone at the side found the letter from the other side. Yao Chong was also the Minister of War. He went over to take a look at the lacquer seal. There was no problem. He borrowed a small knife from Li Longji and cut it open to read the contents. Your Majesty, the Southwest barbarians have sent out 50,000 soldiers. The local house of subjugation doesn't have enough manpower to win. Yao Chong handed the urgent report to Li Longji. Who can lead the troops? Li Longji glanced at Yao Chong. Li Xiandao can mobilize the troops of Rong, Lu, Kuei, Ba, Liang, Feng and other provinces. Yao Chong gave a name and where the troops would be sent from. Li Xiandao, general of the Right Valiant Guard, and those provinces were all part of Shu. Okay. Li Longji agreed and sent him. The 5 people were taken care of. Yao Chong went to write official documents to the various provinces. When he had finished with this matter, he sat there sullenly. The Southwest barbarians are at the border. Just resist. Why worry? Lu Huaishan came over to persuade him. Chong, and was peaceful last night. The Tang dynasty's border was uneasy. The audience of the play gave so much food. Has anyone thought about what the soldiers were eating? Yao Chong said with a sad expression. His eyes were full of helplessness. Lu Huaishan opened his mouth and left with a sigh. At night, Li Longji returned to the Li family Zhuangzi. He was in a bad mood. During dinner, Empress Wang asked with concern, San Lang, did something happen? Today I heard that the Southwest barbarians are invading the border. The soldiers there are going to fight a bloody battle. Li Longji said in a low voice. When Li Yi heard this he shouted, Steward Song, bring the things I prepared. Understood, Dongzhu. Songda's voice came in. Not long after, 4 villagers came in carrying a box and put it down. Songda stood there. Li Yi nodded and Songda opened the box. Inside were bundles of coupons with the word, 1 written on them. Third brother, it's not easy to defend the border. There are 100,000 coupons. You can send many fast horses to carry them to Shu and give them to Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong. The 2 of them are the leaders of Shu's salt merchants. I've already written a letter and brought it with them. Let them use the coupons to buy things and give the soldiers at the border a full meal. Oh, there are also a few small mirrors that come with the box. Send it to them to play with. Li Yi pointed to the coupons in the box and an envelope on top of it. Brother Yi, you're in a hurry to print coupons and sell the tea leaves. Is. Li Longji looked at Li Yi. Li Longji knew. Li Yi knew in advance again. At the same time, in order to help, he sent out large quantities of the tea leaves that needed to be sold slowly. He was eagerly waiting for the high-value coupons to be printed, just to buy things for the soldiers at the border. 100,000 coupons. According to the soldiers sent out this time, each person could get 2 coupons. These 2 coupons would be of great use. Sometimes I suddenly know, sometimes I don't. It's easy to count, but it's ever-changing. Li explained. He could actually wait for the news to come and then rush to print the coupons. However, he had to pretend to be able to calculate at times. There were so many Buddhists and Taoists who could calculate, so why couldn't he? He was from the imperial astronomer and could see the signs of the sky. Good, these 100,000 coupons will be able to put the soldiers at ease. I'll think of a way to send the letter into the palace. Li Longji stopped eating. He got up and pulled his brother along. When the money was outside, someone else carried it. The group entered the Forbidden Garden from the north and found someone to pick up Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan. Zhang Shua didn't need to as he was on duty tonight. In fact, someone was on duty. Zhang Shua stayed behind because something big had happened. While waiting, Li Longji didn't say a word. He sat and looked at the money in the box, the envelopes on the money, and the mirrors in the 10 small boxes. Yao Chong arrived first. His house was close. He asked Zhang Shua in the political affairs hall, what made His Majesty come back from Li Yi's place? He was in a hurry to summon us. Zhang Shua shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. After waiting for a while, Lu Huaishan arrived. He looked at the 2 of them, waiting for an answer. Yao Chong and Zhang Shua gave him a, I don't know either, expression. Let's go. We'll know when we get there. Everyone was present. The 3 of them entered Xingqing Palace together. Under the illumination of the light, the first thing they saw was the box on the ground, as well as the high-value coupons that they had seen once before. 100,000 coupons. Li Yi took it out to buy food for the soldiers at the border, Li Longji said. Chapter 451. The big box and the coupons in Xingqing Palace were quiet, but Yao Chong and the other two could hear their own heartbeats. Lu Huaishan looked at Yao Chong. Today Yao Chong was angry because of the war and last night's play in Nankou. At that time, Yao Chong did not mention Li Yi, but hinted that Li Yi was rich and gave out 4,000 taels. This time 50,000 soldiers were mobilized. 4 million taels was enough to buy food for 50,000 soldiers. They could eat for 5 days and even see meat. The food in Shu was cheap and prosperous, but it could not be transported to Chang'an. It was used to support the Tubo, Turkic and Southwest. In the end he just threw it out for a beauty smile? Before the night was over, the money came. 100,000 taels for the soldiers at the border. It was written as a coupon but it was actually money. There was no difference. Yao Chong walked over and bent down to touch the coupon. Good. Li, good. But how do you calculate this money? Li Longji was prepared for this. Ordinary people work for the army and eat pots of wine. This money must be evenly distributed to every soldier. Do not be greedy. Ordinary people? Zhang Shua swallowed. Your Majesty, the coupons must be exchanged for money and sent. Otherwise the people of Shu will not recognize them. Lu Huaishan thought of the key point. They will. There is also a letter written for the salt merchants of Shu. They have dealings with Li Yi. Li Yi has been receiving things from them. At the same time 10 mirrors are sent. These mirrors are the foundation to tell the salt merchants of Shu that the Li family Zhuangzi has valuable things at any time. Li Longji knew why Li Yi took out the mirrors. The mirrors could be used as a guarantee for the coupons. Zhang Shua opened the box and sure enough it was a mirror. Compared to the bronze mirror, this mirror was easier to clean. The bronze mirror was also very clear after being cleaned. It was not worse than a glass mirror. However, a glass mirror was still difficult to obtain. The Li family Zhuangzi could easily make a lot of food but they didn't sell it. This meant that Li Yi had not been forced to the point where he was short of money. God knew how many more valuable things he could take out at any time. 100,000 taels. For ordinary citizens, Li Yi is still okay but Li Yi is an official. Zhang Shua felt that Li Yi had given too little money. Since you're so rich, why don't you give me more? When you start selling mirrors in large quantities, I'll believe that you have money at home. I don't have much at the moment. That's right, all of you are officials. Li Longji looked at Zhang and said. Then hurry up and send these 100,000 coins over. Zhang Shua didn't say anything. He couldn't take out 100,000 coins. At this time Yao Chong was in charge. Yao Chong was still touching the exchange coupons. After touching it a few more times he said, large denominations are good. Good. If we change it to 10 denominations it'll be easier to pack it up. It was much easier than transporting the copper coins and cloth to the Shu lands, even though 100,000 pieces were still very heavy. In the future when merchants come and go, they won't have to carry so many heavy things and they'll need less manpower. The common people use small denominations and they use large denominations. That's right. Yao Chong immediately supported the printing of larger denominations of banknotes. He didn't have to worry anymore. Otherwise, if they changed to 10 denominations of exchange coupons, it would be 100 times more. It would be best if it was one with 100,000 coins written on it and Li family Zhuangzi as a guarantee. Yao Chong thought so. He didn't know that in the future flying money could be done in the Tang dynasty. However, flying money was troublesome to use. There was a time when he had to collect extra money, but when he found that it didn't work he stopped collecting money. It was just a note, not money. It couldn't be freely circulated. As long as the Shu lands salt merchants use it to settle accounts with each other, other merchants in Shu lands will certainly accept it. The imperial court's currency can be used. Lu Huaishan thought of another layer. In the future the Li family Zhuangzi's money could be spent everywhere. When the imperial court stabilized he could directly use the Tang dynasty's banknotes to take back the Li family Zhuangzi's money. Li Yi was considered to have helped set up the scene and then changed hands after it was done. Zhang Shua put down the box. When the time comes the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons will probably be issued. What? Lu Huaishan turned to look at him. Would the common people and merchants be willing to exchange the imperial court's money for the Li family Zhuangzi's money? Prohibit the circulation of the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons? Force the common people and merchants to exchange. After the exchange, the imperial court will take the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons to Li Yi for copper coins and silk? Li Yi won't agree. He will sell things, receive the imperial court's currency, and used the imperial court's currency to exchange for his own exchange coupons. The imperial court's currency needs to be backed by something, so the quantity is limited. Li Yi sells things at high prices and makes a lot of profit. He receives the imperial court's currency and gives it to the imperial court. Without the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons on the market, the imperial court's currency is not enough. Zhang Shua became smarter. He said that the result of the exchange was less currency. The copper coins and silk in the hands of the common people were not accumulated in a year. They produced silk and mined copper to make money every year. How could the imperial court have so much money? If they dared to print more money, they would directly devalue it. What was the point? This matter is not urgent. Wait for me to ask Brother Yi, there is a way. Li Longji frowned and then relaxed. He could not think of a way to deal with it, so he asked someone who knew. When the matter was over, he went out from the back and went to the Li family village in the middle of the night. He told Li Yi that he had someone send the goods up and waited for the results. Yao Chong and the other two in the palace were not sleepy anymore. They arranged for people to carry the goods separately and quickly send them to the Shu lands. This was not only money but also morale. If a soldier could receive 2 taels of money, they would not have to worry about their family's harvest. Of course, when they went there, they had to advertise that the money was obtained by the imperial court. They could not directly say that it was Li Yi. Even if everyone knew what was going on, they still had to use the imperial court's name. When the 3 of them were done, they looked at the time. It was almost midnight, so they did not go home. They planned to sleep for a while in class and wait for dawn. There are so many merchants, but only Li Yi is willing to fork out money. Is it because Li Yi can make money easily? Lu Huaishan ate snacks and drank tea. It is because the merchants are timid. They donated once, but the imperial court continued to ask them for money. Zhang Shua said from another angle. Yao Chong did not say anything. He sat there and stared at the tea in a daze. He once again pondered about who Li Yi was. He compared him with all the people in history and found that he was different. It felt like he was desperately helping the common people for something, the kind that did not ask for anything in return and did not need fame. If he wanted to be an official, he could take the imperial exam directly. He was not in a hurry to take the exam. Since the 42 students were arranged to the counties, he was busy letting the students find land to plant greenhouses. He stayed at home all day writing medical books, teaching students and that nurse. If he wanted to plot against the country, he should not have donated gunpowder and hot air balloons. How good would it be to make money? If he had more money, he would go to other places to buy people's hearts, recruit soldiers, and take out gunpowder and hot air balloons to live alone. When his power was strong, he would fight again. He did not. Once he had more money, he would spend it. He looked like he would give money to whoever wanted it. He seemed to want to rely on his own strength to make the Tang dynasty prosperous. Was it not strange? Speaking of shortcomings, he did have one. He liked to eat and could always figure out new foods to eat. UNG, go to sleep if you are sleepy. When Yao Chong was thinking, he heard Lu Huaishan's voice. He shook his head. I'm not sleepy. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen. Don't say it. I'm scared. Zhang Shua quickly waved his hand. He could not do it anymore. There were too many things to do recently. Wait and see. I'm sure it will happen. It is Li Yi. Yao Chong was certain.